Welcome, dear chess fans, to the vibrant bilingual city of Biel in Switzerland, in the beautiful lake, and we are in the Congress Hall, where the 59th International Biel Chess Festival is taking place, covering over 15 events altogether, but in the heart of it, at the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters and Generations Challenge. We're going to be your host. My name is Angelika Valkova, and happy to be joined by Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. Arturs, we've had already round one of the classical portion. Rapid is behind us. Chess 9-6, today is round two. What are you expecting from today?
Hey, Angelica, and of course everybody else who is watching. I expect a long day ahead of us because in the classical portion, this is an excellent opportunity for the players who didn't really fare so well in the rapid section, try to catch up with the leaders. This is what we saw, by the way, yesterday when Liem led, a three-time tournament champion, was able to score a victory with the black color. I think that we might see some action today.
We might see some surprises. Let's take a look at the current standings, what we have in the Masters and Generation Challenge, because the classical portion, as we're mentioning, 4 points for the victory is changing so much. Looking at the Generations Challenge, we have Václav Finik still with 9.5 points. 1 point behind him is Marco Materia. Xiao Tong with 8.5 points as well. And it's Alexandra Kostyniuk, who was one of the last seeds after the Rapid and Chess 960, but now she's with 7 points after her remarkable win yesterday over Carissa Yup. It's Vaishali Ramesh Babu with 3.5 points, and at the bottom of the standings, Carissa with 3 points.
Speaking about the Masters tournament, Aronian still keeps his lead. He had a fantastic rapid tournament where he managed to get 9 points out of 10. Yesterday he played a solid draw with a black color against Aydin Soleimanli. And this allowed Liem to catch up, at least get closer to the leader by defeating Jose Martinez with what ended to be the game of the day. Then we have Matthias Blubaum, Yes Erdomush, who shared points yesterday and today. They're going to try to get 4 more points for every single victory.
And what is awaited for us today? Here is the round 2 pairing. As we can see in the Masters, Levon Aronian is taking on Yezer Dogmush, probably the battle of the round that we're going to see. Liem, the 3-time Grandmaster Triathlon Biel champion, against Matthias Blubaum. First time for him at the Biel, but doing great so far. The winner of the Chess 960 event. Aydin Soleimanli with the white pieces. The last person to join the field is facing Jose Martinez, who is not doing so well because yesterday he lost to Liem.
And it's also going to be an excellent opportunity for the last players in the rankings try to score some more points. If we talk about the Generations Challenges tournament, Václav Finik today is going to take on Alexandra Kostyniuk, who, by the way, plays the second game in a row with the black color. It didn't really stop her to score a victory yesterday. Vaishali, the World Championship challenger, who's going to face on Juven June later in a World Championship match. She's going to take on today Carissa Yup in an all-ladies match. And finally, we have Marco Materia against Xiao Tong. Very important matchup for the overall rankings.
You know, Arturs, every day some crazy matchups that we see, and the format that we have of the event is definitely something what pushes the player. 4 points for the victory, 1.5 points for a draw. You don't want to make so many draws, but we see players getting seated. It's Levon Aronian, the current leader of the tournament, against Yezer Dogmush, for whom the tournament have not been so much fun. Rapid section, he finished as the last, and we have seen him yesterday struggling against Matthias Blubaum, but he had a winning chance at this crazy time travel portion of the game, but now he's facing Levon. Will he able to strike back and shake up the leaderboard? What do you say, Arturs?
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a fun match because both players are very ambitious. If we speak about the prior encounters over the board, so here in Biel, Aronian won the rapid game with the black color, but then there was another classical game I'm going to talk about a bit later. Here we see more players are getting seated. Vaishali here against Carissa Yup. Very principled battle. There we have Liem, the 3-time tournament winner, against the recent FIDE candidates participant Matthias Blubaum. Wow, so many games to follow.
So many games and so much action. One more time, it's going to be very important for the players. Try to score the extra points, because if you play 2 draws, you get only 3 points. But if you have 1 win, it's 4 points, 1 point more. And we have the first move on the board of Levon Aronian against Yezer Dogmush. He opted out for 1d4.
D4 is probably one of his main contentions lately. I think nowadays all the best players in the world, they play pretty much equal amount of share of d4, e4 or c4 or knight of 3 to be unpredictable. Speaking about the prior encounters over the board in classical chess, they have made only one encounter before, which was last year in 2025 FIDE Grand Swiss, where Erdomus defeated Aronian with the white color. That's why here for Aronian, of course, it's a chance for a payback. I'm not sure he's really thinking about it, but that's the only result they have in classical chess so far.
And yeah, definitely very important for Yes, at the same time for Levon, to win this game, for Levon to extend his lead, for Yes to come back after the struggles that he had. I mean, I still remember, in my memory, the game that he played against Aydin Suleimanli in Chess 960, that he lost that game, which he was completely winning. And then, the tournament somehow didn't go well. But yesterday, he recovered. It was a draw, of course, in the eventful draw, but today it's a new game, and the player, of course, of such a level, he knows how to continue playing.
I'm pretty sure here Domush knows that there's many legal moves here. He was just trying to recollect very quickly what was his home prep, because the one thing we are not seeing on screen are those countless hours of preparation the players spend working with engines, with professional softwares like ChessSpace. I mean, nowadays there's even a lot of more tools. Like I was recently shown some websites where you can, even without ChessSpace, you can prepare in classical chess, rapid, blitz, in online, build trees and everything. There's so many tools. These things are exploding right now, and for chess professionals, they just choose to work with them.
And if we talk about the earlier times, when the players, in order to prepare, they had to carry extra one or maybe two suitcases of the books with them, just to prepare in the chessboard. Of course, now it's crazy times where every single person, can just buy some course, become, a chess player, and just even stand a chance against the grandmaster. And it's very good that the information became so accessible. But what we had here on the board, first of all, Levon went for this knight f3. The idea is not to allow the Nimzo Indian, but bishop b4. Yes.
Yeah, bishop b4. It's again, we're seeing the return of this move. I think we already saw it yesterday between Václav Finek against Marco Materia. Must be some new trend, because this is the Bogo Indian. It keeps appearing, disappearing, returning, and again being gone after some time. But bishop d2 and queen x on d2 is, sort of a move. Yeah, so white has a possibility here. If you go back after bishop b4 check, white can choose between knight c3, allowing some Nimzo setups. White can play knight e2 to play a3 for the bishop here. So here Levon played bishop d2, and I think that either c5, queen e7, or a5, they're more played continuations, but here apparently Domush has a bit different idea.
And c5 is what happened in the game of Marco Materia against Václav Finek, so that continuation went. But Jezer Dogmush doesn't want to create any kind of pawn on b4, but playing pretty classically with a d5. Now we might anytime see some kind of Carlsbad pawn structure, but d3, we're getting some kind of Catalan vibes in this position.
Yeah. It looks like Catalan, and Levon played it very quickly. The Catalan has been for many, many years one of the most popular, solid setups, and I'm pretty sure that very early on the Armenian Super Grandmaster is going to show us some new twist. The players are really well within their prep right now, so I think it's also a good opportunity for us to go full screen of all the other games and see what were the choices in both Masters and Generation Challengers for both players.
And what I see instantly is in top left corner, there is this very thematic and theoretical line where we are having Carlsbad pawn structure and this endgame, which I think one of the most famous and first games that played, it was Magnus Carlsen against Kramnik, where Magnus managed to squeeze a win in that endgame, pointing out that those pawns on the f-file are very weak. So we're seeing there some very big preparation. I don't think that this position is final for both of the players. Everyone knows many moves in this position being played, and I think maybe in a few moves they just only start their real game. What do you think about it, Arturs?
Yeah, I'm going to talk a lot about it because this is something I immediately recognize. Matthias Bluban played in the candidates against Anish Giri, right? So this is a very topical topic. There's many interesting things to talk about. But first, let's focus on what we're seeing here also in the other boards. I didn't select Mali against Jose Martinez. That's the top left corner. This is some sort of a classical Catalan. I think this line is a bit obsolete these days, and the word is that white is quite fine. But again, like everything is being reevaluated over some time. Václav Finek against Alexandra Kostyuk over left corner. This is some Queen's Indian, yeah, with Queen E7 and early Bishop B4 check. By Shali against Carissa. Again, Bishop B. How many Bishop B4 checks are we going to get there?
So we had at least 3. And in Matthias Blubaum's game, he just played Bishop B4. It was not a check, but Bishop is on B4. So we have 4 games out of 6 where Bishop was on B4.
All right. So, yeah, that's the lower middle board, of course. Finally, we have Marco Batteri against Xiao Tong. It is, I think it's a London on the board, one of those interesting lines. Definitely we're going to talk about it also in detail. So, yeah, maybe let's go to the game of Lim Le against Bluebaum because this is something I recognize.
Yeah, definitely. And the players already traded the queens. Let's, I think, start from the beginning and show where is it coming from. What I know that this line, when at the beginning it was played, yeah, Magnus was beating Kramnik in this line. Everyone was telling, oh, this is so great, such a great endgame for white, and white is like almost winning. You know, there was this strategic idea. But now everything changed. You can play this line.
This is the so-called Queen's Gambit declined cost-but structure, or the exchange variation. Just recently, a couple of months ago, I think I made. Was a couple of months ago, yeah. I think I made a couple of hour long video on my YouTube channel. If you want, go check it out. But the point is, this entire sequence of E3, it's one of the most researched openings in the last 100 years. Yeah, so it started at I think it was 1924 Karlsbad Super Tournament, where whoever was the first one who played it at that time, the setup that everybody started to copy it, and since then the theory has evolved to like what we're seeing right now. Black has many choices here. I think the most accurate here, according to modern theory, is to play h6, but bishop f5. It's also a very committal idea because black does not want white to early get the bishop on d3, queen c2, and white is pretty much playing against this flat square bishop. So black says, okay, you know, I'm going to immediately fix the problem. And here, white has a choice. Like this queen f3, it's not a mandatory move. And by the way, in this video that I mentioned, I don't even recommend this because this entire sequence, bishop g6, takes on f6, queen takes on f6, g takes on f6. Angelica, you mentioned, of course, this very famous game of Aronian against Kramnik. But the word is that black is very solid. It's very, very difficult to break this. And there's many ideas. I mean, players have tried to break it for decades. Like they have tried to play h4, knight h3, knight f4. They have tried to play knight f3, knight h4, g3, knight e2, knight f4. They have tried to play king d2, bishop d3. Some people even have tried to play f4, f5. And this just very recent game in the FIDE Candidates tournament where Matthias Bluban was playing with black against Anish Giri, one of the best prepared players in the world. Anish was unable to pose any problems to Giri. That's why personally myself, what I really like here is the move knight g to e2, which I think is a bit more modern, play knight g3, bishop d3. But again, of course, I'm not going to question the prep of Lim Le, who definitely has some deeper ideas here.
Definitely, and well, this queen f3 move is kind of the way you would like to punish this move of bishop f5. This is what usually you would say, because normally the problem of black is development of the slide squared bishop, and many times when black is developing it's too early, there should be something, and this used to be always the way of the punishment of this move. But of course, Lim Le, as we knew yesterday from his preparation, I think also Matthias should be very worried about his preparation for today, because he's coming prepared to the rapid, he's coming prepared now for the classical. And well, of course, he's going for this weak pawns, but as I know from black, if you get your knight to d6, so there are many maneuvers, knight d7, knight b6, knight c8, knight d6, then you don't really have issue, because if White is managing to put something on the f5 to take control of the f5 square, then it's not going to be so easy for Black. But I think once the knight reaches this d6 square, it's all equal.
Yeah, according to an engine, it's some small advantage, but it just really tends to disappear at some point. Here, Limle played knight f3, knight h4, f3. Yeah, this is one of the attempts, I think, how White sometimes does. I don't immediately recall this because I think that the main idea was still something like g3, either bishop h3 or king d2, bishop d3, try to occupy this f5 square. But here, White has something else in his mind.
There are also some crazy ideas of bringing the rook somehow to the f file, like via h4, rook h3, rook, like some kind of crazy ideas. But of course, as we see here, Liem is opting out for this. And king f2, stepping away now from the pin. And as we see, also knight is going to b6, so I expect it goes to I mean, if you go to c4, you have to anticipate take on c4. So I would assume knight c8, knight d6 is a plan. What would you say?
It's possible. I'm not entirely sure yet because, yeah, sometimes you can get there through, obviously, the c4 square. You have to watch out for the capture on c4. But I think that Bluebam is really well prepared here because when you enter a FIDE candidates tournament, you know everything about these positions. And he already, like I already said, played this against Anish Giri. So that's why here I think that the Vietnamese Grandmaster just decided to come up with some fresher idea. I don't immediately recall how many games there were in the database because there's like 10 plans that White typically tries here. But he definitely has an idea. Matthias has sort of figured it out, and right now Limle is thinking maybe his idea is to play early rook d1, bishop d3, as you said, Angelika, try to occupy this f5 square, but I think knight c8, knight e6 is definitely coming.
First, regarding your question about the games in database, I just wanted to double check. Apparently the king f2, okay, maybe there were like some similar kind of positions, but exactly the same position. After e5 happened only in one game. It was Levon Aronian against Evander Liem. And king f2 was never played, so there was a move rook c1. So king f2 is something what Liem prepared at home. And from this moment on, we are having already completely new position, at least from the Masters game. I mean, like overall top-rated games. Of course, there might be still some games in databases of the games which you're playing, you know, for a long period of time. But my question is, what if White is going to play like after, for example, Black wants to go for knight c8, knight d6? There is an idea for White to play knight e2, just stepping away with the knight. And my point is, whenever the other knight is coming to d6, you can just try to trap the bishop on b4 with a3 move. So just step away with the knight, and just a3 would be a threat. And that's why the knight cannot get to d6.
I don't know. Like, I think it's a bit too early to tell. Whatever is his setup, I just know the typical maneuvers. Speaking about the novelty, actual novelty, again, I wouldn't really read too much into this because these move orders are really similar. Like, I definitely recognize some positions with the pawn on g3, sometimes White plays like g3, knight g2, knight f4, h4, h5. That's an idea I recall. I don't know what kind of setup here Limle is planning. Maybe he wants to put the rook on d3, then continue rook d1, bishop d3. You continue your idea with knight e2, knight f4, or in this game, Magnus Carlsen against Kramnik, I think Magnus somehow managed to get the knight on f5. I think it worked like something like this, again with a different move order. Everything looks so similar here, but the players are taking the first thought.
Yeah, Limle is taking his time, and while he does so, I suggest to pull up the overview of the round number 2 of the classical tournament of the Grandmaster Triathlon here in Biel. And well, we also have one more game we haven't checked so closely from the Masters. It's Aydin Suleiman Lee against Jose Martinez. It's in the bottom right corner. Other games, I don't see something major is happening in the Generations Challenge. Not much changes from what we've seen earlier. But I suggest to go to Aydin against Jose.
Let's do that. We have some sort of a classical Catalan on the board. White is aiming for the so-called minimal grammar advantage, which is the bishop pair. Knight h4 not only threatens to win pawn on c6, but also he is about to capture the bishop on g6. I would like to go back a bit to the opening phase and see how it got there. By the way, there's this one thing I would like to address. You notice that Liem against Matthias Blaubaum and also Aydin Soleimanli, they play c4, e6, g3, d5, and bishop g2. So this is something I would like to explain why this is happening, because I have played the same setup from the white's perspective many years, and one of the big ideas is that white still wants to play d4, but he's avoiding certain setups. And with this move order after g3, d5, bishop g2, white is trying to effectively avoid the early bishop b4 check in the Catalan. Check this out. So knight f6, knight f3, bishop e7, boom, d4. So black immediately is missing out the opportunity to give you this early check bishop b4, and then you play either knight e2, bishop d2, or knight c3, go back with the bishop, and we have a completely different position. So it's a very, very trendy thing, but of course, it's still the principle. You close some doors, you always open the new ones, and the players, especially at the competitive level, they really like to navigate in these move orders to try to trick the opposition.
Yeah, and what white is allowing in return is pushing d4 for black. So this also, I think, what happened in one of the games, the candidates, famous one, I think round one, Hikaru against Fabiano, where there was some crazy idea from Fabiano in the opening, and he won that game. But of course, as we see, Jose Martinez is not going for it. And after bishop developed, it's such smart idea just to use the time and to push for d4, because black will not spend time on extra bishop b4, and here we have castled.
Yeah, castle, so now we have typical open Catalan positions. D takes on c4, queen a4, okay, that's an older move. I think a4 these days is like the main continuation. Knight e5, also there's some fresh ideas, but it's supposedly harmless for black. So queen a4, a6, queen c4, b5, queen c2, bishop b7, bishop d2. I remember, Angelika, this was quite popular like in the beginning of 2000s or something, when maybe Levon was playing with Kramnik, Morozevich, etc. So this was like one of the top continuations back then. But these days, I think the word is that black is supposedly fine. Queen c1, retreating.
Very interesting, developing the bishop to d2, now queen c1.
Yeah, the idea of this bishop d2 is to open up the c1 square for the rook. And sometimes white plays bishop a5. Try to apply some pressure here, and if you give me the opportunity, maybe I can even play b4. And pretty much the struggle that both players are trying to accomplish is black wants to play c5, and white wants to stop it.
Yeah, and definitely that would work against it. So what we had in the game, bishop e4. I'm just wondering about this maneuver, Arturs, because black played bishop e4, queen stepped away, and black played c6. Isn't it in some way blocking the bishop from returning back, or bishop will never want to return back, and there will be no opportunity to trap it?
Well, I don't remember the actual theory here, but the point is, if you would go back bishop b7, then white has essentially won a tempo. For queen c2, queen c1, you see the queen is not on d1. White could continue something like rook d1, or maybe, again, think about the bishop a5 idea. This pawn could be potentially under attack. And that's why here Martinez says, okay, my bishop is going to go to the other diagonal. I'm going to make sure that bishop a5 is not going to happen. And of course, in the long run, he's still dreaming about the c5 push.
That's a very interesting idea. Yeah, you want to remaneuver your bishop completely on the other side, and it's going to work there. It looks very creative, but of course, probably one of the topical idea. And of course, now the white can never play with the knight away, bring the knight away from the f3 square, because the bishops will be always traded.
Yeah, and then I think black immediately solves the problems. So knight c3, bishop g6, knight h4, hitting the pawn, hitting the bishop, and black played rook c8. No, I think that Soleimanli should be pretty happy with the position, because this is the the so-called bishop pair, one of the favorite advantages for any chess professional, because when you think in the long run, the position, any position you are playing, it's going to open up at some point, and the bishops best operate in open position. So that's why I'm pretty sure that Suleimanli is going to just snatch the bishop here on g6 and play the long game.
But in return, black has opportunity very soon to push the c5. And what I know about it, when black is pushing the c5, managing this breakthrough, we can almost say that black is equalizing the position, because pawns are most likely going to be traded on d4 and c5, and then black will no longer have this bad pawn on the c file. Or you wouldn't say so?
I don't know. It depends. Like, I agree about the idea in general, but let me just show you. Let's lay one sample line. I don't know how accurate is this. Let's say takes, takes. White continues with something like a takes. I don't know if c takes is a possibility, but let's say black takes. A takes on b5. For example, I play rook d1, you play something like whatever, queen b6, I walk away, maybe I defend the pawn. And even if you do get to play the c5, okay, here apparently I played not the best setup, black immediately equalized. Black might be still suffering because of this long diagonal. Yeah, this let's go bishop suddenly opens up, white could take it, try to apply some pressure here. But in general, yeah, I think you're right, that c5 is still, even in this position, black's idea.
But we might see that Aydin will have this bishop pair advantage, and expecting him to snatch the bishop on the g6 square. While he's taking time to see what he's doing, I would suggest to go and check what is happening in the Generations Challenge tournament. And it's all the boards which are in the bottom. Or do we see some updates from the Masters? Don't see really much in the top middle board. Levon Aronian against Yezer Dogmuz. I think not a single move has been played. What we've checked in the top left corner, only one move was played, rook c1. So what's happening in the Generations Challenge, Arturs?
We have the d6 move from Alexander Kostanyuk against Václav Finek, lower left corner. I think that's the game we're definitely going to go next. Vaishali against Carissa Yip, that's the lower middle board. There's an immediate e5 push, so this means that the structure is going to change immediately. And Marco Materia against Xiao Tong, that's the lower right corner. We have the London, which we yet haven't discussed. So maybe let's go to the game of Finek against Kostanyuk, and let's see where that pace is going to take us.
Yeah, let's go there, and we see immediately the pawn structure, which resembles the queen's Indian defense. And the bishop is developed on the b7, but let's see how it all started. Which moves was first?
It was d4. Okay, this
we
time...
We have a lot of d4s today.
I mean, not all of them. There's c4, yeah?
Yeah, c4.
c4 and then transpose to d4, but this time there are no tricks here. Just, okay, d4, c4, fine. All of this is good. There's the bishop b4 move. Bishop d2, queen e7. Yeah, like this is one of the ideas how black is defending the bishop, hitting two pawns, so white cannot really take immediately. g3, by the way, same idea that Aronian played in his game against Erdomus. This is like one of the most favorite setups for competitive players. They know that Catalan setup is pretty dangerous. b6, bishop g2, bishop b7, black is countering the bishop on g2. Captures, captures, d6. Okay.
Now it's a big question, yeah? d6 has been played. We've seen briefly in the overview that e5 push was played in one of the games. I think Carissa pushed it against Vaishali. And, well, here is black trying to prepare for the same, pushing for e5, or first castling and deciding what to do?
I have a small confession to make. Can I confess?
Of course.
I
always.
do not like these positions for black.
Okay.
You know why?
Why?
Because I played the queens in defense my entire life. From the black's perspective, either with the bishop on e7, I played my fair share of bishop b4s, but I came not to really like these positions. Let me explain why. So first and foremost, what does white want to accomplish in this position? White's dream idea is to play knight c3 and somehow push e4. If white does this, black is worse, solidly worse. But there's a catch. As soon as white plays knight c3, black is not going to sit around because let's say you play short castle, I'm going to play, let's say, rook e1, black is silly enough to play knight e7, I play e4, space advantage, you still the evaluation bar immediately goes up, white has a better position, you play e5, I play d5, and you would think that this is probably some dream position in the king's Indian defense. No, engine still favors white. Yeah, and the bishop on b7 for black is misplaced. But there's a catch, as already said, that after knight c3, black can play knight e4, which is a very common maneuver for the queen's Indian defense. And the word is, if this trade happens, black is all right, because he's going to play like f5, knight e7, knight f6, be very solid. By the way, engine still likes white, which is another reason why I don't like this for black. And this is why white is playing tricks here. So sometimes white plays rook e1 to prepare to play knight c3. Sometimes white plays queen d3 to prepare knight c3. Sometimes white plays queen f4 to play knight c3. So I wouldn't be really surprised if Finnick would play queen d3 here. Let's say I want to play knight c3 and e4 next. Black would play bishop e4, queen e3. A bit awkward move. But the point is, I still trick you, and I still get to play queen e3 and e4.
Wow, many trickery ideas here from white, but at the same time, Alexandra has not spent any time almost on the move, so she's right now with 1 hour 59, almost 59 minutes, while Václav was the one who was spending moves. So this is something what Alexandra was preparing, so I assume she wanted to get this position as she was playing the moves so fast, or what's your approach? Because, I mean, if we judge from the clock, it's Václav who is surprised in this opening.
Well, I think he's just choosing, to be honest. I think he has no reason to complain about his position. I'm pretty sure he knows that Stockfish favors his position because you can work with these positions. Okay, maybe not exactly this one, but you know what are the plans. And I think he's just trying to figure out. I don't think he's going to play knight c3. He's choosing between queen e3, queen f4. And maybe he is playing for some tricks. Like, there could be also this idea, rook e1. You play short castle, and sometimes in the Queen's Indian you have access to knight c3, knight e4, queen c2, knight x on c3. I have a feeling that this is not a position, but sometimes, oh, you do have
This
it.
is
Oh,
a
there you go.
position, wow.
You do have it. Okay, so I didn't really know. I just randomly played it, and it works also here. But the point is, yeah, sometimes you have some ideas here with bishop takes on b7, and the rook on e1 is defending the pawn on e2 against this intermezzo check. Because let me explain my quantum physics theory here. After knight e2 check, you can take on e2, and there's no king h1 because I'm going to take on g2 with a check.
Okay, so that's why you need...
Part of the complexity.
No, it makes perfect sense, of course, because otherwise there would be a checkmate on h7. Otherwise, there is no checkmate on h7. So yeah, very, very important. This rook e1, very tricky move, which probably Václav is also considering. Knight f3, knight c3 is also a very logical move, but as you're mentioning, knight e4.
He's never going to play knight
He's
c3.
not
No, I
going
don't
to.
think so. Not here. Not here.
Not here. Okay, and he's still taking time. Arturs, what do you say? Let's immediately maybe jump into the next game of the Generations Challenge. The one that we were discussing, it's Vaishali against Carissa, the top, ladies match that we have today. And Carissa recently pushed for e5, but now goes with a a5.
Yeah, let's again quickly check. It seems to be that the starting moves are exactly the same. Okay, early g3, early g3. I think these are again some mind games really here. It really depends against who you are playing, because the word again is that against g3 very often one of the best continuations is to play c5, because this is not the best Benoni setup you can possibly play. But not everybody plays the Benoni. So you play g3 maybe against somebody who doesn't play the Benoni himself. So that's why you play g3. You could have started with knight f3, but you play g3. You know your opponent doesn't play the Benoni. And after bishop b4, bishop d2, you have, okay, now you have knight f3. We still transposed the game of Kostanyuk against
Václav Finnick.
Václav Finnick, yeah, but here's something else. Knight f to d2.
So we have exactly the same position, but Vaishali recaptured with a knight f to d2. So what is her idea? Does she want to keep the knight from b1 to develop on c3? And that's why she took with the other knight, which was already developed, because normally there is a rule in the opening, you don't want to develop your piece twice, like you don't want to play your piece which you already developed second time, but there should be some concrete idea here.
Wow, I love it. You know, I'm looking at this, the more I'm looking at this, I love this move, because I think I understand what she wants. So she wants to push e4 immediately. Let's say black plays castles, e4, d6, knight c3, e5, d5. Because, I mean, these positions, again, we already talked about this today. Black doesn't have the darks with bishop, but you know that Angel likes you. You do know this, because there's space advantage and everything, and Vaishali wants to go to this position. But if black tries to stop you, and black plays d5, then you get the Catalan that Aronian is trying to play against Erdomush. And again, in these positions, should the position open up, black is struggling with this his light square bishop. Let me again show you a couple of moves. Even if you get a symmetrical position on the board, it's not necessarily equal.
Knight f takes to d2 has been played only in 18 games of the top players. Overall, there are around 1,130 positions that were played here, and most of the players took with a queen, as we've seen in the game of Levon Aronian, and 200 games knight b takes on d2, because it looks logical. You develop your piece and you take it, but knight f takes on d2 only in 18 games, and Vaishali opted out for it. A very interesting approach.
The only thing which is not entirely clear to me, why not knight b to d2? I think she wants to get a position where she wants to play e4 and f3 and potentially put the bishop on d3, because perhaps on g2 is not going to do anything. So these are some nuances, but I also like how Carissa responded, because instead of the automatic shoot castle, she played d6, she played e5. It seems like a very principled way to play. And there you go. The players are immediately into this position. So it's going to be a very interesting struggle. Both players like this position. So white wants to get this position. White wants to play e4, play for space. Early a3, engine slightly doesn't like it. But ultimately, the big idea for white is to engage some sort of a play at the queen side.
What a clash we are going to have. Space advantage versus, some breaks of the pawn structures from Carissa. We have one more game we haven't yet checked yet. Arturs suggests immediately to go there. Marco Materia against Kongresshaus. It's the game of the Generations Challenge. And we were discussing it when we saw the overview, that it's a London system. We see the pawn structure is symmetrical because we have A, B pawns. There are no C pawns in the position. But what are these pawns of f6 and g6 are doing? And there is not a bishop on g7, but usually you expect to have fianchetto with a bishop on g7, but you have the knight being fianchettoed.
All right, let's go to the very beginning. I mean, about the London system, I could talk about hours for hours. Yeah, so it's one of the most complex, most interesting positional setups that white can play. Bishop before, also, by the way, one of the absolute favorite weapons for Gatakamsky, who was a frequent guest here in Biel. He really loved it, has made a career out of it. So this e5, c5, knight e2, these are one of the choices. Black has many setups here. You know, black can play bishop d6, black can play knight c6, black can play queen b6. Let's just maybe focus on what we're seeing here. c3, knight h5, you want to eliminate the bishop. That's why white says,
no, sir.
No, sir. Only if we trade the bishops. Black plays f6. You know, it's very interesting because those people who have played the Semislav or the Slav, you look at the position and it's like, wait, I've seen this before. It's essentially the same position with colors reversed, where you're trying to do the same, but from the white's perspective, you're trying to get black's bishop. So black wants to win this bishop at h4 at all costs.
Yeah, and we can see that bishop goes to e2. So there could be some ideas of x-raying the knight on h5, but now black goes for the trade on d4. Usually you do it whenever the knight from b1 is already developed.
And it's also a very smart moment to take, because let's say it happens later. you play bishop e7, for example, knight g7. I don't know what happens here. Let's say bishop g3, knight f5, castles. You take on g3, you take on g3. Let's say you decide to take on d4. White very often takes with e pawn.
And then e6 pawn potentially could be a weakness.
Exactly. So you have some counterplay here at the e-file. Black could still play e5. Again, the pawn structure changes. We have a hanging pawn structure. So there's a lot of nuances here, and I really like this moment when Shao took on d4, because you see e takes on the d4 will be met with knight f4, and black is going to eliminate your last square bishop.
Yeah, so that was a perfect timing that he played. But looking also again at the clock situation, Marco was ready for it. And then after bishop e7, rook c1, there is an open file. Of course, white wants to get it. And I believe there is some issue with the light squared bishop for Tong Shao on c8. Not clear how he's going to fix it. But knight f5, meanwhile, trying to grab the bishop.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to succeed. It's very interesting. Like, I love these big discussions between two players. Both of them are probably pretty happy with the position. Black is happy. I have the bishop here. I'm thinking long term. I might take over the game. White is happy because he has no weaknesses. He has some pressure at the queen side. And ultimately, like within 2 or 3 hours, we're going to see who was right.
Definitely. And this is also a good moment for us to go on our very first break. We have seen in all the games, by the way, there was a d4 plate, and many of them went for the fianchetto on the king side with the bishop g2. But the action is just starting. We're just in the opening phase. Dear viewers, please take a break to have a refreshment, bring a snack, and we're going to continue from Biel round 2 of the classical portion of our Grandmaster Triathlon. See you in a few minutes.
First of all, let me say a word about Biel. I mean, this is the annual chess festival. It's a wonderful event. So many different sections, whether you're playing in a youth tournament, a seniors tournament. There's a Masters Open, which is has a very strong entry, actually. There's an Amateurs Open, there's Fisher Random tournaments, there's a Doctors Tournament, Simmels, problem solving, all kinds of tournaments going on, and it's in a really great location, the Kongresshaus in Biel, and of course the location of the city of Biel itself is wonderful. There's a beautiful lake there. There are the hills. I used to love walking up into the hills. I never actually played there. It always clashed with the British Championship. That was the problem. But I have been a commentator at the Biel Chess Festival over several years and always really enjoyed it. It's just a wonderful atmosphere. So maybe next year, do check it out.
3 wollte Orange höher im Markt positionieren und hat Partner gesucht für Werke.
The standard Swiss industry said, oh no, I don't want to work with you.
It's a high level of watchmaking and micromechanics.
Ich bin zwar Uhrmacher gelernt, aber man lernt in der Ausbildung nicht von null weg ein Uhrwerk zu bauen.
Noise began to build about this little company in Switzerland.
I would have told them, don't try this, it's never going to work.
At the end of the day, precision is the art.
Aber es muss besser als Swiss sein. Das ist nicht wegen Arroganz, das ist die Voraussetzung. Sonst überleben wir nicht.
For nearly 60 years, the Biel International Chess Festival has brought together the best chess players and chess lovers from all the continents. Next year, we celebrate our 60th anniversary. Help us make it unforgettable. With your contribution, you can help us make the 60th anniversary of the Biel Chess Festival truly special, to invite one of the dream guests to Biel and have some surprises.
See you next year.
Welcome back, dear viewers. The round 2 of the classical portion is just heating up here of Grandmaster Triathlon in the Biel Chess Festival. We hope you enjoyed the video. Next year we're going to have the 60th anniversary of the Biel Chess Festival, and if you can and afford, we would love to make it happen more effective and more exceptional, because some surprise guests might come to Biel.
Yep, we're going to see who they might be, but the round is ongoing here, the second round of the classical tournament, so let's get back in the action. This is the second event of the triathlon, of the main events, Masters and Challengers Triathlon. So I think we left with the game of Aronian against Cezar Domus. I think that's the game we want to check next, because I see, Angelica, there's a major development here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Neiksans on c4.
Ooh, so Cezar Domus decides to take on c4. I suggest to go straight to the game and see what happened and why did he decide to take on the c4 immediately.
All right. And also I do see that Fidek against Alexander Kosenyuk, there's an e4 push in the center. Definitely we're going to check that. Yeah, but now we're going to the game of Aronian against Domus and try to understand where exactly lies the compensation for white for the missing pawn, because Domus just took the pawn on c4 and he says, go prove your compensation.
Another big question is, how are you going to recapture the pawn? Because b5 is going to be easily played after some moves like knight a3 attacking the pawn, or rook c1. So how do you do it? Or you play rook c1 after b5. Do you have a4? By the way, someone breaking those pawns?
Well, I think the first question I would probably want to figure out, do you need a pawn? Because very often in the Queen's Gambit accepted or declined positions, when you play c4, you are mentally ready to give up the pawn on c4, especially if the knight stands on c3. So here, d-takes on c4, it's an invitation to a war. Like Lex says, okay, let's do it. Let's have some fun. And as you said, Angelica, you're right. Yeah, for example, if you play something like rook c1, black could try to play b5. Very often here, maybe white tries to play something like a4 or knight e5, looks very tempting, try to apply some pressure. Also, very common maneuvers here involve something like b3, just giving up the pawn, but playing the longer game, that's a weakness. I'm going to somehow get the knight on c5, maybe b4, knight e2, knight b3, knight c5. Okay, I'm down a pawn, but you have some problems with the coordination of your pieces. So this is one direction that the Aronian could take, and the second direction is just ignore the pawn completely and play for e4, e5, and some kingside attack.
That's also definitely possible, and maybe one of the questions which our viewers might have, why cannot white immediately play knight e5? Okay.
Yeah, first, I'm definitely going to answer that. Why not knight e5? But this is one of the positions that white very often is trying to accomplish. Something like this. I want to play knight e4. I want to play h4. I want to dominate the dark squares. You take on c3, I take it. I play h4. I play knight g5. I'm down a pawn, but I have some compensation. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, and big attack, and also bishop on b7 is completely closed, so not so easy to bring the pieces for black.
Right. Yeah, it really depends on what happens here, but this is a pretty big decision for Aronian. Like, is he really going to take this pawn here, or is it go e4, e5? And then you said the idea about knight e5. Why not?
I mean, it is possible, but okay, the main point is that b5 doesn't work anymore, but I think for black there is...
it does work. You can give it up. Yeah.
Okay.
You can give it up and play rook b8 and play bishop b7 or queen d6, and you have a pretty great position. No, knight e5 is definitely a thing. Knight e5, I think black does play b5 because, let's say in this position, you play knight e7, then you just took on c4 for no good reason. Because now this is a weakness, the bishop here is pretty bad. If you play c5, this is not equal position because the big difference here is the black's bishop on c8 is really terrible. White's advantage becomes very apparent. So that's why after knight e5,
I was wondering if c5 can be played.
here,
Yeah.
I'm
For
going to
black.
take it.
And then queen c7.
Yeah, but that's the same.
The same, okay.
It's more or less the same. Again, black is, again, I don't know how accurate is this. Black is having some problems in these symmetrical positions. Very, I mean, beautiful Catalan, typical position for white. I have a feeling, Angelica, what could happen here, what Aronian is thinking about, he's thinking about knight e5, b5, and some sort of a a4 move, or he's thinking about this position and trying to understand, does he like it? He's thinking about rook c1, and then he's thinking about ignoring the pawn on c4 altogether, like maybe even some sort of a queen f4. Queen f4, e4, e5, knight c3, h4, knight e4, etc. I don't know what is in Aronian's mind right now.
Yeah, and we are getting also some help from our producer in some of the lines. So in case of knight a3, there is a b5 immediate, that's what we were shortly discussing. And after b3, cb3, knight e5. Wow. Sacrificing one more pawn and then targeting the pawn on c6.
Yeah. This is also something we cannot rule out, that there might be some tactical tricks. I do think, though, that normally they play first a4 and then play knight a3, so that there's no b5. Because now, in some lines, like you see after knight a3, black has some difficulties to play b5. And if you do play b5 here, then it's entirely possible that you might have some issues on this diagonal. And again, I think we're going to go to something very similar, like this e4, e5, h4, queen f4, go for the attack, you're down a pawn. Super interesting.
So many lines right now are happening in the head of our players, Levon Aronian and Jezer Dogmush. They're trying to anticipate all of the lines. By the way, what is Jezer doing there? What is this pose that he's sitting and thinking a little bit differently? He removed the glasses. That's what we also saw in some parts of the Rapid tournament when he realized that, he just needed more power. He just removed the glasses, and now he's trying to fix.
Maybe he had a bad sleep last night.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Everything is possible. But what was yesterday? Yesterday he had a big chance against Matthias Blubaum. Maybe he realized that, he didn't use it. Okay.
Yeah, this is the one thing that we never know. We can only speculate. It's very clear that yes, here is the fight. Lately, he's been in great shape. Okay, here in Biel, he's been struggling a bit in the rapid section especially, but he did defeat the former world champion Veselin Topalov in a classical match, 5-1. And this allowed him to climb in the 27th ELO club, breaking all the records. He is like the youngest ever to do it, and even the greatest player of all times, Magnus Carlsen, has said that's the play to watch out for. And Jezer is not hiding his ambitions, like he wants to go further, being currently coached by the legendary Azerbaijani grandmaster Shahryar Mamedyarov. I think there's also another coach who is helping him. Pardon me, I don't immediately remember who, but he definitely has a great team. He's backed by a sponsor, so he's very serious.
And we also see on the board he's very ambitious, just taking the pawn, and saying, Levon, show me what you want to do. And we see a4 is on the board. He might go for the idea which you mentioned, Arturs, playing a4 and then going for knight a3, picking up the pawn. He doesn't go for the approach of immediately pushing this e4 pawn with rook e1, e4, e5, but he blocks the b5 opportunity. What do you take from his choice?
I think it's a great choice. Maybe Aronian has not yet fully decided what he's going to do. Like a4 is not going to hurt his chances. He just first wants to see what black's going to do. He tries to stop b5, applies some pressure. Maybe in these positions, he's still going to take on b5. His rook is going to be active. He's not fully decided. Does he want to go for the pawn on c4 or go for the e4, e5 idea or go for the knight e5 idea? It's just a good move, and then see what happens.
And now it's time to find the move in this position. So while he's taking his time, I suggest we go to our overview and see what else has been happening while we're also on a break. I see some updates in the game of Liem against Matthias Bluebaum. Quite some moves have been incoming. Liem managed to bring the knight to the f4 square. That's very interesting to see how he has done it. Other than that, on the game Aydin against Jose Martinez, there are already some pawns that have been traded on the C and A files. Do we see any updates from the Generations Challenge, Arturs?
Yeah, so there's this Václav game against Alexander Kostanyuk, where White has the pawn center, and Kostanyuk just decided to counter it with the e5 push. We have quite a similar structure, by the way, in the game Vaishali against Carissa, where I'm pretty sure that also Václav is going to play d5, exactly what's happening in Vaishali's game, so players can have a look at the other boards and take some notes, maybe. And there's the London game between Marco Materia against Shatong. It does look like the exchange Slav a bit. White has a bit some pressure, but ultimately it's more or less balanced. But yeah, let's go to the game of Liem against Bluebaum and see what are the changes and where the game is taking us.
And that's an interesting point, Arturs, that you're saying, since all the games are going into the d4 kind of openings, many of them with the bishop on g2, so this actually an idea for some players, to see, what did the other player went in the other tournament, Masters or the other Generations Challenge, and see and compare. And that's also, I think, very interesting for us to see how, from many different angle, players are approaching the same positions. But what is going on in this endgame?
Yeah, but what to do? Yeah, because after e4, there's e5. And e4, e5, there's the Petrov, but there's the Lopez, there's the Berlin. It's very hard to crack, and I have played my entire life e4, and every single time somebody plays e5, my heart stops. So d4 is
So e4 is not
solid.
the best by test?
That's my humble opinion. Yeah, I can understand those players. I can understand those players who are choosing d4. But yeah, the second question, what's happening here? We did not really miss many moves. So it was king f2. We saw this position last time. g3, like I already said, I did recognize this from somewhere, not exactly with this move order. Knight e2, knight f4. The idea of g3 is just to, in case, protect the knight. Maybe knight is going here, maybe the bishop is going here. This is not tempo per tempo position. It's a long maneuvering game. Like rook g1, just in case, put the rook at the g file. But even though the relation bar says that white is slightly better, this is more or less the same. And for white to make some sort of a progress, it's got to be some sort of an e4 push at some point. I don't really see what else you can do here.
Yeah, so knight on f4 is standing very beautifully, but I don't see how much is it doing because it's also being restricted by all the pieces from black. Not so clear. You don't really want to take the bishop, yeah? You don't want to restore black's pawn structure, but what is the plan in the position? You would love to control the f5 square, but there is not a single square from where knight can be transposed. But what about the queen side? Is there any idea to bring like knight d3, knight c5 and do something on the queen side? Or
This is the question that players have been facing for the last, I don't know, couple of decades or something. Yeah, maybe a bit less. It's just, yeah, Engine says it's better, but ultimately, how do you make a progress? It would be also very interesting to hear the Vietnamese grandmaster's thoughts, like why he chose this setup. He definitely had an idea he wanted to test. Like we already saw Anish Giri doing exactly this in the FIDE candidates. He just went on to have a game, and then they maneuvered like, for how many moves was it, like 70, 80 moves? They were even having some fun. I remember the FIDE commentators was having fun. The knights were jumping by Anish Giri here and there all the time. Tango left and right and left. Which knight is which? Is it the queen side knight? Is it the king side knight? Who already nobody remembers. But on a serious note, white needs to make some sort of a progress. The progress involves either you control the weaknesses or you make a pawn break. So what do you do it? Where's the weakness?
it's not so clear. How do you
Covered.
do the? Yeah.
Covered, not possible in the short term. What do you do?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Knight on f4, again, is standing very beautifully, but you need to make some changes. You need to make some improvements, and c5 would be a great square to go to. Maybe knight d3, knight c5, attacking the pawn on b7. Maybe trying to provoke some weaknesses so that black is pushing b6.
I think provocation is the only answer. You try to provoke something like knight e3, knight c5, try to provoke b6, or you put the bishop on d3, rook on d1, and try to provoke black to play f5. But let's say black doesn't do nothing. For example, black plays whatever he's planning to do next. Let's say king g7, king h8, and I'm just going to play rook e8, rook d8, rook e8, rook d8. So what do? Maybe something at this quadrant, because if you put the knight on c5, I don't see how you make a progress. So one idea could be maybe bishop d3, rook d1, and go for this b4, b5 idea.
Not sure, and also not clear what's happening in the head of Liem right now in this moment, and what he was trying to aim for. As you were mentioning, I mean, if you play it against someone who played in the Candidates tournament this variation, you should expect some very good preparation. So which line was he expecting? Maybe the Matthias also surprised him in some moment, but yeah, definitely some big questions right now to answer from white. But maybe let's try to make it work. Let's try to make it work.
Yeah, I don't know how he's surprised, to be honest, because like Matthias already played this against Giri, yeah? So all of this was played. All of this is big theory. Many, many big setups. Now, one thing is clear, he definitely had some setup. He definitely wanted to try something, this f3 and king f2, but still Matthias played all the logical moves, put the knight on d6, as you said, Angelica, earlier. Yeah, not to trap the bishop on b4, with a3, retreating with the bishop on e7. White did put the pieces here, and now what?
Everything is very beautiful standing, but yeah, there are two knights on the fourth rank. For black, it's less pieces on the third and on the second rank for them, but...
And this is why I like, Angelica, this knight e2 more. Yeah. And that's why I like this more, this knight e2, knight g3. I know the engine doesn't quite like it, but the point is like here, if you play knight e7, knight g3, bishop g6, bishop d3, you get the knight at f5, and it does feel like more your classical Carlsbad structures. There's definitely downsides to this knight g2. It's more like it's quite trendy, but this queen f3 is the classical move. Of course, Limley knows what he's doing here, but it looks like Matthias here is perfectly in control. He knows this position really well. He definitely did very deep prep during the candidates, and Limley is thinking. He's not yet fully decided what's going to be his setup. Maybe having second thoughts. Who knows?
Maybe now he's thinking, why did I play this opening against Matthias Bilbao, who is fully prepared? But while Liem Le, the three-time Grandmaster Triathlon winner of the Biel Chess Festival, is taking his time, we still have another game in the Masters tournament we haven't checked. Let's straight go to the game. It's Aydin Suleiman Lee against Jose Martinez, a position where the pawn structure is completely symmetrical. Yeah, the A and C files are open. But what happened?
Yeah, we missed a couple of moves. I think it was, we left it here. Takes.
That's what I remember. It was not symmetrical before we left, and suddenly it is.
Oh, wait a second. So he did not take on g6. So here Suleiman Lee played queen d1. Bishop h5. h3, knight d5, knight d5, c takes on d5, and bishop f3. Well, I don't know. Like, I'm guessing. Could it be that he forgot about bishop h5? Because the idea of queen d1 is understandable. You walk away from the c file.
And you prepare...
Some queen b3, rook c1, try to apply some pressure here. Could it be that he simply forgot the black and walk away with the bishop? Because I have a feeling that this was a bit more accurate. Take on g6, and not play queen d1.
Now there is no bishop h5.
Now there's no bishop h5. Black probably still could play some b4. Maybe it's not a lot. b4, Knight
Knight
a4, yeah, c5.
What do you play? Yeah, always some choices, but
I mean, I want to get something like this, even though Engine says it's not a big deal.
okay, but bishop pair in the open position would be really good. Now what you can do if you want to keep the queens, you can play queen e1 even, and then
Queen
step
e1.
away with the bishop.
E3, queen e2 also, yeah. Okay, yeah, maybe I don't understand this position too well, but this queen e1, bishop h5, and h3, and bishop f3, it doesn't look like this was part of the plan. Like he missed it. That's what it feels like.
What does the time say? How much time did he spend after bishop h5?
I can check.
Was he surprised?
I can check.
So at this
Where do I
moment,
check it actually?
it should be on the very right.
Bishop h5 was played in 2 minutes after 4-minute thought.
Okay, so not so clear. Was he expecting or not?
Oh, but then black has no issues here whatsoever. Surprisingly, the engine slightly still favors white. I think there's nothing. Black is very solid, no weaknesses. He could always push b4 if he wants. Maybe white has some tiny pressure because the low profile. Maybe bishop b4, try to trade off the bishops, but it looks very, very solid. I can, of course, check what the engine was saying here instead of.
I'm sure knight g6 engine will scream knight g6.
Yeah, knight g6
Knight
is
g6,
correct, of
yeah.
course. Yeah, knight g6, h takes on g6, not queen d1, but what? Bishop e3.
Bishop e3 and knight g4.
Not, yeah, knight g4 is also a move. The engine says accurate is 95, offering you to trade. White plays rook d1, says no.
And then you can capture the bishop on e3.
Takes, and then it's equal anyway. It's not a lot.
But then why to play bishop e3? What's the idea of the move?
Don't ask me, I'm not Stockfish. I don't know. Yeah, it's not a lot. Like, I think this entire sequence, it's just not a lot. And, I mean, this is pretty much how one of the reasons why I think this line is no longer popular for white. Like this entire sequence of, usually it's queen c2, queen c4. Okay, I didn't play queen a4, queen c4. It's an older line, but he definitely had some ideas here to get the game, to get the bishop pair. His idea probably was to take it. I suspect he simply forgot to take it. Maybe, you know, sometimes this happens. You make the second move instead of the first move. You play queen d1. Now there's bishop h5 on the board. And okay, like, what can I do? Trade off the pieces and just play the position that I have. But no, Martinez is doing really great here.
He is, definitely is, and would be very important for Jose to, you know, to stop the bleeding in today's round, at least get a draw, or even more, who knows? Because yesterday, as we know, he lost after the crazy opening preparation from the Liem, and definitely you don't want to lose in this tournament. I mean, you want to make some risks to try to win it. That's maybe what he was also trying to do yesterday, but then it backfired, and he apparently lost the game. But okay, Jose is taking time in this position. Meanwhile, we still have Generations Challenge, some updates from the game. So let's pull up the bird's eye view to see what is happening there. And we have Václav Finek against Alexander Kostniuk in the bottom left corner. Is it the pawn structure? Is it some, how is it called? Marozzi pawn structure or?
Yeah, Marozzi bind.
Marozzi bind,
My
your favorite.
My favorite pawn structure. I'm going to explain why it's my favorite pawn structure. That's going to be the next game we're going to go to. Vaishali against Carissa. The middle board on the lower part, we have some sort of a king's in defense position, except the Daxwa bishop is missing. And then we have, of course, Materia against Shao, which is the London. Not many moves have been played. The pace definitely is considerably slower in both tournaments. All the players are out of the prep right now. They're on their own. And yeah, let's go to the game of Finek against Kostniuk, and I'll try to explain why the Marozzi bind is.
Let's go to your favorite pawn structure.
Yeah, the pawn structure to play. Okay.
Yeah, so we left it a few moves ago. We had a different pawn structure, right? We haven't had yet any commitments, but then knight e4 was Wait, you told me that knight c3 will not be played.
I told you.
I remember.
I told you. No, but I thought, why do you play knight c3? So we're discussing this. Like we're discussing that white wants to play knight c3, wants to play e4, and I said that white is never going to play knight c3, but he did play knight c3 because
We tend to jinx, some things.
no, I mean Engine still says it's fine. Like I just was telling from my perspective why I wouldn't play, meaning I would play queen d3, knight c3, play e4 without including the trade. And now let me explain why I think I would play queen d3, but of course Engine says what Václav plays is perfectly fine. I wouldn't play knight c3, knight e4 because it allows black to trade off a couple of pieces. And in the rising position that I played, you see, he did get the idea to play e4, but a couple of pieces have been traded. And this is one of the principles, meaning when you have the space advantage, you don't want to trade the pieces. And your opponent in return wants to do it because he does have the space advantage. And this is where Stockfish steps in. He says, all of your ideas, they're useless because I'm here, I have my own ideas. So I'm pretty sure that Václav has some deeper ideas here, definitely has trained a lot with chess engines. But from my perspective, from a human perspective, I would prefer to have a couple of minor pieces on the board, to be honest.
As white for sure, and I think it's now looks like it's much easier to play for Alexandra, as you're mentioning. She has now traded a couple of pieces. There is more, room because all the pieces of black are located on the 3 ranks, 8, 7, and 6, and for whites there is so much more space. And f5, you want to try to get to some touch?
No, I just wanted to show why f5 doesn't work. Because you play d5, you play knight e4. It's one of the biggest problems why, this d5 is very, very famous maneuver against this setup. And this is the reason why Alexandra did not even try. She played knight e7, allow white to play e4, e5, rook e1, castles, rook d1, a5, b3. So white is waiting for the right moment to play d5. And at this moment, right here, Alexandra... Oh, wait, it was not Alexandra who took on d4.
Yeah, I also saw that Alexandra was waiting for quite some times, for many moves before taking, but then it was Václav who took the pawn on e5.
Wait, can you go back here? Well, but then it's maybe a small miss then. Because if Alexandra wanted to take on d4, she wanted to take on d4 immediately. She could have done it. Like, take on d4, put the knight on c5. Why play queen d8? And maybe she quite didn't expect d takes on e5. Because you see, this comes really at an unexpected moment. I think it's a very smart move. Because you could have taken with a pawn. The knight on d7 is hanging. And the Czech grandmaster literally forces her to play the Marazzi bind. This pawn structure, and we're going to talk about it in a minute. But I have a feeling that here, Alexandra has to play something like g6. g6, king g7, keep the tension, and as usual, Engine hates it.
But wait a second, the knight is always on d7, and Václav had always opportunity to take on e5. So let's say instead of queen d2, like if we move a couple of moves back. So in this position after rook, a to e8, why didn't Václav play take on e5, or even in this position? Doesn't really matter, because knight on d7 is still hanging.
Because you trade the knights. It's not going to be enough. Like, if you trade the knights in this position, okay, like, I think this is very clear. Yeah, your bishop becomes bad. And if you walk away, black is just going to take it. And even if you have the Marazzi bind, there's not enough pieces. You can't really exploit any square, so black is simply going to build up many pieces at the f file, try to pressure this pawn, maybe throw in the mix also the f5 push at some point, maybe even right now, I don't know. And this is the reason why Finek didn't do this. But already here, queen d2, it signals at d takes on e5, because he walks away from the knight trade, and he already wants to play d takes on e5, knight e5, and knight e4, and maybe this is the reason. Yes, so that's why g6 is not accurate, of course, because white takes on e5, knight e5, and we transpose to the same position.
So for that reason, what should have Alexandra played?
Defend against this threat.
Is it Knight f6.
It could be knight f6. It could be bishop c8. It could be bishop c6. I can't immediately tell. Like knight f6 looks perfectly logical. And now you play g6 and king g7. And I think that this was like cat and mouse game really here. And Václav was looking for the right moment, most likely to play d5. d5, because in these positions you want to play a3, b4, something at the c file, push c5, and create this weakness on d6. So let me show you a lot of silly moves here.
Ideal position which white wants to get, yeah?
Yeah, like this is what white wants. Typically in these positions, if you take it, that's a big weakness. I'm just going to conquer it. And now I have a beautiful choice. You know, I can play c6. I can apply pressure against this pawn. I can play c6 on d6. And even if we have a symmetrical pawn structure, the big difference is this pawn can always be targeted. But the pawns on d5, e4, f3, they defend each other.
Yeah, that's a very valid point in this position, and a very nice find by Václav Phoenix. So he prepares to take on e5 by stepping away with the queen from this double attack with the knight, and Alexandra is doing nothing against it. Maybe I mean, there were so many moves that white could take on e5, so she didn't maybe see it quite through. But
it's a miss.
It's a miss,
It's
yeah?
a miss, definitely, because I don't think Alexandra wanted to go for this position. And now let's talk about the Maróczy bind. So one of the reasons why the Maróczy bind is very powerful. Typically, we understand a pawn on c4, pawn on e4 against a pawn on d6. That's your classical Maróczy bind. The idea is to squeeze your opponent. So by definition, the more pieces you have on the board, the harder it is to play with black. That's why, once again, I would favor to have the knight on f6 and knight on c3, because this means I can operate with these pieces, and I'm not going to allow you to trade them. And if we have these knights on the board, this means I can slowly start to squeeze you, meaning I can think about h3, I can think about f4, king h2, I can think about maybe, by the way, how do you counter the knight on d5? Big question. Check this out. Let's say I'm doing this. Let's say you're doing something like this. I'm putting the knight on d5. What do you do? How do you get rid of this knight?
you cannot push c6 because d6 pawn is going to be weak, or and also b6 pawn will be weak. You cannot really push the c pawn. Taking it, you're going to create a monster pawn structure from white, and also weakness on c7 will be very tough for black in this position. But yeah, too many weaknesses on the light squares.
Obviously, I'm not going to blunder the fourth on f3, yeah? But you get the point. Like this is one of the big ideas of the Maróczy, and I think also for Alexandra, this will be a bit easier position to have the pawn on a6, yeah? Because then white maybe cannot easily get the knight on d5, but now I think this is a pretty unpleasant idea. So Václav has a very nice game here, meaning I don't know what he's going to do with the king side. Is he going to play h3, king h2, f4 first? Or is he going to play knight b5, knight c3, knight e5? And Kostyaniuk needs some sort of a counterplay, but where is it? Is it f5? Is it a4 does nothing? It's quite unpleasant.
But a4, you cannot take on a4 because on c4, pawn is hanging. So for that reason...
No, but he just opens up the a file and there's nothing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You open up an a file, maybe, I don't know.
I mean, you do need some counterplay.
Yeah.
I do agree,
Something
but
is
where?
needed.
Maybe h5, h4 something.
The problem is that I see the rook on f8 is something which is in a big trouble. How do you bring it to the game? And yeah, I think f5 is perfect logical to try to open the f file, but also you have to prepare it. Of course, you cannot make it in one go in this position. But how do you prepare? Do you play bishop c8 in the position? Bishop c8, f5. Do you want to prepare this f5 like this?
Maybe you play f5 as soon as the knight is gone. Like, let's say you make some move. Let's say you play g6.
But you don't force it to go, so...
Don't force what?
The knight.
Oh, yeah, of course. Like, I don't think there's anything that black can do to force me to go. Yeah, like, I'm just going to stay there for a while. I could play like g6 or h6. And if you play knight b5 now, yes, maybe there's going to be counterplay at the right moment. Yeah, so Engine says there's something wrong with this, but at the right moment, I could play a5. I could have some counterplay here. But that's what I'm saying. I think that white is going to somehow prepare this, like h3, king h2. Again, let me make some silly moves here. Definitely black can do a bit better than this. Push back the knight, put the knight here, put the knight here. You see, you get the knight on c5. Let's say you have some counterplay here. Put the rook on e1. Let's say you're standing. Put the knight on d5. I mean, what are you doing? Because a take on d5, I take with the c pawn, queen d4, bishop f1, bishop b5, e5. It's very difficult to play this. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Ancient says it's not a big deal, but if I was Kostyuk, I wouldn't like this, to be honest. This sequence, d takes on e5, knight e4, that's what she's thinking here for already quite some time, because she understands she needs a plan.
Now I see, I mean, after you showed so many lines, Arturs, I mean, it's clear, I mean, one thing is clear is that for Václav playing this position is very, very easy. You just play, you know, as position goes, it's easy to find a weight, easy to maneuver the pieces. For Black, it's going to be a struggle to find an active counterattack, some idea to break the pawns, and as we are seeing, for now it's not really possible, and Alexandra should be a bit worried for this moment, but 1 hour 23 minutes, so she still has some time in this position, and for Václav it's around the same time, 1 hour 16 on the clock, but he's with an active plan. Alexandra is not. She has to find the way to continue. Arturs, I suggest to look an eye and bird's eye view and see what is going on.
Let's move elsewhere. Then we have a pretty similar, in terms of the structure, the game of Vaishali against Carissa. Yep, lower middle board. I think that's the next we should check. And then, of course, Marco Materia against Xiaotong. Yes?
But look what's happening in the Masters, in the top middle board. Levon Aronian against Yezer Dogmush. We see some big updates. B5 was pushed. The long diagonal H1-8 is fully open. There is some interesting knight G4 move. I would love to check out what happened there.
All right, let's first go to that game and then go back to the challengers. And the last moves that we did not see after A4. Here Ardomush played B5. And yeah, precisely this is what I thought, that this could be one of the scenarios that could happen. Levon decided to sacrifice a pawn. Like, he decided not to go after the pawn on C4. If he really wanted, I think he could have got it back. But he decided to take on B5, knight E5, knight E5. He played knight C3, applying some pressure here. F6, knight G4. And this is one of those positions where you're playing for 3 results, because you are down a pawn, but you're just going to storm towards your opponent's king with many pawns. These players at the highest level, they can work with cloud engines. They know what engines are thinking. They're not using the free versions of Stockfish that everybody, including me, is using on their laptop. And it's turning out to be really sharp. But one thing I'm noticing, Angelique, immediately is the significant difference on the clock.
That's for sure. I mean, over 40 minutes right now, extra for Levon Aronian, and Yes was spending quite some time to figure out these plans. And also the last move, which was played by Levon, knight G4, pointing out that knight wants to go to E3, but okay, we have moves coming fast. Queen D7 and now rook A5, immediately using the fact that queen just stepped away from defending the A5 square. Does Levon want to recapture back the pawn? He sacrificed. What do we see here, Arturs?
That's a very good question.
Maybe let's go slowly. Let's start with this knight G4 move. So knight G4 move was played, I believe, with the idea of playing knight E3, right? Because there is a big...
No, E4. E4.
E4?
I think so. E4, F4, H4. Like, knight E3, you just defend the bishop, the knight on D7 with the bishop B7. So you want to push the pawns, pieces behind. Like E4, F4, be aggressive, forget about the pawn on B5. And that's why this rook A5, it suddenly feels like you're going into the other direction. Like, you already made up your mind that you want to go for the attack, and suddenly you go after the pawn on B5. But Levon is a very creative mind. Like, he is thinking 5D whatever. He is like so deep into this position. I'm not even sure it's all about the pawn on B5 here. Maybe he just wants to double the rooks, improve the pieces, look for the right moment to play E4.
But then what is the idea of queen D7? Just to defend the pawn on B5, or is there some other idea of the queen D7 move?
Here. For the moment, I think it's just to defend the pawn on B5. Also get the bishop on B7. The queen defends the bishop. The queen defends the pawn. the queen defends the king. It's like a multi-purpose move. It's a great square for the queen because you see the knight no longer can harass it. It looks very logical if you ask me. Why not? Because there was no other way. You play a6, I just take on b5.
There was no way to defend the pawn, so queen e7 is played. Let's try to go your line, e4, instead of rook a5. Let's try to find something that maybe Levon didn't like in this position. Why didn't he go for it? Because there must have been something that he saw in these variations.
Let's say there's a trade, bishop b7. I was thinking some h4. Let's say you defend the pawn. I was thinking some h5, some h6, h6, some f4. It's very difficult to evaluate this. I see the valuation bar says the black is better, but I'm seeing a lot of pawns at the opponent's king. I see some weaknesses. Maybe, again, this is not the best setup, but
it looks scary from the human's perspective.
yeah, it's hard to tell. It's very complicated game. So rook a5, Levon is trying to play all over the board. And by the way, this is not how many players can play. They like to focus on one thing, king side or the queen side, and Levon is right now, trying to control everything.
I would like to try out my move, what I was suggesting, knight e3, because knight e3, I think, has already direct idea of attacking the knight. And if you play it, I can take on d5 and then create some weakness on d5, no?
No.
Or it's not.
I mean, maybe, but you try to exploit it in some way. Because black also wants to play like, okay, it's a bit slow. Maybe a6, queen move, knight e7. I don't see how I can apply some pressure here. No pieces are there. Rook a5, a6. Yeah, you're not going to play b4.
Oh, I have an idea. If we go back, instead of taking on d5, so knight e3. So knight e3, as we spoke. In this position, knight e3, bishop b7, and after take with, not taking with a knight, but playing knight e4. I would like to bring the knight to c5. And if you take on e3, then I take with a queen and knight c5 with some threats. I try to play on the dark squares.
Yeah, it's a bit unusual, but I cannot rule it out. Like, I understand your idea. You want to get it out on c5. And I could play like knight a6, and I don't know what is this. Like, is there a sacrifice, knight c5, knight a6? What I slightly don't like about this, like, it's maybe playable, like this quote by Vishy Anand. I don't care if it's weird. If it works, it works. Like, if it works, then it works. Like, but I do think that typically white does play e4 and knight e3, but you see engine didn't even like that. So anyway, there's many ideas here. Levon played rook a5, and Jez is not yet responding. Is the threat immediately to play knight x on b5? Maybe. Maybe he just wants to double the pieces at the a file. Pressure here. After, for example, a6, is this a move, by the way, even? Knight x on b5. And also we have to remember that black could give up the pawn. Like, this is a very common thing, but especially at the club level. People think that I sacrifice a pawn, I am very active, my opponent is going to hold on to it, I'm going to have my great composition, etc. And suddenly comes the shocker. The opponent gives back the pawn. Like, how come? He also knows how to play chess.
Giving up a pawn, and then all the attack is being stopped already.
Let's say knight c6, bishop b7, knight c3, and maybe black suddenly gets some very big activity. Yeah? So it's an interesting move, this rook a5. The more I'm looking at it, I like it, which, by the way, doesn't really exclude your idea, Angelique, to play knight e4, knight c5.
That's what I was also wondering. Was there knight e4 idea immediately? So no, like without all this knight e3 things instead of rook a5, because
maybe.
And by the way, as we see now, after some time passed, engine finally likes the rook a5 move, because earlier it was saying that there was something maybe slightly wrong about it, but now engine understood the move of Levon. Sometimes such engine needs a bit of time to adjust.
Well, one thing is clear, he understands the position better than me.
Of course.
This
and
is
better the
clear.
engine, yeah?
Yeah, maybe not better than the engine, but he definitely understands it better than me. And he has a lot of experience here. So Levon, he knows what he's doing, but I think it's a very, very amazing, complicated game, and we're simply going to move on back to the challengers, right?
Let's go to the challengers immediately. I think we have the game Vaishali against Carissa Yup. We wanted to take a look at it, the match up of the top young women in the world of chess. Vaishali Ramesh Babu, she is the Women's World Championship challenger. She's going to challenge Ju Jun in the upcoming World Championship match. And facing Carissa Yup, also 4-time US Women's Champion, International Master, a very strong player.
Well, there's a couple of things I'm immediately noticing in this position. Why did Vaishali allow the weakness on b3 to be fixated? And we have to go back to the position. This is move number 14. So I'm going to go to the move 8, like in this position. First the move a3, to be honest, was a bit mysterious. So a3 and now bishop g2 and castles. But why not bishop g2 and castles first? Okay, like this is something, it's a very interesting move order. I do not fully understand it. But here, look at this. At this moment, Yip is openly saying, I want to play a4.
And this is very typical idea to such pawn structures.
Yeah.
You want to try to close up so that there is no longer any b4.
And Vaishali just straight ignores it. She plays show castle. I think that the most common way here to deal with this is you play either b4 or b3.
b3 is more flexible.
Yeah, I mean, the point after a4, I'm going to play b4. And then whatever, I'm going to play my should castle, I'm going to play my e4, I'm going to prep my b4. Maybe you could even play b4 immediately. I don't know, like maybe it's possible. Just play immediately. By the way, Engine likes it.
Because rook is defended on a1, so no issues.
Let's say takes, knight a6, and something like queen b2. It just feels better for white. Some space, castles. And again, go for the c5 idea, ultimately. The big idea is to play c5, maybe c6, maybe c takes on d6, and have some pressure on the queen side. But this is a bit mystery that she allowed this a4, and maybe she doesn't think it's a big deal.
But then probably she would like to go for some b3 break later on. Maybe she wants to open the b file. Not so clear, but for now, I mean, from human perspective, the position looks very pleasant for black, because I see the straight plan. Knight is going to c5. Pawn on a4 is amazing. Knight can always also jump to b3. You have to watch out for it. But f4, Vaishali is breaking the pawn structure with the f4 move. What black can do in this position? Is there already some threat to take on e4, and maybe you know, that would allow some c5 ideas in the near future, because you probably don't want to take with a queen?
That's a very good question. I actually think that black should be a bit careful about exchange sacrifice here. Let's say if I take it, maybe it doesn't work. I was thinking about this, and I was thinking about some rook f1, knight f3, knight h4, queen e2, queen h5. I don't like it. Like the king is weak. There's a weakness here. Let's say if I get the queen maybe here, bishop h3, trade the bishops, get the knight to f5. Okay, Engine says whatever.
Engine doesn't like, but it looks very appealing.
It does look very serious, and I think that queen takes on e5 might be a move for black to stop this idea, but then you are simply allowing white to do whatever you want in the center, like knight f3, rook e1, e5 idea. This is a very big decision here, but yeah, I think this is like the next generation of players, really, because if if this was played like 15 years ago, I think that every coach would say, you don't play this with white, because they would say, no, it's a hole on b3. How can you do that? You have to stop a3. You would open some older book, like published in the 90s. You would open this position, and there would be a question mark. White just committed a big positional mistake because there's a weakness on b3. It can be exploited. You don't do this. You switch on the engine. Engine says, well, it's not a big deal. That's why these days everything is being reevaluated. I also would have thought that this weakness on b3 is something you have to address, but Vaishali is receiving top world coaching. I think her coach was Ramesh, yeah, if I'm not
Ramesh
terribly
B,
mistaken.
yes.
One of the best, if not the best coach in the world. I'm pretty sure that all of this is like part of like some.
It's concrete, and you know, engine sees, okay, you can play this because later in like move 10, then you're going to have this, and probably Vaishali knows it. And also, let's not forget, she's preparing for the World Championship match, and probably she's also not showing all the best plans in the opening that she have, all the best variations, so she's keeping something for herself, but also important, of course, to train and to play with this time control that she's also going to play at the World Championship. And yeah, but interesting approach. You see, like we see in many games of today, similar pawn structure, but so many different approaches that we see on the board. And now big question to Vaishali, will she be able to take on e5 or not?
Can we make a bet?
About this game?
Yeah.
About the result?
No, I don't know the result, but I don't know. I think I suspect what's going to happen.
Okay, you can try.
She's going to sacrifice the exchange on f6. Do you
I
agree?
would really love to see that.
Or
yeah.
you don't agree? What do you think?
If Carissa takes on e5 with a pawn, yeah, of course. But can she take with a queen? No, not really, right?
No,
Knight
she can.
f3.
She can.
Let's maybe shortly look at it.
Yeah, so I have a feeling that Vaishali really wants to do this right now. F takes on e5. Let's say d takes on e5. This is already briefly showed. Rook f6. G takes on f6. And now make some move. Let's say rook f1. King g7. And let's say queen d1. I'm pretty sure she's somewhere here. Looking at this. Again, queen h5, bishop h3. Fight for the control of this square. Let's say black goes here. I play bishop h. Oh, sorry, not bishop h3.
Queen h5.
Queen h5. Let's say I do something like this. Bishop h3. Here. Here. Put the knight to the 5. Where's your exchange? I don't really feel it, to be honest, at this point. I find it very unpleasant for black.
Knight d1, knight e3, knight f5 is coming. Just remaneuvering the knight to f5. Yeah, it's a very unpleasant position, and recalling also the game. Yeah.
It's also an idea.
Yeah.
It's a great idea. I love it.
And also recalling the game of Vaishali from 2 years ago when she was playing. Do you remember rook f7 sacrifice? Do you remember there was, I believe, bishop f2? You know, there was some sacrifice on f2 that she played. Rook f7 against Donchenko, taking on f2. I think it was against Saleh Salem, who managed to hold a draw against her. One of the only players, because almost everyone else that she's beaten in the classical. She has so many potential finding this absolutely incredible tactical ideas and sacrifices, so I would really love it. But yeah, but my question was queen e5.
And that's what Vaishali is thinking right now. She's thinking about this because I think that if f takes and d takes would happen, rook f6 already was on the board. I'm pretty sure. Like, it just feels very intuitive. You control the squares, you have the initiative, everything feels great. Right now she's trying to figure out, do I like this position? Can I play this position? Can I play for knight f3, rook e1, and whatever happens there? Or I mask my idea. Maybe I can improve the idea. How do I improve the idea? Which is also a very important thought process. Like, I could put perhaps the rook on e1, you play your knight c5, and I look for the right moment. Can I find a better moment to take on e5 when you can't take with the queen, where I can sacrifice on f6 and get the position I want? I think this is what she's thinking right now.
So we're betting she's going to play it. What do you think? How much percentage would you give her to play this move?
She's a dynamic player. For her, I think rook f6 is like very standard choice. I think it's very high. She's pretty concerned about f takes on e5. Maybe she's thinking about something like f5, but it quite doesn't feel characteristic for this position. Okay, she did play rook a to e1, which doesn't really exclude f takes on e5 and the possible exchange sacrifice in the future.
Yeah, sometimes you see the variation and you try to make it work, but sometimes you realize you need more pieces into the game. So what she might do in this position, just bring a piece, improve it from a1, but still keep the idea in her head. And I think this sacrifice on f6 is in the back of her head. She will try to be able to make it. And now the question is to Carissa, how she's going to proceed. Will she be able to stop this exchange sacrifice. Will she see it? What do you think, from Black's perspective? Do you see this sacrifice? And look, we have almost instantly knight c5 played.
Yeah, because you work a lot during your time. You work a lot while your opponent is thinking. She fully expected that rook a to e1 is going to be one of the choices by white. She fully expects that white might sacrifice the exchange. And now this is a pretty big moment here because for Vaishali, is she taking on e5 right now? F takes, queen takes on e5. Does she like this position? I have a feeling we are heading there. F takes, if you play queen e5, knight f3, and the e5 push. If you play d takes on e5, sacrifice the exchange. This game has the potential to blow up.
Definitely it is. And also, she spent quite some time in the position, 15 minutes on the clock, but she's still taking time. And this is also a perfect moment for us to go on the next hydration break that we have here. Yesterday there was a FIFA World Cup, not such a happy result for our team, but we still have the second round of the Grandmaster Triathlon classical portion. The Arturs action is heating up. Will we see Vaishali sacrifice? Find out after the break. See you in a bit.
Today is the very first day of the classical tournament. Yesterday was a rest day, but today is the second part of the triathlon. The players are going to play the first round out of 5 in classical chess. There's going to be more points, 4 points for the victory, 1.5 for a draw, and 0 for the losses. And I think it's also an excellent chance for those players who didn't really fare so well in the rapid tournament. They're going to be super, super motivated to try to catch up with the leaders. Erdobush, he was struggling in rapid tournament. He definitely is looking to score some points here because like right now the gap between him and Aronian is pretty huge. So he will try to catch up on that. This round is going to be very, very important. My name is Arturs Neiksans. I am one of the commentators of the Biel Chess Festival. I've been doing the commentary for the festival already for the 6th year. I keep coming back to Biel because of the special atmosphere, because I don't think there's any tournament similar to Biel Chess Festival, and obviously also the team, because over the years we have formed an amazing team, and also the food, the local cuisine, the location, the center, it just feels to be amazing to be here.
Champion! Oh my God! Bravo! Bravo!
Welcome back, dear viewers, to the round 2 of the Grandmaster Triathlon at the Biel Chess Festival, which covers over 15 tournaments in one playing hall here in the Congress Center of the Biel city. But we have a lot of action happening right now in the Masters and Generations Challenge tournament. We're still about to find out, will Vaishali sacrifice an exchange or not? But what else exciting do we see on the boards, Arturs?
I do see that Levon Aronian in the top middle board has gained back his sacrificed pawn. The game is heating up considerably. I can't really say I'm surprised, so I think probably that's also going to be the next game we are going to head to. To give you an update what's happening in the game of Limle against Matthias Blubaum, that's the leftish corner. Not many moves have been played. Like, it's going to be a long game. It's going to be a maneuvering game, and I think that both players fully expect this. I did Suleimanli against Jose Martinez in the right corner. We do see some pieces are leaving the table. The queens are about to be traded. Suleimanli still has some pressure, by the way, because of the open C file. Okay, I thought actually he doesn't really have a lot. Václav Vinek against Alexandra Kosteniuk. He is rerouting the knight to d5, and Alexandra's position is getting really unpleasant. That's the position on the lower left corner. The white knight is about to be cemented on d5. The game between Vaishali and Carissa Yip, we just discussed it before the break, where the World Championship challenger Vaishali is thinking about the sacrifice of the rook on f6. First, she needs to decide if this is a good moment to take on e5. And also, finally, of course, the game of Marco Materia against Xia Tong on the lower left corner, where the game is a bit of a slower character.
Yeah, some games are a bit slower, but I would love to see what happened in the game of Levon Aronian against Yezer Dogmush, because there we have seen some updates. And as you're mentioning, Levon get the pawn back from Yes, and we see there is still the spin on the a file, but there is no longer rook on a5. So what happened?
Yeah, so we left it here. Rook a5. A6 is the only move, by the way, according to an engine. Not very clear to me, but fine. Knight x on b5. Here you see 8x on b5 obviously drops the rook. Erdomosh responded with knight c6, counter-attack, attacking the rook here. Aronian decided to go back. Rook a1. I'm pretty sure that he was also thinking about some rook a3 ideas, just to keep the possibility to double the rooks, but okay, fine. Rook a1 is played. Knight e7, and here Domosh is trying to apply some pressure against the pawn on d4, meaning he already is thinking about rook b8, walk away from the pin, and as soon as the white knight on b5 leaves, the pawn on d4 will be left defenseless. If you play e3, your knight might be in trouble.
Yeah, you should be careful about this knight on g4, because it was played in order to keep this long diagonal open for the bishop, but at the same time, I mean, you want to defend the pawn on d4, but how exactly? You don't want to trap the knight on g4. At the same time, the knight on b5, I mean, it's not hanging, but some moment black could defend the rook on a8, and at that moment, knight is going to be under attack. And e5 is another threat, as you're pointing out.
Yeah, it's suddenly getting really interesting here. Let's say I'm playing a normal move. I play rook d1. Black has to come up with something very quick, because if I will be able to secure the knight, white will be doing better, because this pawn on c4 is a weakness. I could play rook b8, looks reasonable, attack the knight, walk away, and how about e5 right now? That's what I'm looking at, try to figure out. Engine, by the way, also likes it. If this pawn moves, I'm collecting the knight here, and now there might be some tactical skirmish. For example, I play d5, black plays knight e4, there's some ideas threading here on b3, I could make some intermezzo move, bishop h3, now finally engine doesn't like my move, but this is very, very difficult stuff really here, and for Aronian, that's also why he doesn't play rook d1 immediately. Perhaps he has to give up the pawn on d4. Like knight e3? Looks interesting.
Yeah, now he's attacking the pawn on c4. So if you take on d4, knight c4, recapturing the pawn. Knight b3 doesn't work because the queen can be traded on d7.
Maybe it does work.
Interesting idea.
I don't know. Yeah. Quite a big moment for Aronian here. Knight e7, I really like this move by Arturs because it's very difficult to make such moves. Look at this. The knight to d5 is done so great, right?
Yeah.
Central knight, it blocks the bishop. You just walk away, and it comes with two ideas. Rook b8 and e5. Also, by the way, now e5 is possible because in some lines, the knight on d5 is not going to be under attack.
And that's what is always said, you know, it's very difficult to make knight moves backwards, but also it's more difficult to make knight moves backwards, especially when they're standing so perfect, you know, in the middle of the board, targeting all important square. But I mean, yes, Spence, by the way, how much time does he have? He has 37 minutes right now. So it means at this moment, Levon has almost 1 hour extra time on the clock, and it is move 16, is it?
So
Ooh.
he can get up, go to a hotel, have some lunch, have a nap, come back, and still have the time to finish the game.
Unfortunately, it's not allowed to leave
Too
the
bad.
leave the playing area due to our fair play rules. But as you were saying, I mean, he could easily, you know, he could get maybe order from the arbiter some lunch and have it and return. But we saw this. Yes was standing on to get into time troubles also in the rapid tournaments in the Chess 960 before it started. And yesterday, it was in the game against Matthias Blubaum. He had so low time on the clock, and he didn't find this winning idea that he had against Matthias. But 36 minutes and the time is ticking.
And knight a3 was just played, which looks reasonable. And now Arturs' choice is very obvious. Does he play rook b8 or does he play e5? Both of the moves look very interesting. Because rook b8, he goes after the pawn on d4. If he plays e5, he attacks the knight immediately on g4. But again, here things might be a bit problematic for white because I have a feeling that this diagonal somehow will be possible to exploit. Let's say I play d5, you take on g4, I take on c6, the pawn is going to be a monster, and after knight e4, there could be a room for potentially d6 move.
Wow, d6?
Some ideas, yeah.
The open threat to take on a8 and also on e7.
Even though also this knight is under attack and there's a fork, I'm fully aware of it.
Something happening.
Yeah, so I think more human idea for Arturs would be to play rook b8. Like to walk away from the pin, try to take on d4, don't discard the e5 idea. And now if there's knight x on c4, now you can play either knight x on d4, queen x on d4, and by the looks of it, it's a very healthy position for black.
Definitely it is, and also there will be some questions that Levon has to answer, how to defend the pawn on the d4 square. But apparently you just give it up.
So rook b8, yeah, what do you do?
And look at Levon is just standing there, drinking some water.
He's very chill, as usual. What if I play e3?
Yeah, e3.
e5?
To defend.
Not e5, apparently. I was thinking e5, d5, same position, knight b4. Yeah, this knight. You know, it's very interesting how the knight on g4, it was one of the most important pieces for white. It's also now the source of the problems because it has no good squares.
Wait a second, e3, you were telling that knight is trapped, h5.
You're completely right. I forgot about it.
It was your idea.
I forgot my own idea then. Okay.
That's why I'm here, yeah, to remind sometimes.
I appreciate it. Okay, so rook b8, e3, you can't do it. Rook d1?
Rook d1, and now, okay, now suddenly this e5 idea is looking very dangerous. Knight on g4 is hanging. You can also jump with the knight to a5, b3. So many threats in the position. I mean, you have to anticipate everything.
Bishop h3 looks tempting, but I could walk away with a queen somewhere. And then this bishop is feeling quite silly on h3, meaning I want to trap the queen somehow.
But after bishop h3, you can even maybe play something like king h8 and threaten h5.
You mean here?
Yeah, just king h8.
Even king h8, yeah.
And then h5 is a big threat.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, it's just a silly idea. Like I was looking at this, probably not working. And is there some tactics for takes, check?
Who takes more? Yeah, that's.
Who takes more? Yeah, but it doesn't work. I already see why it doesn't work, because of 98.
Wow, 98 at the end of the line, and black is up whole piece in this endgame, and also not down on any pawns material.
Yeah, but then it's not so easy for Aronian to make the next move, because... and has Arturs played rook b8? Let me check.
It is on the board.
Yeah.
Rook b8 has been played.
It looks very human.
Very human way, and now again, question is, pawn on d4 is under attack. How are you going to defend? e3 is not possible, there is h5. Rook f to d1, you have to anticipate all kind of e5 business. The position is just sharpening up here. And very, very decisive moment right now for Levon. How is he going to continue? But at the same time, the time situation for, yes, only 33 minutes on the clock right now. I mean, he's going into this time trouble. We've seen yesterday he was struggling because of the time trouble. If he would have some time, maybe he would have won that game. But it was time, which was an issue. But as we tend to see that young players, they handle time trouble situation better. They play by instinct many times, intuitively going for the moves. And Jez was playing all the best of moves, at least in the rapid. But of course, it's different. You're adjusting, first of all, to classical, then you're in the time trouble. You have to adjust to a different time control. But what do you think, Arturs? What will Levon play here in this position? Or what is he thinking right now? Looking at him, by the way, he's very confident.
Well, I don't share the confidence. At least I do not immediately see what's the move. I mean, his position is definitely healthy. Like, he has no weaknesses. The knight on g4 is weird. This is one of those positions where I have a feeling that it's a bit easier to play for black. Knight x on d4, queen d4 is a threat, e5 is a threat. You just need to find some move, and I'm actually quite surprised to see that the evaluation bar says that, well, it is somehow still a bit better. You know, I'm going to consult with our almighty engine.
Let's see, what does it say? Which
Knight
move is the best?
c2.
Oh, knight c2, stepping backwards, defending the pawn. But what about rook b2? Cannot you just take the pawn on b2? It's just hanging.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. What also really interests me is rook b2, probably some queen c3 attacking the rook. You can always gain it back. But what interests me is, what about e5?
e5 again, knight g4 is under attack, pawn on d4 is under attack. Black would like to establish very strong center with a d4 and c4 pawns.
Now I play d5.
d5.
Knight b4 is not possible. You take on g4, I take on c6. Engine says rook takes on b2 now.
Can you take on c6, or do you have to play queen c3?
No, you can't take on c6. The queen
Oh,
is...
the queen is hanging, so queen c3.
Queen c3 looks very human. And now engine doesn't like it because of the takes, and intermezzo.
Intermezzo, and at the end of the line, yes, we'll have two pieces for the rook. Wow.
And it doesn't work. But I mean, okay, you have a logical question, Angelique. What about rook b2, yeah?
Rook b2 in this position also. And now queen c3 again.
And apparently it's not queen c3, because after queen c3, okay, this is some engine stuff. Queen c3, black can play queen b7, queen c4, queen b5. Okay. But the top choice of the engine, I don't know how good is the engine here, is to play knight g to e3.
Wow. Bringing it back, defending the knight on c2, attacking the pawn on c4. Many ideas.
Yeah, but that's a very difficult sequence. Like, I wouldn't be looking at this direction at all, to be honest. Like, I'm pretty sure that somebody can find it, it's Aronian. Because I thought that in this position, rook d1 is a move, knight takes on c4. Like, it just doesn't work for me, meaning the pawn is under attack, but instead you have to play knight c2, rook b2, and knight e3, knight c4? How does it work?
I mean, this is very difficult to pick up. I mean, how do you calculate it as a human? But you know what happened? We have an update from another games which are ongoing, so I suggest immediately to go to the game of Vaishali against Carissa, because this is a star moment for Indian young superstar. She took on e5. This is what we have been discussing all the way. Will she take on e5? Will she take on f6? No. First she played rook a to e1, but now she took on e5, and Carissa recaptured with the pawn, allowing an insane exchange sacrifice on f6. You know, I want to come up here with this, with the famous quote, "Sacrifice the rook." You know.
No, I just put the detonator there. Something is definitely going down on the square, and Vaishali is looking. She's looking at this opportunity, and maybe first and foremost, she's asking the question why my opponent is allowing this. But maybe Black didn't really have a choice, because this was pretty smart, playing rook e1, knight c5, and now take on e5. Because if you take on e5 with the queen, now you can play knight f3 and e5. But let's say I play here, e5, and I think that Carissa just didn't like this position, even though Engine says it's okay.
Yeah, it looks. I mean, it looks to the human eye that the queen on h5 is almost, you know, it's out of the game. But yeah, no, it looks. Don't you think that it looks from human eye much better as white?
It looks scary, definitely. I agree. Because white has some space advantage, but again, this is where maybe this weakness on b3 is going to come into play. This was not a thing before, but the longer the game continues, it's going to be a weakness. The knight on c5 is a beast. But it didn't happen. Like, it didn't happen. And I think also Carissa says, you want to take an f6, go for it. I mean, there's no way she doesn't see this. She fully expects that exchange sacrifice might happen here. And the difference... Oh, there we go. I didn't know that. I didn't know they do that, actually.
The explosion happened.
So g takes at f6. Here Vaishali has committed to rook e1, not rook f1. And essentially, if we compare this position right here, where she could have played f takes on e5, d takes on e5, rook f6, g takes at f6, and rook f1, it feels like you're winning a tempo. But maybe she didn't like, in this version, that after f takes, queen e5, rook e1, maybe she didn't like something here. Perhaps it was queen d4, king h1, knight c5, knight f3, and queen d3. So she was definitely looking into this, and I have a feeling that there was this one move order that she didn't quite like, because can she, by the way, can she play immediately knight f3? Let's say I go here,
Knight f3,
stopping the check, still queen h5. Ah, yes, you see, now black is not obliged to play knight c5.
now it's not a must in the position.
You can play rook e8. You stop this. So I think this was the reason why she included rook e1.
She prepared for the e5 in potential queen e5 line. Wow, very smart from Vaishali. And if I recall, knight c5 was played super quickly by Carissa. She saw some slow response from Vaishali, who just, you know, brought the rook to the center of the board. Carissa played very fast, this knight c5, improving the piece. But this is the key to the position, because now we have the knight, the bomb on f6 happening. You know, Arturs, in how many moves do you think, in how many minutes do you think she's going for the rook f6? Because she currently has 46 minutes on the clock against 1 hour and 7 minutes. She has to, you know, make up her mind and go for it.
I mean, if you don't do this, what else do you do here?
And what is Carissa doing, by the way? She's
the
sleeping?
way you played it, boom!
She
there
takes!
There we go.
She takes!
There we go, I won the bet.
Oh.
All right. But, I mean, on a serious note, you have to do this, because if we go back to this position, so, okay, knight f3 here, if we return to this current position, what else you can do? Because do you go for the kingston attack? Black's about to play queen e7. maybe b6, solidify the queen side. The knight on c5 is a monster. The knight on d2 is weird. The knight on c3 is not doing anything. This bishop is pretty passive. You have a semi-open file. I just feel like you simply have to take out f6.
It is simply a must. I mean, if we can say there is no other way that you continue this game, not sacrificing. But the next move that she's playing after sacrificing a rook on f6, knight f3, we were suggesting rook f1, didn't we? We suggested rook f1, targeting the f6 square, bringing more pieces, and then queen d1, queen h5. This is what we were considering.
I thought the idea was to trade the bishops on h3 so that you can control the f5 square with the knight. That's what I thought. And if you now play knight f3, this means your queen is not heading to h5. And if you put the knight on h4, after queen h5, you could play bishop h3. That's why I do not think this is the most accurate. I was also thinking, what about queen d1 here? Queen d1, queen h5, play like this. But there might be f5. f5, queen h5, some f6, queen h6. I don't know. Queen e7 maybe. Very complicated, but
very complicated.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
White is the one who is in the lead in the position. White is who is the one who is in the charge and trying to attack. I mean, it's easier always to attack than to defend.
Yeah.
For Carissa, though, it's going to be very important to try to, just try to at least get a draw in this game, or win, of course, would be amazing. Just come back from the yesterday's loss that she had. She struggled a very big loss against Alexandra Kostyniuk. Carissa was better in the opening. Then something changed. I mean, something happened. She was a bit too slow, a bit too flexible, as we were seeing that was one of the main approach that she had. And Alexandra Kostyniuk managed to score an important win. And for Carissa, it's important now to come back to the tournament.
Yeah, this is also a chance for her. She saw that Vaishali could sacrifice the exchange. She didn't try to stop it, or maybe she thought she doesn't have a choice. She's up a full exchange, by the way. She could always sacrifice it back at some point. But the more I look at it, I don't like the move knight f3. Like, I think that the idea to trade the bishops was very important because the point is, if you put the knight on f5, black is going to happily trade it. Like, this f5 square is protected.
Then what can be else an idea? Maybe the idea is to bring queen f2 right now. Knight stepped away, queen f2. I'm attacking the knight on c5, but there is knight d3.
Not immediately, yeah? Not immediately.
Doesn't work, yeah.
You can maybe improve it somehow.
But it includes also moving the rook from e1, yeah? Then you have to...
Yeah, I mean, everything is definitely going to go to king side. Like knight h4, rook f1, queen e2, queen h5, and maybe it's not a big deal. Like this, I would have thought you want to trade the bishops somehow to control the f5 square, but perhaps it's also playable. Either way, she definitely has a compensation. I don't think it's like, I wouldn't really mark it as a big mistake. I just preferred queen d1, queen h5, bishop h3 a bit more, but looks reasonable. She's going for the attack.
Yeah, definitely, and it's Carissa now who is trying to find a way to stop the attack or to see how she can stop the initiative from Vaishali. I suggest to pull up the bird's eye view to see what else is going on, because I see in the Masters tournament we have some updates in the games of Liem against Matthias Blübaum at his top left corner, as well as Aydin Suleimanli against Jose Martinez in the top right corner. There have been already even the queen straight. Arturs, where are we heading?
Yeah, I would like to go to the Liem game against the Blübaum because I see there is something major happening, at least in the last couple of moves. And the pawn play did happen because this is not your typical position in this variation. So perhaps Liem came up actually with a new idea. At least immediately, I don't recognize this. And let's maybe go back to the position where he played.
We don't see the pawns. Pawns disappeared.
Yeah.
What happened?
He made a break. He made a break. He played h3. He threatened to play g4. G4 was played. f5, try to trade off the weaknesses. Takes, takes, f5, takes, takes, and bishop d3.
Bishop d3. What is the idea behind the move? Do you want to try to pin this knight? King f6 immediately. It's being played.
I mean, I understand why he's doing this. He is looking for the pawn play because if we talked about this before, yeah, in this broadcast. Like in this position, if you don't go for any break, your position becomes static. And I thought that it's got to be some sort of an e4 push. So what he did, he made some small improvements at the king side. It's a provocation, and I'm not even sure if Matthias had to do this. If he had to play a 5, like he could have stood and do nothing, for example. And probably Lembley's idea was to play knight g2, h4, h5, and try to provoke some kind of a reaction. So Blue saw an opportunity to try to trade off his double pawns. He went for it. There's one trade. He has the bishop here. He's trying to trade off the weaknesses, f5. But somehow in this position, e4 starts to become like an opportunity for white in the near future.
Yeah, now there is going to be for sure this idea, but you always have to watch out for the d4 square. When you want to push for e4, you have to make sure the pawn on d4 is defended. And this is current problem. You cannot yet push it because the pawn can be just taken by the knight, but there could be potentials for some e5, you know, check, but maybe it's not yet that idea. How do you defend the pawn on d4, or do you even go for the e4 push?
I don't know. Do you? I think also the question here is, do you take on g6? Like this was one idea I was thinking first. Can you take on g6? Because if you take with rook, now there's this idea of e4 at e5. Maybe not the best, but at least that's a tactical pattern I would think about. And also, you see rook g6 pins the knight. Yeah, so.
Maybe just rook h1 and knight f4 or something like this?
Yeah,
or
or knight f4 immediately even, yeah. Like, yeah, rook h1, knight f4, I like it. It's a great idea. So I think after king f6, most likely black has to take with a pawn. You play knight f4, and there's some pressure here. Probably black plays bishop d6, and it's not a big deal. The second idea I was thinking, in this position, to play rook h1 immediately, which looks a bit more appealing to me, because now there's some rook h6 ideas, bring the rook here, and somehow this king is not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, but there are already direct threats, right, in position. Knight g6 is a threat. Even if pawn will take on g6, you can enter with a rook onto the h7. Suddenly you see, you know, this last move, king f6. Maybe it was not the most precise one.
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe black is still fine. For example, bishop d6. Yeah, it's also a very human move. Threatening to do something on a4 or e3. And
you could also play knight h5 check maybe in this position.
Take.
Bishop g3, yeah, you want to.
Yeah, there is this check. King e2 walks into some check. You could sacrifice the pawn. The game could get really sharp very quickly.
Ooh. King g1 maybe you have to play.
Also drop the pawn here, which maybe you can sacrifice. I was like thinking, yeah, maybe you can do this actually.
King g1 because then you take without a tempo. But okay, computer doesn't like it.
I was more thinking king e2. Knight e4, and now play for some...
Knight f3.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like this king is, okay, like according to the engine everything is good, but this king is somehow in the harm's way.
But this is an idea.
Yeah, it's definitely an idea. Definitely an idea to think about, but it's not also very clear for white how to make a progress. Black still looks super solid, and I'm pretty sure that for Matthias this was a very big choice to play this f5. Should I sit and do nothing, or should I be aggressive? Like I'm talking about his choice to trade off his double pawns. Interesting.
It's a big moment right now for Liem. Will he be able to find this idea rook h1, or maybe he has something else in this position. I suggest to go immediately to the game of Aydin Suleimanli against Jose Martinez, because we haven't checked the game for a while. Suddenly there are no queens anymore on the board, and let's see what is this endgame about. Computer says there is a slight advantage for white in this endgame, probably because of the piece activity, and also the pawn on b4 is being weak. By the way, how do you stop the attack on the pawn on b4? Because I have a feeling knight d3 is coming, and the pawn will be an issue in this endgame. Or
I think I would be more concerned, like, okay, let's say black does whatever. You play knight e3. I would be more concerned about a different idea, because here I think that black would try to sacrifice a pawn and go for some counterplay. Like, okay, apparently this is still great, but
rook a3 probably, yeah.
Yeah, something like this and some counterplay. The rook is very active here. It's definitely an idea, like to go knight e3 and after the pawn on b4. I was thinking actually to keep the knight on e1 for the time being, play e3, king e2, king d3, play knight c2, use the same idea, but to contain the rook here and go after the pawn. But again, I mean, chess is a very concrete game, and Engine actually likes your knight e3 a bit better.
Yeah, there should be something concrete after it, but definitely there are ideas to still become active. But just trying to explain why computer likes the position of white more. Is it because the pawn on b4 is way too far advanced and easier to target from white side? Or is there something else that white is better in?
I think it's the pawn on b4, that's the big reason. This is a weakness, you can target it. The rook at a6 is very annoying. Black has no counterplay. You see there's no points. You can try to crash through. I'm very curious to see how did they get there.
Yeah,
very quickly.
We were a bit away, yeah, for the game, but there was an action, of course, happening in the other games. But here we see some exchanges, and I think this is what we saw in the overview when the queen went to c6, that white was having this advantage on the c file, and b3, highlighting the pawn on b4, and finally rook enters the black's position.
Things are really unpleasant now for black, because when I saw this position, so this is the current position, and if I go to position here, it seems that black has solved all the opening problems, but there's no issues. But so Manley has found some ideas here, and for Martinez, yeah, it's quite unpleasant. The knight e3 is a very strong threat. You don't have any active counterplay. I mean, what do you do actually here?
And also, I think the biggest problem for black, if not even knight d3, but for example, after some ideas like rook a7 attacking the knight, then knight d3, knight e5 could be an idea, and targeting the f7 square. There are so many weaknesses that white can try to capture in this position for black. So black has to be really very careful and very precise at this moment.
I agree.
Let's try to find some way to react.
There you go. Knight f6,
Okay.
knight e4. Let's try to be aggressive.
And after knight d3, knight e4, take on b4. There is rook b8, right? And
Rook
just
b8 or rook
taking-
c1. I think rook b8 is good. Yeah. Rook b8, also rook c1, rook b1 is, I think, pretty good.
So it means as white you cannot allow knight jumping to e4. Do you play f3?
Yeah, but now I have some pressure here against this pawn. I was kind of hoping that it's going to be enough. But maybe it's not actually, because there's no access to bishop d6, because the rook defends it.
This is amazing how perfect the pieces of white are standing in this position. Truly
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah, I agree. Attack, e3, g4 to follow. Black is a bit running out of active ideas here. And then knight e3 at the right moment is incoming.
Our famous and favorite bust-up pawn structure. We do love it. It's
Yeah.
restricting a lot of pieces, and also in this game. Looks like, but well, it's Jose's turn to try to find some ideas. I mean, what else if not knight f6? Do you see any other plan that he can try to
E5?
counterattack? E5, opening up. Do you take on E5 or?
If I take it, I wanted to get the knight on C6 and somehow get to the pawn on B3.
That's a very nice idea. Also, you open up the long diagonal. The bishop could go to G7.
Like this, actually, the idea appears here. Like after E3, I thought I'm going to take it and play bishop G7. That's what I wanted with knight f8, knight E6, attack the pawn.
We have a move on the board, by the way. Let's see what Jose chose.
He played rook C7.
Rook C7, the idea to stop rook A7. There is no longer the problem on the 7th rank, but still, the question is how do you defend the pawn on B4? So knight D3, rook B7 probably is what he wants to do.
Or rook C2. Maybe he thinks that knight E3 is not a big deal. But yeah, like let's say rook B7. Or does he even play rook B7 immediately? Because is it really under attack? Because I can allow you to take it and then play rook B7.
By the way, as white, you also have opportunity to play rook A8, pinning the bishop. So you will have to play king G7 to step away.
Yeah.
I mean, some very tricky position here for both sides. But luckily, both of the players have time in this position to decide.
Yeah, yeah, they do. And I think also white is going to attach the king somewhere to D1 to control this critical C2 square for counterplay. Knight E3, maybe rook B7 is going to happen, and then it's entirely possible that Aydin will... Oh, wait, is he not winning a pawn by force here? Some rook A4. Rook A4, some knight B6, rook A5, knight E7.
Actually, yeah.
It's very unpleasant. At the right moment, some F4 idea, open up another front at the king's side, activate the pieces.
There is even knight C5 maybe at some moment.
Exactly, knight C5, create a pass pawn. Now, this is very unpleasant for Martinez. I think he has misplayed it big time.
Oh, it could be a second loss in a row for Jose Martinez. Would be very, very tough for him. Such a start of the tournament. But while we were discussing this game, we had some updates in the game I think everyone is excited about. Vaishali against Carissa, some moves have been played. So I would like to check up on that game immediately because we've seen how beautifully Vaishali sacrificed the rook. Then she went for this knight f3 idea. And Carissa tries to bring the rook from a8 to a6 to defend maybe on the 6th rank. And meanwhile, the knight on h4 for Vaishali.
It looks reasonable. And Vaishali right now is thinking, how does she continue the attack? Does she play queen h5, which seemingly does nothing at the moment? Or does she play knight e1, knight e3, and anchor the knight on a5? Or maybe she can trade off this bishop still, even at this stage. But how do you do it? Queen e2, bishop f3, bishop g4?
That's a big question. You would like to trade the bishops. You want to get the f5 square. Well, I have one question. Can you sacrifice another rook?
Oh,
rook f5?
Really? You don't like them? Okay, there you go. Just a second.
Okay, it's move. Yeah, it's now black's move.
Let's say queen e7, rook f5, yeah?
Yeah, just sacrifice another rook, and well, of course the idea is could be at some moment to bring rook to h5 and target the h6 square.
Like this? Ah, like maybe this and this, yeah?
Yeah. So in case black would not take the rook.
And then play maybe bishop h3.
Oh, and that's how we trade the bishops.
And if you take it, there's going to be a mate.
There should be something very major.
I think once Magnus Carlsen missed a mate like this. Probably this was some rapid game or something. I remember. I was very unhappy about it, obviously.
If you sacrifice one rook, why not sacrifice second rook?
That's actually an interesting idea. This rook f5.
And also looking at the position, it is pretty much close. There is not a single open file, not a single file where rooks can be played. For that reason, the minor pieces definitely are more valuable. So the knights would be, I mean, it would be really great to have a knight.
I'm going to stop you. So I'm going to play rook g8. You play rook f5. I'm going to play rook g5.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But then maybe bishop h3 we have. So rook f5, rook g5, and bishop h3. But again, yeah, not so sure, because now suddenly rook is on g5. Suddenly there is some defense from black.
Yeah, I have a feeling that f5 square is for the knight. How about, okay, let's keep your idea. How about, we keep the idea of rook f5, but we start with knight e1. Knight e1, knight e3, and knight f5. Probably this is the moment when black is going to seek no. He's not going to seek nothing because they just blundered a piece on c5. But I thought that black is going to definitely seek some counterplay. Let's say here, here, and some b5. Again, you see, it's...
And the same idea. The same idea to get this knight to f5, and it looks like amazing piece. Also, how do you want to trade the knight on f5? Your knight on c5, I mean, it needs millions of moves.
Oh, I want to do it immediately. I just don't know how.
Yeah, just remove from the boards both of the knights.
Yeah, but you can't do it. No, it looks really interesting. There's definitely ideas for Vaishali. According to an engine, it's almost quite a big advantage for black. I'm not sure it really matters. And when it's going to come down to the time scramble, it's all going to be all about the player who controls the initiative. At the moment, it's Vaishali, and Carissa is thinking, where's her counterplay? So you desperately need some sort of a counterplay. How? That's the question.
The most important for Carissa, she has time right now to try to find the best continuation, but while she does, probably it's a good moment for us to pull up the bird's eye view and have an overview on the other games that we're having. And as we see, there was an update in the game of Levon Aronian against Yeser Dogmush. There was knight c2 found, the best move in the position that we were mentioning, but it was e5 which followed up, so exactly what we were seeing, some super exciting position, as well as Liem in the top left corner. He went for the rook h1 idea, what you suggested, Arturs. I mean, you predicted all the continuations of the game so far.
Except of g4. That was not my idea.
G4, and yeah, that's definitely another position.
I want really to check closer the game of Václav Finek against Alexander Kostyuk, because it's been a while since we checked it. I mean, naturally, because there's action going on in Aronian's game, and also Vaishali's game is exploding. So this was the Kaspet, right? We talked about it, where Alexandra, I think she missed this d takes on e5 moment, and maybe without going again back all the moves, try to understand what happened here. Let's focus what we have at hand here and figure out if black can hold this, because I think it's all about black holding this position. White's idea is to play knight e5, and if you eliminate the knight, take with his c-pawn, and there's going to be major pressure against the pawn on c7.
I remember we were discussing the ideas of black trying to break through with something like f5. Is f5 in question here? Is it possible to try to target the e5 pawn, e4 pawn for white?
It's a very big question. Like, I think that most likely white will be happily opening up the position. Let's say you take it. Probably a take with the king. Let's say you take it. Probably, I don't know if this trade is important or it's not important. And maybe there's a check on a8, maybe there's not. But I try to understand what is this position, because you did open up the position, you did seek some counterplay, but maybe it also helped white to open up the position. And now this knight on d5 is very annoying.
Looks like a super beautiful position for white to play. You have all this space, you have a beautiful knight on d5. For black, rook is on f5. I mean, it looks maybe beautifully, but it doesn't do anything. You would love to have it on e-file, somewhere on e8. The knight on d7, it cannot go to any of the active squares. There is not a single outpost we can find in the position. Can you, by the way, find anything anywhere where knight would be useful?
No, not at the moment. Here Kostyuk is suffering a bit, and I think Finek is doing a really wonderful job so far. Once again, if he kept to go back to this critical moment, I really like how he played out this position. Yeah, so here at this moment, he played a very smart move, Queen D2, very, very tricky move. Hidden threat, d8 on e5, and Kostanyuk missed it. I think she should have played knight f6, or bishop c6, or bishop c8, registered that white wants to play d8 on e5. One small slip, boom, d8 on e5, knight e4, and suddenly black is in the world of Kurt. She has to suffer a bit. You see, she was trying to stop the knight e5 idea from somehow happening, but yeah, f4, knight e5. So far, Fidek is playing a positional masterclass.
Yeah, it looks like an amazing position for white. So much space, and Alexandra is taking her time. Also down on the clock, 20 minutes less for Alexandra. But I suggest it's a perfect moment for us to take our next hydration break. We here at the Biel Chess Festival also have this tradition as the FIFA World Cup, taking hydration break because it's pretty hot. It's somewhere around plus 30 degrees. It was a bit raining today. But definitely there are a lot of storms at the boards of the round number 2 of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Please stay tuned for more. We're going to see how Vaishali is going to attack, how the game of Yes against Levon will proceed, and will Alexandra hold against Václav Finek. Stay tuned for more. We'll come back in a few moments.
I'm happy to be joined by two-time World Cup winner as well as numerous winner of the Chess Olympiad for Armenia, Levon Aronian. Levon, welcome to Biel.
Thank you.
First question that I have to you, you've participated in so many tournaments, you had such a successful career. How come that you first time coming to Biel making your debut?
Yeah, somehow I wasn't getting the invites, so I gave myself an invite, so I came.
Exactly, and you joined the party. And also you played against quite several generations of players, and young generation, they're always becoming more and more dangerous. Have today youngsters surprise you in any way?
I'm always surprised by the progress we made in chess. All over the world you'll find very strong players. So as a chess fan, yeah, I like to be part of it.
You also stood out as one of the most creative chess players. Do you think creativity can still beat the computer preparation?
Well, we're yet to find out, but you can also be creative in computer preparation.
Definitely. And people often describe you as one of the funniest personalities in chess. We would like to ask you, what is the funniest chess joke do you know, and could you tell it to us?
Chess joke.
Or you're better in the other jokes?
Well, there is one joke, is a husband comes back home, a famous one. Husband comes back home and the wife, very late, and he reeks of alcohol. And the wife says, "Where have you been?" He says, "Well, I've been playing chess with my friend." And she says, "Why are you smelling of alcohol?" And he says, "Should I smell like chess?" So, yeah, that's not a very funny joke, but that's
the truth.
That's the truth, yeah.
Okay, now we're coming to more funny questions. If you could choose one superpower that would help you during the tournaments, but not during the games, which one would you choose?
I guess having a good memory.
Of course, well, everyone wants to have good memory, good to remember the lines. If you could borrow one chess skill from any player in this tournament, who would it be?
I think Liem, he has a skill of winning in Biel, so I would like to get that skill.
Perfect answer. What is something that chess fans would be surprised to learn about you?
Maybe the fact that I didn't really like playing chess for a long time. And I only started liking, like, really fell in love with the game when I was much older, maybe when I was 30.
What made you to basically fall in love with the game?
It's, you know, when you're successful and you're in a circle of tournaments and crowds, you really have to, you have high expectations and you really have to confirm it by working hard and not having too much fun, you know, and at some point when the pressure is off, then you start loving the game. Yeah.
Very nice. And if your chess style were a movie genre, which one would it be?
I think something with suspense, definitely. Hopefully not a horror in this tournament. and not a light comedy, but something more substantial.
With Liem's skill.
Yes.
And now we're coming to the final part of the watch.
Yes.
So first I'm going just to show you the Omnium K2 line. So this is midnight blue gold. This is silver.
Okay.
But it's like platinum games or stainless steel, but okay, it doesn't really matter, like it doesn't change. So pink perfection. Also different. Now it's frost fire gold and silver. So basically these are all possibilities, like which one would you choose?
I'm going with pink perfection so I can give it to my wife.
Okay.
In case I like it.
And the action is keep on heating up here at the second round of the Grandmaster Triathlon classical portion of the Biel Chess Festival, already 59th edition. We have seen a lot of on the boards sacrifices already happened. Vaishali sacrificed her rook. She's keeping on attacking Carissa Yup. What else is that we're having in the round number 2, Arturs?
She might sacrifice a second rook.
Second rook, double sacrifice.
That was your idea, Angelika, but here's the overview of all the boards that we have right now, both in the Masters and Generation Challengers. Some changes obviously have happened, where we're going to start probably with the top left corner, Limle versus Matthias Bluebaum. It looks pretty peaceful at this stage, even though Engine gives White some small advantage. I think that Bluebaum is doing a really good job holding on, and I would not be surprised if this game would finish peacefully. Then we have Aronian against Erdomosh. That's the top middle board. Black temporarily is up a pawn, but White most likely will regain it in a moment. We're definitely going to check that out. There's also a couple of moves played in the game between Suleimanli versus Martinez. Top left corner, where White is having pretty significant pressure. The pawn on b4 for Black is in trouble, and Martinez is trying to somehow hold on. Václav Fenek against Alexander Kostanyuk is having a dream Marazzi bind structure in the lower left corner. He has considerable space advantage. He's thinking about anchoring his knight on d5 and asks the chess queen a lot of unpleasant questions. Vaishali against Carissa Yip, that's the lower middle board, just sacrificed one exchange at f6, and she might just do it again by putting another rook on f5, as suggested by Angelica. I actually like the idea a lot. And finally, Marco Materia against Xiao Tong, that's the lower right corner, where we just saw g4 being played, and also I think this is a game we haven't seen really for a while, Angelica.
Let's go there. Let's see what Marco Materia is having against Tong Xiao. I mean, we have so many, exciting games. It's so tough to choose every time. And of course, here we see some change of the pawn structure. If I remember correctly, this was this London that we started with. There was a symmetrical pawn structure. What I see right now, pawn is already on c5. We have some change in the pawn structure, and d4 is incoming in the position. Shall we take a look? When was the last time that we saw the position to see how it progressed, or just a few moves back?
Or maybe in a very fast pace.
Very fast, yeah.
All right. So this is the current position. Black just played e5. Black has a beautiful center. He wants to take on g4. And now we're going to scroll back 10 moves right after the opening. I think we left it about here. Bishop g3, queen b6. What we missed, white played rook c3, queen b1, knight c5. Looks pretty logical so far. H takes on g3, bishop takes on c5, and the first, actually, surprise, not rook c5, but d takes on c5.
What Marco is doing, he's changing the pawn structure, but also getting some space advantage on the queen side. And he's pushing with a b4, now getting ready for some b5 push in the position.
This is why black played a6, trying to stop it.
Looks like it's very ambitious from white.
Pretty logical. Yeah, like now I think a4, b5 was probably possible, but I think that what he didn't like is that black's going to play a5. And maybe he didn't like this knight on b4, even though Engine says it's all right. White is very much fine, even better. But he decided to change his mind and he played g4, trying to fight for some weaknesses. And apparently, after e5, black is very much all right. But Angelica, I would still like to step back a bit. At this moment, when bishop takes on c5, d takes on c5, I find it to be a real interesting choice.
It's a very ambitious choice, right? Like you're changing the pawn structure. You used to have the open c file, which you were fully controlling, and then you changed the pawn structure.
Yeah, I must have. This must have been a pretty big decision for Marco, because rook c5. I think this is what I would have played myself. Rook c5, rook c1, a3, b4. Have some pressure, but I can only imagine that Marco thought about this, but he felt it's probably not enough. Black's going to play bishop d7, rook c1, rook c8, knight d7. Okay, you have your small advantage, but maybe it's not enough. And he decided himself to change the pawn structure, which allows him to create this outside pass pawn at the queen side. But according to our dear friend Engine here, g4 timing was not the best.
Because as we see, Tong Xiao found the e5 move, but apparently it was also in the plans of Marco Materia because he wanted to break the pawn structure with the g5. But what would you say, Arturs? I mean, does it worse allowing this huge pawn center for black? D5, e5 now covering all the squares. Potentially d4 can be pushed, e4 can be pushed. I mean, there are so many ideas right now for Chinese grandmaster.
Yeah, that's the best I can say. It's no longer clear.
But also you have some questions here to reply to, right? Pawn on g5 is targeting f6 pawn. If you take, you have to... Okay. So he's capturing it immediately.
Why not?
Why
a
not?
Pawn is a pawn, and if you play knight x on g5, I think black's going to play something like queen e7. Bring closer the queen. f4 feels a bit loose. It weakens the king, like e takes f4. Doesn't feel right. Yeah, this doesn't feel right. You see, you can't take it. The bishop is under attack. You take with rook, you drop the knight. So queen e7, knight f3, bishop f5.
So you cannot play bishop d3, there will be e4. What to do?
Queen
Step
b2.
away?
That's actually very interesting. Queen b2. So Marco says that your pawn on e5 is going to be a liability. I'm going to play a4, b5 at the right time and try to get to this pawn.
Very interesting approach, and Marco is thinking at this moment, will he take the pawn or does he have any another idea?
Yeah, we are going to see.
But major development happened in the game of Liem against Matthias Blubaum. I suggest immediately to go to that game because there have been many trades that happened and Liem got the H file in this position, bringing the rook all the way to h6. There is no longer a knight on f4, and the pawn on g6 can become a weakness. Do you think it's still a chance for more than a peaceful result here?
Today you're asking a lot of very good questions. I'm not sure I even can give you a very easy answer to this. If I would not even see the evaluation bar, I would say that Black is just doing a wonderful job by solving all the problems. But the engine doesn't think so. Engine says that White is doing a really good job. And maybe White's chances are still to be preferred because if he gets the idea to play e4, put the knight on e3, and put the knight on g4, he could try to outmaneuver this bishop. And that's the idea I can think of, like maybe something like rook e1, e4, obviously threaten to play e5, and try to get the knight on g4. The second idea I'm thinking there could be a possibility to play at the right moment, of course, f4, get the knight on f3, fix this weakness on g6, and get the knight on e5. Both ideas, by the way, look pretty interesting.
And both of them including some pressure on this g6 pawn. So still not everything is so clear for Matthias in this position. Of course, he already had this game in the candidates. He already proved that he can draw against Anish Giri in this variation. But Liem is making another test on him in this endgame, and still the game is continuing. So, and probably it's a game for two result, if we can say it's a draw or White winning. So Liem will continue pushing, as we know him. But yeah, also time is ticking. But looking at them, seemingly equal time situation, which is not what we are saying, by the way, for Levon Aronian against Yezer Dogmush. There is some big time advantage for Levon.
Still, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the more I'm looking at Limle's position, the more I like it. Like visually, in the very beginning, it didn't really seem a lot, but now that I'm seeing this idea of e4, knight e3, knight g4, or the second idea f4, assuming that Black cannot play easily g5, the more I like it. And I think that for Bluebaum, he wants to get some pieces off the board, probably a couple of rooks. This rook at h6 is really annoying. If he plays king g7, there's going to be the other rook h1. And it's not even about the 7th rank. It's about trying to stop the idea of e5 or f4 and get a knight on f3. But how do you do it? How do you trade a pair of rooks? Or where's your counterplay if you're playing with Black?
That's a good question because, as we can see, the only open file is the H file, and it's being fully under control of White. You cannot really, I mean, there is no real way to try to, cause some issues for White in this position.
No, I don't think so, yeah. Maybe some counterplay against the pawn on f3. That's the only idea I can think of, like double the rooks here, play king g7. I mean, we can try to put it on the board.
Let's try, let's go. Let's try to build up the analysis board and...
First White is the move, by the way.
Yeah. Maybe bring in the other rook? Or what's your idea?
Let's say I go here. I try the idea to play e4.
Mm-hmm.
What do? Maybe you seek the counterplay. By the way, I think this is a very important idea. Black needs some sort of a counterplay. Takes. Bishop c5, knight f4. probably there's going to be something.
Is there some d5, d4? Sorry, there is knight d5.
But I mean, it might still work. I was thinking some crazy stuff like king g5. Take with e3 and take king e4.
Wow.
No.
This is really crazy. Oh.
Yeah, and it seems it actually works.
Looks very interesting because how are you going to proceed?
I can't take it, yeah? Takes, check. King f5. Knight g6. Bishop e3. It's still balanced somehow.
But it's balanced. Because if you take on g1, of course, the knight, the rook is hanging.
Yeah, I mean, this is called the line to finish. Yeah. You should have shown it until the
Yeah,
very
I
end.
was first a bit. Everything was hanging.
No, actually, this answers a very big question that c5 is a counterplay. So rook g1 makes a lot of sense. Lim Le is going after the pawn on g6, and now if you play c5,
And after take, knight f4, there is a threat on g6.
yeah, but there's also something on e3, by the way.
Oh, you have to be very careful.
By the way,
Knight h4. What about knight h4? Now g6 is a question. Do you defend it with a rook e to g7, or do you take on d4?
yeah, I defend it. Now your rook is weird. Takes. I don't know. Probably you have to take f4, maybe.
And
Knight
then
f3.
some knight e5, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't like it. I think that this was unnecessary by Lim Le, allowing c5. Like I understand what he wants. Like he wants to go after the pawn on g6, but it also puts Matthias in a position where he doesn't really have a choice. You just could see there was a big yawn by Matthias Bilbao.
He's very inspired by the position.
Either it's the position or it's the energy from the game that is required for him to play. But this c5, I start to wonder if Lim Le did the right thing. Because let's say I go here. This is the one thing which is very characteristic among like pros. They're always looking for the counterplay. They will never ever sit in a passive defense. And I think that Matthias is looking at the c5 idea right now. He's trying to figure out if there's something wrong with it, because if he has an opportunity to sit tight or play c5 and look for the counterplay, then he doesn't do it, by the way. He just played something else.
King g7 is on the board.
Which doesn't exclude c5 the next move, by the way.
But now do you have an opportunity to try to... I mean, first two things that I see is, of course, you have to step away with the rook. But also you can also play rook g to h1.
No, I think you want to double the h-file, yeah?
That's another way how to defend the pawn, yeah. I'm not so sure which one is better.
I'm still playing c5. So.
Now in case I have rook h7. But as you're mentioning, black wanted to trade pair of rooks, right? Or not?
Yeah, but now it's a bit different because now the pawn on d5 is a bit weak. Like there could be some issues with knight f4. The pawn is a bit weak. You can't go back.
Yeah, like, and also rook d8, you have rook h6 again.
Yeah, precisely. There's some problems here for black. He needs to be a bit careful.
Not so easy. Okay, so king g7, a bit more solid way, trying to keep an eye on the pawn on d5. But the game we haven't visited for some time, and the game where all the fireworks are happening is Vaishali against Carissa. I suggest to go straight to the game, because there have been some moves played, and Carissa's knight is all the way on the b3 square, while Vaishali is trying to prepare her attack on the king side. Carissa is trying to do something on the queen side. Not sure exactly what is happening there.
Wait, but now this is wrong a bit. I think we left it here.
Yeah.
Rook f1, queen e7, and suddenly comes knight b5. Going after the pawn here. So now Neiksans c7 is a threat. maybe she wanted to force black to I can't draw arrows. What does it mean? There you go. 5 to 10.
Finally.
Finally. So the point is, so takes and takes. She wanted to force the trade so that there's an access to the f5 square, which is understandable. But I think that the logic of this entire sacrifice was to go for the Kingston attack, right? So that's why I feel this is not the direction. And knight b3 is a great move because, check this out, a knight x1 c7 is going to be queen c5 check. Boom, you drop the knight.
Yeah, you cannot take the pawn on c7.
And bishop b5 is a threat in some lines. So you
Oh.
you do what? You go back. That's why I don't like this.
Then you lose time.
Yeah, knight b5 was very unfortunate move by Vaishali. I think that it made sense to continue in the manner of knight e1. Knight e1, knight e3, knight e5. She probably didn't like b5 or something. But I thought that you want to get the knight here.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Maybe here your idea of rook g8, rook g5 could become to mind. So now knight e3 and now rook g5.
And
This
now I get
defensive
the
idea.
knight.
And now maybe you even want to sacrifice back some material.
Never.
Never?
What's mine is mine. I got the exchange. I will never ever give it up. On a serious note, maybe when the circumstances are right, like maybe after rook g6, if I get to fix the pawn structure, sure. But I have a feeling that Vaishali's game is going the wrong direction. This knight b5, knight b3, could it be that she missed this move? And also, I think it reflects on the clock because right now she has 20 minutes versus Carissa's 42. How do you meet queen c5? That's a big question. Boom.
Huge
That's a big move.
question. Queen c5 is a big threat. Bishop take on c5, bishop take on b5 after that. So you have to play something like king h1 or bring the knight back. But that's not the move you want to make if you try to attack.
No. Like, yeah, this is a monster move. Bishop takes on b5 is a big threat. You don't want to go back. It's just, why did I invest 2 tempi for nothing? Maybe some
queen
queen
e2.
e2. Exactly. Queen e2, queen h5. And black could try to force some pieces off the board, like knight e4. You see, you're no longer controlling this square. And that's why I think we have to go back to this moment when she sacrificed exchange. Like, this was right here. Rook takes on f6, g takes on f6. I think knight f3 was still a mistake. Because it's all about the control of this square. And I thought that, like, rook f1, king g7, queen d1 was the logical way to play. You want to play queen h5, bishop h3, trade off the bishops, and then you get to control the f5 square. And as soon as she landed the knight on f3, which looks very human, now in this position, she has problems to fight for this square because the knight on h4 after queen d1, queen h5 no longer guards the h3 square.
By the way, the move is on the board. King h1 has been played by Vaishali. This is what is happening right now.
Carissa's doing really good job so far defending. I love it, how she plays it. She definitely saw the exchange sacrifice coming in, and I imagine it took a lot of guts. I mean, you're playing against the current World Championship challenger who is facing the World Champion Juve in June later this year. You're playing with the black color. No respect. Okay, you want to sacrifice the exchange? Go for it.
Yeah, that's definitely so. Meanwhile, we have also some big development in the game of Marco Materia against Tong Xiao. We have been discussing how fast the game start, approaching because there was a change of the pawn structures. And now suddenly it's the white who is in the lead in this position, pushing the b5 pawn. And black committed to the e4.
What a last move, b5. I think this was the moment, yeah? We left it g5, knight g5, e4. Bless you. Trying to trap the knight. I'm not sure about this move, but it comes with a very concrete idea. Queen b2, attacking the king. Black is like, do your worst, play h6. Seemingly, there's no good discovered attack with the rook, right?
Yeah.
How about b5? Because if you take it, there's rook a3 check.
Oh, wow. And then you're winning material.
But wait,
Did Kongresshaus didn't see it?
that's the question. What happens here? I am still a bit confused. What is the position here? So takes?
Take on c6.
Probably. Probably take with the pawn. And what makes this position so great for white?
Some rook move, yeah? Rook b3. And what about rook? Oh, no. Ah, yeah, f4, f3. Where do you want to go? f4 probably, yeah?
I like f4 more than f3 because it seems to threaten to open up the position. And maybe...
But f4, g4.
Fine. Fine.
Because f3, it's already pretty much forcing that you're going to
You
open
convince
the...
me. Okay.
Sorry.
F3. It's okay. F3. All right. Open up the position. Yeah, this position... But how clear is it? I see the relation bar, but if I was black, I'm not sure I would be super concerned here because I could always play queen g7. What is so bad about this? Maybe take. Oh, there's going to be some bishop c4.
Bishop c4.
Or rook f6 even.
The position is a bit too shattered for black. There are too many pawn islands. White is just, yeah, white is dominating this one.
He definitely missed this. Like, I think that Kongresshaus thought that after, but what did he think actually after h6 that white's going to play knight h3?
Maybe.
But takes, something like king h7, you're definitely better.
Yeah, you probably should have, you know, tried to find some other forcing moves in the position. Because if you just look that knight steps back to h3, of course, black is simply dominating that one. But...
And these are the, no, are these the moves? No, he's thinking.
And you know what I recall? In the first round, Kongresshaus faced Vaishali. And it was Vaishali who played this d2 move. Remember? He forgot about his bishop. And he blundered a piece in the first round. So it can happen that he missed this one as well.
Yeah, but, I mean, maybe he saw the move b5. But, like, again, imagine this from the human's perspective. So black is thinking, he's thinking actually, I'm doing great. I just played e4, like from the white's perspective. I'm trying to picture things from the Kongresshaus perspective. Why play g5, knight on g5, you're thinking, oh, but I think white misplayed the position. You know, I'm playing e4, I'm trapping the knight. It might be that he thought that the white missed this move, and maybe he did miss this move, because h6 is a big threat. And out of the lack of good alternatives, Materia plays queen b2, and Kongresshaus is thinking, okay, like there's no big threats, like there's no discovered attack by the rook. I do see the move b5, by the way, but let me play h6, b5, and I'm gonna simply take the pawn, takes, rook b3 check, king g8. I can always play queen g7. I'm good, right? So very often it goes like this, and then suddenly, when your opponent does go here, you start to think, wait a second, let me have another fresh look at this position. So you have a look at this position, you realize, I don't like it. Very often, it's like this.
Yeah, definitely. It does happen. What I was also wondering, is there some kind of crazy bishop g4 move instead of f3? Bishop g4, and rook b7?
Oh,
do we have this craziness? No.
Okay.
Okay.
What are you doing there? Rook b7.
These are not my pieces anyway, so...
That's a nice idea, but there's this.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay.
But it's a nice idea. I like it. Yeah, bishop g4, try to trade off the bishop, try to rook b7. Normally it would be working. Yeah. If not for rook b8.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a lot of action happening on this board. Also in the Masters, we have left the game of Levon Aronian against Jezer Dogmush for quite some time. It's in the top middle board. Quite some changes will be in the position. The queens are traded off the board, and I suggest to give some love to the position. And
let's give some love. Let's go. Somebody's gonna need it. Black is by the way up a pawn.
I don't think about love, but yes, for sure, we'll need some time on the clock. 11 minutes right now against 42 for Levon. Which move is it, by the way, right now?
24.
24. 16 more moves have to be played by Yes for 11 minutes. Well, this is already time trouble for him.
This is super high level stuff because both players are playing literally like engines. We left it, I think, around here. Best move by engine, e5. Best move by engine, knight x on d4, knight x on d4, queen x on d4, sacrificing the pawn. Like, Aronian doesn't even care for the moment about the pawn on c4. All he cares is about the piece activity. Here, queen takes on b2 white's not a possibility. Probably because of some queen d6, I would imagine. And you have some problems with the pieces. Queen d6, queen b4, queen c7. I don't know. Looks a bit risky for black. Yeah, everything is kind of hanging.
Definitely does. So for that reason, he went for the trade of the queens. Didn't want to allow anything. And this is how we come to this position. Rook b4 now defending the pawn on c4.
h4, g6, rook a5, knight f5.
One more time, move 24. By the way, our viewers can see it in the top left corner. You see also how much time did in this moment Levon Aronian spent. So 2.5 minutes right now for the next move, and it's move 24. So very cool feature that we have.
Yeah, this is elite chess, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both players are playing very high level stuff, and I'm thinking for Aronian probably it's the time to recapture the pawn back at some point. Like I'm thinking something like bishop d5 check, king g7, knight takes on c4. Black will be able, most likely, also to activate his own pieces, play knight e4. And Aronian is playing the longer game, and he's saying that your pawn on a6 somehow is going to be a weakness. And also the clock, most likely, is going to be a factor in this game. So this having 11 minutes versus 40, it is important. And Aronian right now is doing his best. Try to complicate things as much as he can. Do not allow Erdomos to simplify.
Do you see this position easier to play as a black or white, Arturs? What is your opinion here? For whom it's easier to remaneuver the pieces? Because I see bishop is still on c8 for Yes, but maybe he just wants to keep it there to defend everything.
Well, I think that white is simply having more active pieces. He's down a pawn, but if he wants, he can pick it up right now. He can play bishop d5, knight x on c4. But then black will be able to activate his own knight, probably on d4. And I think that like Levon is mostly trying to look at the larger picture here and worry mostly about his piece activity. Try to, there you go, of course, knight e5. He doesn't take the pawn, he goes for some active move, try to be annoying, play e3, and get some kind of position where for black it's difficult to play.
And time is ticking right now. Yazur Dogmush has 11 minutes for the next 15 moves.
This is really top GM move, this knight e5, because I think every other normal human being would just probably just recollect the pawn on c4 and like, okay, fine, my experiment quite didn't work, but not Aronian.
But this is my favorite part of the rounds, is when Yazur Dogbush is down on the clock. And here we have it. He plays a move instantly, rook b5, not spending too much time. But the way his body language is just absolutely amazing. He's just, you know, he just doesn't know. He shows with his body language that he doesn't know which move to play, but in reality he knows. He calculates so many lines at once, and he plays rook b5. So what's an idea? He wants to trade the rooks.
I don't think the Aronian's going to trade. He could do this, of course, like maybe try to take it and try to go after this pawn. But this also simplifies the position a bit, and knight e4 is pretty obviously incoming. I thought maybe there's the room for knight c7, get this pawn, but like all of this is so slow. You play knight b5, the next move you want to play bishop d5, bishop c4. Black will figure things out. I think what Aronian's going to do, he's going to keep the pressure and play something like rook a4, or try to be a bit unpredictable, maybe play rook a1, and press on the domination card. I think rook a4 looks really reasonable, and e3 next. Try to shut out this knight from the game.
Yeah, just try to get away from it, not to allow any kind of knight d4 business. That would be very annoying in the position.
What did he
And,
play?
he did go for rook a4.
Yeah.
Stepping backwards, of course, you don't want to trade the rooks. You want to keep the pawns isolated from each other on a6 and c4. Now again, question, pawn on c4 is under attack. Now Liem is threatening to take it. Yes, is under big time pressure at this moment. 10 minutes only for him for the next
Maybe
15
bishop
moves.
b7. Try to normalize the position, but this e3 kind of worries me because if I'm sitting here with black, I try to liquidate the position somehow. I don't think I'm really worried about a pawn on c4. This is my thought process. Ardomos might be thinking differently, but bishop b7 is the next move.
But what about knight d4? Can you play?
Knight
Does
e4,
it make
yeah.
sense?
But knight e4, I don't like that there's going to be e3. This is what worries me. Like, the knight is not staying here permanently. Maybe there's a way to liquidate this, but how? Knight b3, rook c2, bishop b7 maybe. I don't know, like knight c7. There's going to be a trade. I could take this pawn, I could take this pawn. I don't see a clear way to equalize this position.
And yes, simply cannot even keep on sitting at this board, and Liem is even standing up. You know, he's just letting yes to sit there. You see, like he's just constantly standing up, twirling the piece in the position. He knows he has to make a decision as fast as possible because he will getting less and less time on the clock. Dear viewers, there is no increment, by the way. Just one more time to recall the time control, because there are 2 hours for 40 moves without any increment. Only the increment starts from move 41, 30 seconds per move. So 10 minutes, I mean, right now it's 8 minutes, without any kind of increment. So it's very tough to also to assess how much of it you would
I
spend.
think he's going to play knight d4, knight b3, because the knight to the5 is misplaced.
He's reaching for a piece.
I don't think he's going to allow white to play e3. No, king g7.
King g7 has been played. He's allowing rook c4 in the position.
Or e3.
Or e3, and
E3
then
looks
asking
like
some
quite
questions.
unpleasant, yeah. Wait, he wants to also defend the pawn with knight d6 just in case. So if I play e3, knight e6, he holds on to the pawn, which, by the way, was not possible. In previous mode, there could be some problems here with knight e7 check. So king g7 is just in case, walk away from a fork, walk away from a check, and just in case, protect the pawn on f6. No, it's actually a nice move. I like it.
Yeah, that makes definitely a lot of sense. Liem is still not on the board, so I think he will sing also for quite some time. I suggest to pull up the bird's eye view and see what else we're missing, because it is Aydin Suleimanli against Jose Martinez. The position have changed. There have been already trade of the pieces. White won an extra pawn, but what I see, computer is saying it's all equal. There have been a miss definitely in this game. What else do we see? In the bottom left corner, Václav Finek against Alexander Kostniuk. Václav pushed even the g4 pawn. And by the way, Kostniuk sacrificed the pawn in order to get some active pieces in the position. But very tough currently for Alexandra. And what about Vaishali and Carissa in the bottom middle board? Looks like Vaishali keeps on struggling. There is a nice queen on g4, trading the pair of the knights in the position, and I don't see how Vaishali will keep on attacking.
No, there's no attack anymore. It's all about just to stay alive in that game, because she definitely misplayed things with knight b5. She's in trouble. Did we also cover the game of Lim Le against Blue One? Yeah? So e4 was pushed. White has made some progress. White is pressing a bit, but still probably is somehow within the balance. I mean, it's up to you, Angelica. Which game?
Let's go to Aydin Suleimanli against Jose Martinez to see what was missed, because the position that we left, we had this big pressure on the opponent before. We were discussing it, that there should be a correct moment when White should take it. But what we see right now in this position is an extra pawn for White in the rook endgame. But is it so easy to see that you just push the pawn forward? The king is entering to f3. It's so tough.
Yeah, the king is very active. King e2, rook b2, b4, b5. I'm actually quite puzzled to see that This is such an obvious equal position to the engine. I do not fully understand why is this, but apparently it's a miss. And answering your question, what was missed, we have to go back a bit, several moves, to see what happened. Rook b6, knight c6, e3, king g7. Black is ready to give up the pawn on b4. Very logical response by Martinez, because you never want to go for a passive defense. King d1 looks very human. What was the supposed better move? Oh, first address the king side.
And then?
Of course.
So the point is, you play g4, you're not allowing any king entering to the king side, and only then you capture the pawn. That makes a perfect sense.
Makes a lot of sense. I'm actually a bit surprised that I didn't do this. Maybe there was a time scramble. No, there was no time scramble. King d1, g4, takes, knight takes on b4. I think that he saw this position from afar. And he thought that, come on, like I'm up a pawn. You know, what's the problem? You know, I'm not going to allow king f3, of course. I'm going to play king e2 here. You play rook b7. I'm going to play rook b2, and my b pawn is rolling forward. So where's the issue? Let's say you play rook b2. I could always zugzwang you out. Rook b2, rook b1. I think this is his mindset. But probably around here, he starts to sit. He realizes things are not so simple, because black can most likely start to seek some counterplay with f6, e5, d4.
Yeah, most likely there will be some pawn breaks in the position, and it is not so easy. And by the way, looking at the clock situation, Jose has 1 hour 14 minutes, so he didn't even spend so much time before time control. But indeed, this pawn break.
It's not an easy endgame. I think that Soleimani thought that he definitely has some very good winning chances here, and around here with that extra half an hour on the clock, he's going to start to sit and realize, wait a second, maybe I should have played g4 before. And if we go back to this moment, this g4, yeah, it asks to be played, yeah, stopping the counterplay. But he probably also thought, you know, if I'm going to invest some time here with g4, black will take it, play. What am I missing? Okay, missed rook c6. Maybe this is what he missed. He thought that black would actually seek some counterplay here, and he's just facilitating it.
Oh, and there was this tactical idea.
Yeah, king g6, you can't do it.
You cannot play. Wow. Maybe this was missed, but we will definitely try to ask the players after the game, either in the post-game interview or here. But there have been like many updates right now in other games. I suggest to go immediately to Vaishali against Carissa Yip. Few moves have been played in that game, and I think it's one of the most critical games of this round, where there can be one of the decisive results in the round 2 of the GMT at the Biel Chess Festival. We see that their knights have been traded, and queen is on c5. Where is the attack?
Yeah, it's not here.
It's not here.
It's not here because we go back a couple of moves. This is where I already sensed that this knight b5 was wrong. She completely missed the counter-attack by black, knight b3 and queen c5. She thought that there's going to be some attack here against the pawn on c7. It's just a miscalculation. Knight b3, queen c5. Now you fall back. You don't want to go back. The other move is queen e2, and there's the trade. So this simply favors black. The knights are gone. You can't control the square, and maybe the only thing she can try to do here is to get somehow, again, these bishops off the board, so that the knight on f5 gives you some counterplay.
And finally, always a question about these bishops being traded and then getting the knight to f5. I mean, will Vaishali be able to do so? She has 7 minutes right now on the clock. It moved 25. It's similar situation that Yes is right now, but even less time on the clock now. 7.5 minutes for Vaishali. So tough to find a move.
Let's keep moving forward and estimate the chances for everybody else. And maybe I'm simply going to select another game just to give you an update what else is happening in the game of...
May I choose? Václav Finek against Alexander Kosteniuk. We haven't checked this game for quite some time.
Let's go. Let's go to that game. Whoa.
Whoa. That's
no, it's wrong. All right. So we left this position a while ago. We don't have now the time probably to scroll back, try to retrace every single step. This is the current position. Black sacrificed the pawn. Black played b5 to seek some counterplay with queen a7. I really like it. White played g4 to seek counterplay with g5, queen h4, rook h3, and try to checkmate. And Kostyuk just played knight f8 to shut the door and say it's never going to happen.
Yeah, and we were discussing it. Almost all black pieces are on the last or the 7th rank. There is not much that black can do, and white is the one who is pushing, using this, this Maroczy bind pawn structure that we were discussing with you earlier. Now, g4 is also an extra pawn that's coming there. But is there a chance for Alexander to try to, to cause some difficulties for white?
I mean, white can definitely misplay this position, having the position being overstretched. The attack is no longer happening because you see the queens are going to be traded. I think the question here for Václav is it the time to cash in the chips and try to capitalize on the extra pawn, or still go for some domination like g5, h4, h5, h6, etc., or you just want to trade the queens? What do you do? Like, for example, you could just play maybe rook d3. If black trades the queens, then we play this position. I have an extra pawn, rook c1, knight e5, go after the pawn, no risk.
Absolutely no risk. You can trade the queens. You can also keep queens on the board. Your choice. How do you like to play it more? So it looks like Václav is in the lead in this position. We have also in other game a critical moment right now. Arturs, I suggest again to pull up the bird's eye view and see what's happening, because in the bottom right corner, it's Marco Materia who pushed c6 right now in the position. Looks like an impressive pawn break there.
All right, I'm going to switch off the engine immediately because this game is so wild. Very unpredictable. The last move, was we saw b5. We figured out that h takes on g5 doesn't work. The Chinese grandmaster played knight e5, tried to close this diagonal, still go after the knight. And apparently b6 was a move. Let me check what is the best move. The best move was b6. And then play c6.
Wow, b6 first attacking the queen, and then when queen steps away, then you play c6. What is the threat right now after pawn takes?
f4.
f4?
Takes. And this is very good for white.
Because of the open f file.
I don't know. Somehow it's good.
Yeah, there should be some rook c6 check. No, maybe not yet, but yeah, take and then rook c6.
Yeah, this is a weakness. Discover check. Not a very obvious sequence, if you ask me. All right, this was a missed opportunity, but Marco played immediately c6.
Which looks very impressive, to be honest. Like, maybe there is a question mark there, but I would say from human perspective, when you get such position with black, you're doubting, your decisions which you've made earlier in the game. Because, I mean, c6 move, okay, there are many threats in the position, but what happens if black simply takes the knight on g5? Because this is, I think, what is the question.
Take?
Queen has to take?
I think so. I don't know, engine doesn't agree. Take? Can I do it?
Try. It's not your rook.
No, it's not my rook. You're right. Is there some b6 even? Yeah, but is white really playing here for the win? Maybe.
A good point. Maybe not.
Queen g7. Yeah, this pawn is very strong, by the way. I think white can go for the endgame already. So bishop b5, a4.
And just push forward.
This pawn
Computer seems not to agree, but it looks very dangerous.
But apparently there's something better. Maybe b6. Yeah, of course, b6. Yeah,
so now getting into the same position.
And then take it.
And then take. And then we're getting the same position as we discussed. And then f4. Rook c7 here, yeah.
There's immediately takes, and queen e5.
Wow. And then you're completely winning.
Yeah, white is winning. So you can't take it. You can't take the knight. You can't take it here, I think, because if you do, if you take on c6, rook c6, queen e7, I think this is going to be lights out. Knight e6 check, bishop e6, queen e5, king goes here, and f3.
And you're just opening up the position, and king is in the trouble. But unfortunately, while your mouse slipped with a b6, we saw. we saw-
Sometimes mouse slips can be good moves.
Yeah, we saw that mouse slip is actually the perfect move. Idea is now that pawn on c6 is not attacking anything, queen on c7 is safe, it's defending the knight on e5, and now it's question for white, how to defend the knight on g5. Do you step backwards? What do you do? Do you attack on e5, but you cannot attack because queen is defending it? What's the way? And but of course it's not so easy to pick up. It is b6 move.
I think I would, on gut instinct, just play a 4.
Wow.
The
And
point-
it works.
Yeah, like takes knight f3, I save the knight. And if you take it, queen e5. This pawn is very strong, I'm down a pawn, but this is an extra pawn, yeah, that black does have. So it doesn't really feel to be dangerous, and I think I will be feeling pretty optimistic here. With white, some c7 move, or, I don't know, b takes at a6, maybe try to open up the position, or queen c2. I have a feeling that unless we're going to see some twists here, the game is getting here. But apparently c6 was a mistake, so she should have played b6 and then c6.
11 minutes for Kongresshaus. Will he be able to find the only move in the position? He has still 14 more moves to be played in this position. It's pretty tough, and he's already thinking for 6.5 minutes at this moment. Will he be able to find it? I mean, not so much time is left.
No. But you know, I think, Angelika, I think it's very often like this. So, okay, we have switched on the engines, like at least the evaluation bar, it immediately screams c6 is a mistake. We start to figure out why it's a mistake. Oh, yeah, because it was b6 and c6.
The players don't know it.
Yeah, but human mind doesn't work like that. And I think that as soon as you see c6, as soon as you see that your opponent's probably only response is b6, after which you're ready to play a 4, you're just not looking really for anything else. And Marco's choice looks very human to me. And I think also Tong, he doesn't want to play b6 because in the long run, like this is a very strong pass pawn. But ultimately, he might not have a choice.
Maybe he will not be able to do it. But while he's taking his time, let's get an overview of current situation. One game that we abandoned for a little bit is the top left corner, Liem against Matthias Bluebaum. We see there have been some updates, as we were mentioning from the overview. The e4 push, e5 push. I suggest immediately go there and see what has happened while we were absent.
Well, it seems that White has definitely made a significant progress. He did go for the e4 idea. We talked about this. So one idea was to play e4, e5. The second idea was to play a 4. I think that so far, Liem is playing like a model game. I don't know how big part of this was the home prep. By the way, unfortunate moment for Matthias, who immediately commits to a mistake. We're definitely going to check out in a moment why it's a mistake. But I feel we have to go back to this one moment. This one very big moment. I think it was right here. This was the position. King f6, and Liem played rook g1. And we're talking about this, like, why not c5? Could it be that he should have went for this?
I think what Matthias saw, that if he keeps on solid position, that it's not like it's going to be still good for him. But as we know it from the Carlsbad pawn structure, you know, also many times in the middle game played here in the end game, you want to stop the e4 push with the c5 push. Here it is the same, but it is already an end game. And probably he had to do it.
I think he had to do it because now c5 already is not the same. There comes e4, there comes e5, there comes knight e3. You know, all the players, especially the best players in the world, they're really aware of the principle, never be passive. You want to seek an active counterplay. But unfortunately, it's not written all over the move. This is the passive move. And I think what happened here to Matthias is that he played king g7. He thought it's the solid move. He thought he's probably going to play c5 at the move later. And around here, he realized, oh, I can't really play c5 anymore because now there's rook g4, now there's knight h4, now there's a lot of pressure for my opponent. So let me just go back. And now I'm going to play c5, and guess what? It's no longer happening. So this was like a small misstep for the German grandmaster, and his position becomes suddenly really unpleasant Because even though this is a strong pass pawn, it's not really a strong pass pawn, it's a weakness.
It
Rook
is a
G4.
weakness, and you don't have light squared bishop to defend it, so that's why the rooks and the knight will be able to attack it so well. And it's very interesting that Matthias Blübaum in the Cane Days 2026 managed to hold to a draw against Anish Giri, but maybe will not pass the test of Liem, the three-time Grandmaster Triathlon Biel Chess Festival champion.
It could be. His position might be still salvageable, but with every single move they're playing, White is applying more and more pressure because White's plan is getting really clear. Attack the pawn on g6, possibly centralize the king. And I have a feeling that now this c5 is coming way too late already. You want to play c5, you want to demolish the center, but with the king in the center, I have a feeling it's just not going to work.
So what's the next move that White will play? Is it rook g5? My idea is rook g5, c5, I have d5.
Oh, rook g5. Here,
Not
yeah?
sure, but oh.
Yeah,
I missed
you
something.
missed bishop d8.
Oh, bishop d8, yeah.
missed
So
bishop
maybe
d8.
then
I was thinking about rook g4.
rook g4, just attacking.
Yeah, attack weakness. You defend, I suppose, or go back. I'm not sure which is the right one. Maybe the c5 is still an issue. Like maybe I'm not in time.
The
Yeah.
other idea what White has is also playing rook f4. Rook f4, I want to play rook f6. This is my threat.
I'm gonna defend.
Then after take, I'm still not in time to prepare for c5.
For which move?
For c5. After take, king f3, I'm not in time.
Ah, you mean the break, yeah?
Yeah, the break is still happening.
Maybe not. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Knight e5, bishop b8, king e4, play for some domination. This pawn could be very strong. Not super accurate according to an engine, but apparently there's something better here.
I'm not sure actually what is so much better.
Rook h6.
Okay, so your idea of rook g4, but from another perspective.
Oh my goodness, I just realized. King f7 is knight f5. No?
Wow, because after take rook f6
Yeah.
and rook is hanging.
So you can't do this, but is it? Our engine doesn't even agree. I thought it's knight f5. Hitting the rook. Black plays rook d7, says it's okay.
But okay.
Black plays rook d7, says, but okay, it's okay.
But okay, it's okay.
Wait, but now the position is really shaky. You play king f7. No, knight f5. Rook h6, king e6, takes. Oh, wait.
Knight g4, knight f6.
Which move?
Okay, it was originally knight g4 move, but
I wanted to test this idea first.
Yeah, of course.
There's a fork. But again, you play king e6. Okay, I have silly ideas. Tell me yours.
No, everything is good.
Tell me yours.
So king f7. What about knight g4? Knight f6. Yeah, maybe not so good. Just want to bring the.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's very easy to miss things. All right.
Let's focus on this position. So,
Rook
do we have
G8.
already the moves?
Yeah, rook g8, king f3. These are the moves played while having some fun with our analysis, which was obviously incorrect. The
So
white
what
king is
happens if
getting to e4.
c5? c5 happens in this position.
I think this king is going to be in the harm's way somehow. Like this. And like this.
Wow.
There we go.
Wow, wow, wow.
So c5 is not working, and you're attacking the rook. Obviously, you can't take it. That's a
Looks
pin.
brilliant.
You play rook f7. Pam, 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 pam. Take, here e6. Even if there was no e6, I mean, the e-pawn is incredibly strong. You could just play knight x on d4. So white is heading to the d4. And what was the issue of... Okay, I'm just going to cheat, pardon me. What was the issue with king f7?
It's allowed to cheat as commentators.
You just play anyway king f3. centralize the pieces, because now c5 doesn't work because of many reasons. Knight e5, rook d7, rook h7. Take, knight f6. Many reasons why it doesn't work.
Knight
Takes,
f6,
knight f6.
yeah.
Beautiful game so
Wow.
far by Liem, like he is playing
Amazing.
textbook.
Absolutely amazing game, and I don't know, Matthias has not expected this. Again, he should have tried for the pawn break, but the other games are also progressing. Let's pull up the bird's eye view to see what is happening. First, what I see is in the top middle board, Liem Aronian against Yezer Dogmush. We see their rooks are off the board, and it's Turkish Grandmaster who has 5 minutes on the clock right now.
Yeah, I think we'll have to go to that game. Also give you an update of Aydin Suleimanli against Jose Martinez, top right corner. The Azerbaijani Gramsik has an extra pawn, but apparently it's very difficult to make a progress. We expected that something like this might happen in this game, and it's happening. Kostanyuk against Václav Finek, lower left corner. White still has an extra pawn, but the Czech Grandmaster... Was it the Czech Grandmaster who decided to keep the rooks, or Kostanyuk? It looks like it was Kostanyuk who played Queen A8. And Vaishali is down in exchange for no compensation right now against Carissa Yip.
Meanwhile, Marco Materia against Tong Xiao. Tong Xiao managed to find the best continuation, b6. So really exciting what is happening there as well. But I suggest let's go to Livon against Yes. This is definitely the battle of generation, the battle of the round. And we see also the game is progressing and moves are incoming very, very quickly, as Yes is not so, not having so much time in this position.
Yeah, but now it's moved to e5 with 4 minutes to go. And I think that the worst is behind him. Aronian was doing absolutely best he can, try to pose some problems for the young Turkish star, but he solved all of these very difficult questions. Just to show you what we missed off screen, this was the position. He played rook b5, rook a4, we left it here. King g7, knight c3, rook c5, e3, there comes the e3, try to play against the knight on f5. I also would have played like this. Rook f7, rook b4, rook c7, and around here probably Levon just ran out of ideas how to keep applying pressure. Rook d7, couple of pieces disappeared. You can't take on c4 because of a5. Your bishop on c4 will be dropping, so there was no choice. Oh wait, he did it anyway.
Oh.
I thought he did not.
He played it anyway?
Okay, that was a very interesting move. Other, some tactical tricks, but this is the current position where Levon still is hoping to somehow get some chances because of the pawn on b3. He treats the pawn on b3 as something he could potentially conquer.
b3, and it's move 35 right now. Yes, has 3 minutes on the clock in this position.
March with a king.
March with the king. How can you defend this pawn on b3? Now it reminds me also the pawn that we've seen in the game of Suleiman Lee against Martinez. There was a b4 pawn, which was taken ultimately. And in this game, this is again a reminder that the pawn more it's promoted, it can be more weaker. But Arturs, as you're pointing out, you have to be very careful in attacking the pawn, because if you step away with the bishop, our camera is dancing together with Turkish Grandmaster. I think
moving the camera even. They're in the same motion.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening there. There's Levon.
Levon is coming and saying, okay, should stop this business. But the move is played.
Probably king f1, king e1, king d2, king c3 is never going to work because black will just play knight e4. And also during this time, most likely Ardomos is going to seek some counterplay here, try to trade the pawns. I think it's safe to say that definitely the players have to get to the next time control. King f1 is on the board, but Ardomos is very close to having played the perfect defensive game.
Yeah, a few more moves have to be played. But let's go to the game of Vaishali against Carissa, because Vaishali is down to 5 minutes and she has 11 more moves to be played. She's down an exchange. As a reminder to our viewers, she sacrificed an exchange in order to proceed with an attack. But it was not so easy, as Carissa played perfectly in the last, I don't know how many, 5-7 moves. But we see Vaishali is still trying. She's bringing the queen to d7, but there are almost no minor pieces left on the position.
Unfortunately, not for her. So she's going after the pawn, but also I think what she's trying to do, she's trying to distract this queen so that the queen goes here. Maybe Vaishali has the time to get the bishop to d5 and go
Keep
for some
rolling.
attack.
Keep on rolling.
But I have a feeling that black can just sacrifice this pawn, play. Can you do this? Like rook b6, rook b2, be aggressive? I would want to do this. Like, I don't want to go passive, queen c5, probably it's decent. How about I go here? You take it. I take it. I don't think d6 works because of some tactics. Takes, and queen e2 check. So d6 doesn't go anywhere. And how do you defend actually here? Rook b6. The pawn is just gone. You can't defend it. You can't play rook b1. A simple tactic again is going to work.
The puzzle rush tactics.
Black
Checkmate.
is just winning. And
So you should take on c7, or do you play queen e7?
I don't see what it changes. King g7.
Rook f1 maybe? Idea is rook b2, queen f6, trying to attack.
It's worth a shot. I agree. Yeah, rook f1 try to somehow slow down.
Maybe c5 is a threat also in the position. c5, d6.
Because everything else is just dead lost. Like for Vaishali, if she takes after rook b6, queen c7, rook b2, the queen is disconnected from the attack. Rook takes on g2 is a threat. These pawns are very slow. I mean, how do you defend? Okay, queen maybe here like this. Rook f1. Maybe
We have
this
a
is
move on the board. What was played?
Queen c5 and queen h3.
Queen c5 defending. Carissa Yip is being very solid in this position, stepping backwards, defending, not allowing any queen e7 business. But now queen h3, the other threat is queen h6. How do you defend it? Because if you play king h7, there is queen f5 check.
Black has no choice. I think black has to go back.
Do you think you just want to repeat just to get extra time on the clock?
But why? Because she is the one having 12 minutes and it is Vaishali who has 4 minutes. I think repeating the moves favors white. Okay, queen e3. Maybe this was a small miss by Yip. I don't see her repeating position here. Like, there's no risk for her. She could always play rook b6. Maybe this was either a small misstep or something. It doesn't really change anything. Maybe she just missed queen h3 move at all, and now she's like, okay, there's queen h3. I don't have really any choice. The pawn on c7 is under attack. What else I can do? Well, I can play rook b6, rook b2, try to sacrifice and play queen e2. I'm pretty sure she sees this already right now.
Are there some big update in the game of Levon against Yes? Right this moment, Yezer Dogmush went for king f7 in the position if you can straight go to that game. Because apparently it was not the best move, and he's down 1 minute on the clock. Of course, there are 3 minutes.
This is actually the biggest news, yeah, that he's down on so much time, yeah, only 1 minute for 3 moves to make.
3 moves for 1 minute, and we see evaluation bar slides a bit up. Not sure how big that mistake was, but will White be able to win this b3 pawn?
Could it be that he missed the move knight a6, such a sneaky move? Suddenly white is trying to play knight c5, collect the pawn on b3. If you play bishop e6, there's going to be knight c5 threatening to take on e6 and simply collect the pawn. Could it be that he's just going to be down a pawn? Oh, look at this, he's so nervous, he doesn't know what to do. What do you do?
Again, he's playing his piano at the table as he always does, and he doesn't know. What's the move?
The clock is taking 24 seconds, 3 moves to make. He might flag.
Wow. He goes for knight e4. What's his idea? He stops knight c5 from attacking the pawn. Computer doesn't like it. Do we have bishop d3 in the position? Bishop c4, by the way. Bishop c4, bishop e6.
Bishop c4, bishop e6 is a move. There might be some g4, f3 moves also here.
Have to be very careful in this position. But 23 seconds for 2 more moves to play. And Levon is relaxed. He has 13 minutes right now.
2 moves to make for the young Turkish grandmaster. I'm not really sure why knight e4 again is a mistake. It looks pretty human, stopping knight c5. I don't necessarily immediately see what is wrong with it. Like, does it work? Bishop c4, bishop e6, take with e6, take with e6.
And f3?
F3 drops the pawn. You can't do it, but maybe there's the sequence g4, bishop e6, f3, knight e6.
And knight c5.
And knight c5, something followed by e4, king d2, king c3. Not very obvious.
But also the idea of the knight c5 later to take on e6 the bishop and then bishop c4 check. So there might be a lot of tactical ideas.
Wait, what about bishop d1?
Bishop d1, there is no longer knight c4? It's no longer possible. That was the perk of knight being on d6.
I play bishop b6, knight c7 doesn't work because of bishop c4. Okay.
What if I play knight c7 right now, this moment? Knight c7 and bishop c4 is a threat.
I play knight c5. I defend the pawn and I dominate your knight. Bishop f3, our producer suggests. With the g4 idea.
The idea is if knight goes back to d6, there's going to be bishop d5, bishop e6 trade, and knight c5 winning the pawn.
Actually, this looks really good. I like it. What do you say? Knight e6, yeah?
Bishop d5, bishop e6, take, and knight c5, and winning the pawn.
Yeah, but you watch out for your pawn on b2 as well.
Oh.
No. It's very highly technical here. Let me just jump ahead and consult with a beast, which is called Stockfish. It says bishop f3. And if I play knight e6, what do? You just play knight c5. And there's no knight c4 because of bishop d5, you're dropping a piece. Okay, this part makes sense, right? So bishop f3 is like the best move, but there are other moves as well. If black plays the best move, at least it was a best move some time ago, h5. Now you take on e4, strictly the only move. Knight c5, bishop, let's say I go here, king d2, g5, I seek some counterplay, king c3, let's say I seek some counterplay, king g6, knight takes on b3, and white is winning. Because black apparently is going to be a bit slow with the counterplay of king e5, king g4. Is this sequence so clear? I think I'm repeating myself. No.
It's not clear at all. And also we have a lot of action happening at the same time on all the boards. I suggest to go to Václav Finek against Alexandra Kostniuk, because Alexandra is down to 4 minutes right now in this position, and Václav is pushing on the king side. The last move that has to be made right now for Alexandra. But whenever Liem Aronian will play the move, we will return immediately to the game of yes.
Now here I think Kostniuk is completely lost. I don't see how she can defend because white has an extra pawn. He's also very aggressive for the king side. He wants to play h6, queen d4, just go for the checkmate, or maybe shut out the knight on f8 and then play h6. You can't play bishop takes on b5 because of rook b1, and this is also move 40, by the way. I think that this is the game we can assume that Václav Finek definitely has got things under control.
An update from the game. Let's go back to Liem Aronian against Yasser Dogmush. Levon played the move very fast. Now yes, with 10 seconds, has to play one more move.
10 seconds, only move is knight d6. He just made a mistake, and the mistake is because he was supposed to play bishop d5. But why actually bishop d5 here is good? It remains me a mystery, because I thought that in that position, after bishop d5, bishop e4, knight c5, white was winning the pawn anyway.
But move 41 was played, right? We reached control here in this game.
Oh my goodness. Do you know what is the difference? Do you know what's the difference, Angelika? We had the same position, but with the pawn on h5. And then g5 loses because black is very slow to organize the counterplay. But the difference here is that g5 King G6, King H5 comes much faster.
Let's go to other game which still didn't reach the next time control. It's Vaishali against Carissa Yup. Vaishali is having 1 minute on the clock to make a couple of last moves in this position. We have Queen F2 was the last move that has been played.
She did go for this Rook B6, Rook B2. This is move 38. Yip is playing a really amazing game here and using all the inaccuracies by the World Championship challenger, Vaishali, extra exchange. I think if I'm not terribly mistaken, there's also, no, there's no pawn, but it's potentially about to fall. Here, Carissa has all to do is just to make to the next time control, and she should be able to win this.
Rook A3, taking the pawn. Vaishali with 1 minute and 20 seconds in this position. 2 more moves that have to be played for Vaishali.
I don't see any chances for her here. Like, maybe the only hope is some C5, D6, D7, Bishop H3, 2 moves. Black has 7 minutes to make 2 moves here to reach the next time control. Also, look at the body language of Carissa. He's so composed, super locked in. She knows that she's got things under control. And she saw the exchange sacrifice, but she was not intimidated.
It would be so important for Carissa to strike back after yesterday's loss against Alexandra Kostyanyuk. So important to come back after it. But for Vaishali, I mean, she was so creative the whole game, sacrificed the rook. She has to make a move, 30 seconds on the clock, and she goes H4. H4, does she give up the pawn on G3?
Let me very quick.
Does she give up the pawn? Can you take it?
I think the queen just walks away and black just is going to easily make 2 moves to get the winning position. Do we have any other serious time scrambles where the situation is not very clear?
No, this is the biggest time scrabble, 30 seconds right
Everybody
now for
else
Vaishali.
has more time, yeah?
Yeah,
All
of
right,
course.
let's
yes.
stay here for a while.
Yeah, Vaishali just played H4. Okay, Carissa has 6 minutes.
Queen G4. Obviously, the pawn on G3 cannot be taken because the rook on G1 is positioned against the black king. Black plays it safe. Rook takes on G4, by the way, could be, rook takes on G3 could be a threat. You see, this rook can take on G3 now, and this is why white plays King H2. And officially, Vaishali has made it to the next time control, and Carissa has 7 minutes.
One more game which still is under 40 minutes is Marco Materia against Kongresshaus. I suggest immediately go to that game. Just we wanted to make sure that Vaishali is making to the 40th move. She was so low on the clock. But yeah, here we have it.
I think this is the most unclear game from all of them, because even though white has a very strong pawn on C6, black has managed to set up a pretty good fortress. He has his own trumps. On top of them, eats the extra pawn on G5. Maybe D4 is going to be happening. There's no increment here, and 7 moves to make with about 2 or 3 minutes for both players.
Will we see Xiong Tao one more time dodge the bullet like yesterday? Yesterday he blundered the piece against the Vaishali. I mean, she played this D2 and he had to give up a material, completely missed it. Here again, there was a huge chance for international master from France, Marco Materia. But he missed the other opportunity, this B6 move, and Rook A1 just played by Marco.
I mean, yeah, he went for this early. Again, D takes on C5 line, which I thought was a bit gambling. I thought it was a pretty interesting idea, very creative idea. Look at this. The body language of Tonchev is like, what is this? What is Rook A1? How do you
What
stop
is this
A5?
move?
Super funny moment here. But is A5 even a threat? I'm not entirely sure. I would just activate the king, King F6, King E5, to be honest. Like, it seems to be the right thing to do.
Just bring the king to the center, try to open up. Maybe it's a moment D4 could be an idea. And he's reaching for the king, yeah? Your idea has been played, of course.
King F6, yeah, A5. A5, by the way, also gives him an opportunity at least to consider playing Rook A8. Maybe just complicate things too much. Yeah, just A5, take it. Rook A5, King E5, and at least you have the thought process. I will never, ever lose this position. Probably, maybe I have chances for more. Because both players, they want to win at the same time. You think it's white who's playing for the win? Black also is ambitious here.
6 more moves have to be played. A5 indeed is being played. He's breaking, getting the rook on the a file, but is it enough to try to push as white?
30-6 move for white. B takes on a5 is going to cap it. I don't think he's going to play rook a8. He's a bit too much complicated. He took it, yeah. B takes rook a5 and king e5.
Yeah, king e5 is on the board.
Actually, I thought for a second he played king e5 immediately.
After a5, yeah?
Yeah, I thought, what is this?
No, no, no. And we have, rook is already on a5.
King e5.
2 minutes.
Very, very quickly, can we have a peek on the other games? Yeah, so I think we still have a couple of minutes here. Very, very quickly, just to give you an update, to overview of all the other games, what is happening here. Are there any time scrambles in any other games?
Everyone reached the time control.
Everyone reached the time
besides
control.
This game.
Yeah, Václav is winning, Levon is doing much better, Lim has a huge advantage, and Vaishali is being outplayed. So let's go back to the game of Marco Materia against Tonshao. This is the only game which is still in the first time control, and see how the action is going to unfold here.
Yeah, 3 more moves have to be played. 1 minute for Tonshao, and bishop f7 just being played. So 3 more moves, 1 more time, have to be played to reach the 40th move, to get extra 30 minutes on each clock. There is no increment right now, very important. Players have to play the moves as fast as possible.
I think that if somebody here is ambitious, it's already black. It's not even about the pawn, it's about the easiness of the plan. You want to play rook d6, bishop c8, and just collect the pawn. It's really that simple. And the bishop at a4, it's not doing anything. It's holding on to the pawn. So here Marco activates the king, king f2. Does black play bishop e8 or rook d6? Both moves look reasonable to me.
Yeah, he wants to try to target the c6 pawn, but will white be able to put more pressure maybe on d5? Or will black play d5? But it's 40 seconds now for the Chinese grandmaster. 2 more moves that have to be made.
Rook b8.
Ooh.
That's a very interesting move.
Rook b8, bringing the rook to the open file. Potentially rook can slide in.
37 seconds, by the way. He still needs to make 2 moves. Both players know.
Yeah.
2 moves.
2 more moves for Marco Materia and Tonshao. Marco has a bit more time, 1 minute, but still, you don't want to leave everything on the last second.
No, you don't. Absolutely, because again, there's no increment here. You can definitely sense the nervousness of the Frenchman. It's not so easy to find a plan here. Okay, king g3, you want to be active. Black immediately shuts the door, plays bishop e6 so that the king cannot go forward. 1 move for each player, and they reach the next time control. Yes, it's move 39. Both players check the big transmission board.
Move 39. It's always important to check. There have been accidents where someone lost on time. At bishop b5 has been played, so we've reached, Marco reached the 40th move, and Tonshao has to make it.
I think he's just going to make some quiet move, not to make any big decision. I don't think this is the moment when you want to make some very big decision by doing something that you might regret. There you go. Rook d8, he just double checks, he doesn't blunder anything. Players get officially to the next time control, get extra half an hour on the clock, and also enter the zone of the increment.
What an exciting time trouble phase that we have here at the round 2. So we're going to take a break while the pace slow down a little bit. Meanwhile, take a look at one of our interviews that we had in the Grandmaster Triathlon tournament, in the MTO, by the way, tournament, which is happening at the same time with the Grandmaster Triathlon. Stay tuned for more action. We'll see what is going to unfold, because many winning chances for the players. We'll be back in a few moments.
Lena, huge congratulations. What a win today against GM Sasikiran. I think maybe your biggest win so far?
Yeah, it's, I think, by far. And also he used to be like a lot stronger some years ago. I think he used to be above 2700.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm in a bit of shock still, but well.
Yeah, and I mean, what a game. It seemed like you dominated from the start. Tell us a bit about the game.
Yeah, so actually he played this 2 g6 Sicilian, which I didn't expect. But he, like, I already played against him a few times. I also played against him last year, and then he surprised me on move 1. So I was kind of expecting to be surprised again.
Okay.
But so this time it happened on move 2. And I decided to play this c3 Sicilian, like c3, d5, e5, because again, I was unprepared and I thought it's a good way to just get a playable position. And then I decided to sacrifice a pawn in the opening, which I'm not sure was correct. I guess the ancient says it's around equal. But he decided not to take it. And then later on, I arrived in a position which I thought was a bit better for me. And actually, we repeated moves once. And I repeated moves again just to see if he wanted to play or not. Because I thought, you know, even if I'm a bit better, a draw is still a good result.
Yeah.
And then he risked a bit. I think he really wanted to continue the game. And he sacrificed a pawn, which I didn't think was correct. And then apparently the conversion was not as bad as I thought, because I had the feeling that I was kind of losing control, but I don't know, Ancient says that it's always better for me, which, yeah, I wasn't sure if it was during the game.
Where would you say Sasikiran made sort of the decisive mistake, like which move?
I think in the opening where he went e5, I mean, he just gives me the e-pawn for basically free. I guess he has some play, but still, I thought it's probably not enough. But maybe, I mean, he does have some practical compensation at least. But I thought objectively, for sure, I'm better there. But then again, I felt like I was kind of losing control. And I played this, like, he went bishop c2, which I thought was really strong. Engine doesn't approve somehow, so I didn't understand anything during the game. But there I thought like it was kind of turning. But apparently I found some strong moves afterwards, so it was never really good for him, I guess.
Yeah, a great win, I'm sure. And tell us a bit about yourself. You are from Switzerland, and
Yeah.
I'm sure you have played Biel quite a few times already.
Yeah, I've played many times in the past. I think the first time I played was in 2014.
Oh, wow.
I was 14 years old and I played in the amateur group and I got 3rd place. And afterwards I played quite a few times as well. The problem was always that it is at the same time as the Swiss Championship.
Yes.
And so you kind of have to decide which one you play. And for the past few years, I've decided to play the Biel tournaments because, again, I get to play against a lot of strong players like today. So it's just a very interesting tournament for me, and I really like to play here.
And what's the importance of an event like the Biel Chess Festival for chess in Switzerland in general? If you can say a few words.
Yeah, I think it's by far the biggest and the strongest tournament in Switzerland, and it has been for a few years. Like, I think next year is the 60th anniversary, so it's really the only legendary tournament that we have. And of course, we hope that it can continue, but I think funding is always a bit of a challenge in Switzerland. So we hope that it can continue for many more years.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that would be great to see such a good tournament continue. And Lena, you're a WGM yourself, and you're playing many of these strong events. Maybe you have set some goal for yourself by the end of this year, or what's your current goal right now?
Yeah, so, you know, I'm not a chess professional. Like, I have a regular job. I'm a software engineer.
Ah, I see.
And I'm still in university, so I don't always have that much time for chess, but I try to work on chess when I can. And yeah, so I'm trying to become an international master, but again, with limited time, it kind of takes a while to improve.
What's the norm situation? Do you have any
I have no
norm?
norms.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
And like, how is it managing your job with chess? You don't get to hear that often among like chess players like yourself,
Yeah.
because you're quite strong as well.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm lucky to have a flexible job. I actually decided to study computer science because I knew that, you know, as a software engineer, it's maybe easier to have flexible work hours than with a different job. So yeah, I kind of managed everything around chess, I guess.
And you have to take leaves maybe during the tournament, something like that.
No, I'm on holidays right now. So
Okay,
I just spend all of my holidays on chess, and that's how it works. Yeah.
That's great to know. Thank you so much, Lena, for the interview. And once again, big congratulations on this amazing win.
Thank you.
Welcome back, dear viewers. We've just passed the most exciting part of the time trouble that we have in the round number 2, which decides already the pace of where the games will continue. We have some big chances right now for decisive results. Arturs, what have we seen in the last moments?
Yeah, we definitely saw some tense moments. And also, by the way, the very first result, which you can see happened in the game between Aydin Suleimanli against Jose Martinez. I think when we are going to have a bit some time and make a recap of all the other games, we could show you how the game wrapped up. Suleimanli had an extra pawn, but he did not really find a way to capitalize on it. Starting with the top left corner, we have the three-time Biel chess champion Liem playing against Matthias Blubam, the recent FIDE Candidates Tournament player. Here White is making a very nice progress. He has been building up this advantage pretty much for the entire game. Matthias at one moment missed a chance to organize counterplay with c5, and now this opportunity pretty much seems to be gone. The top middle board, Lavon Aronian against Yezer Domos. It was really world-class game until the time scramble where the Turkish player pretty much already solved all of the opening problems, but yeah, he had very little time on the clock, and then ultimately he made a mistake, and now it seems, Angelika, that his pawn on b3 is dropping.
Yeah, definitely. It is looking so. And in Generations Challenge, what we have right now, it's Václav Finek against Alexander Kostniuk in the bottom left corner. The Czech international master, by the way, GM elect, he's pushing on the queen side, king side right now, and he has an extra material against the former women's world champion that we also seen some action in the game of Vaishali against Carissa Yip in the bottom middle board. We see that Vaishali is struggling, being down in exchange. She tried to create an attack, but it's not really something what she was expecting for. And in the bottom right corner, we have Marco Materia against Tong Shao, the players who last joined everyone else in after the 40th move. There, Marco Materia had big chances in the game, but it was Tong Shao who found very precise way to continue in the time scrabble. Arturs, I suggest we go to our three-time Biel Chess Grandmaster Triathlon winner, Liem against Matthias Blubau. We haven't checked them for a long time, and we've seen the big advantage that Liem managed to get.
Yeah, let's do it. He's playing really a beautiful game today here. And I feel like this was a completely different Vietnamese Grandmaster who decided to wake up finally after the slow start. He was struggling a bit in the very beginning. Originally, I thought it was a jet lag because he does reside in the United States of America, being the head coach of Webster University for many years, which just recently, by the way, discontinued. He is also the coach of the upcoming U.S. chess team in the upcoming World Chess Olympiad in Samarkand, Uzbekistan. But no, he was in Europe already for quite some time. Just before Biel Chess Festival, he was playing in Lyon Masters. There was this exhibition tournament. But in the past days, he's playing really great, Angelika. And this game is something people can show to students. This is how you slowly but carefully build up your advantage.
And even though he didn't have such a great start in the rapid, he showed some very nice preparation, as I remember. And yesterday, of course, he comes back from that very painful result that he had in the first 2 days, scores the first victory, gets 4 points. Now it's a second round. He prepares against Matthias Blubau in the opening, which was studied for a very long time during the candidates 2026 preparation, and he still wants to challenge him in it. And as we see, the advantage is keep on growing in this position for Vietnamese Grandmaster.
Let's try to understand why. The first and foremost thing I think everybody's seeing here, can I win a pawn? You're just winning on the spot, out of 6. So we have to check it why it's a bad idea. Black is going to take it, rook f7, rook takes on g6. Seemingly, white is very happy. We just won a pawn, we need to play king f5, but that's the thing. I have a feeling that white will be unable to do it because there's going to be a trade, and you play king e6, and suddenly the black king starts to shoulder the white king. Even if rook takes on f6 is not a threat, for white it could be quite difficult to continue from here. That's why I'm fairly sure that Limle looked at this. He already has discarded this. He doesn't like it, and he's looking for something else. So, what do? Do you play d5? Or you activate your pieces which are not working, like the rook on h6?
Yeah, that's a huge question right now in the position. I mean, the pawn on g6 is in a big trouble because bishop cannot defend it. And he's moving with knight to e3. Does he want to remaneuver the knight, or he wants to push for d5?
I think he wants to play d5. Like, I was thinking, why don't you play d5 immediately here? Yeah, so this was my original idea. Play d5. C takes on d5, king d5. Try to shoulder the white king. Maybe look for the right moment to play knight f6. Because, I mean, the idea is still there. Let's say bishop e7. Okay, this probably is winning now. You see there's a major difference. What is this move, yeah? Takes. You cannot get the king on e6, so I'm dominating your king. But on top of these ideas, I was thinking, maybe if I'm not entirely sure about this, I could just play for some domination, like e6, king e5, knight f6. Okay, apparently it's not accurate, but d5 was definitely a thing. But he decided to play knight e3, I think, to improve the idea to play d5.
Yeah, to improve my idea, and also he's going to have more pieces in the center, fully now controlling it. King, knight, 2 pawns on d4 and e5. Everything is in the center for white. And yeah, well, looks like Matthias is struggling. How are you going to proceed here? I mean, defending the pawn you can do by pushing g5, but do you really want to push? Because suddenly rook comes to d6. You have all these issues. Oh, e6 immediately, knight f5.
Yeah.
You cannot do so.
Yeah, the rook on h6 is a monster.
Oh. And the rooks on the g file are just doubled, but there is not much sense of them. Oh, meanwhile, we have a result in the game of Vaishali against Carissa Yip. She managed to score a victory, Carissa against Vaishali. So that's what we have already been discussing and expecting earlier, as well as a draw. Marco Materia against Tong Shao.
Yeah, by the way, quite quickly, the game's wrapped up as soon as they reach the next time control. Very quickly, I'm going to show you the final positions, what happened in the game of Vaishali against Carissa Yip. This is the current final position, where black collected the pawn on e4, white has no compensation for the exchange. White, the a pawn is simply rolling forward. This is why here Vaishali resigned. Great game by Carissa Yip. And also Marco Materia versus Xiao Tong. This was the final position. The players reached the next time control. They figured out that none of the players really can make any progress, so why don't we shake hands and go home. So going back to the Limle game versus Matthias Blumam, I just saw there was a move played by Matthias. He played bishop b6, trying to discourage white to play b5, and here white has all the time in the world to play nice improving moves like knight e1 and knight c3.
Yeah, and we see that he is going for it. Limle is showing some kind of a master class here. First, I mean, he is just improving in this middle game, then getting into the end game and pushing e5, because he's saying, if you allow me to push e5, e4, e5, then I'm just going to do it.
Right. So that's what it feels like, and I don't really know how do you stop knight c3. Maybe bishop a5, so that after knight c3 you can trade. Bishop takes on c3. I see our producer is talking with Carissa. Is she gonna join us for an
that's
interview?
A big question, but definitely king is still right now in the center on e4. d5 push is going to be played very soon. Limle is being prepared for it, and meanwhile for Matthias it's tough to say, and I think it's also a good moment for us to go on a very short break, because we are going to expect a very special guest in the studio afterwards. So dear viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, dear viewers, and I have with me a very special guest, the four-time US Women's Chess Champion, International Master Carissa Youb, defeating Grandmaster Vaishali Ramesh Babu. Carissa, first of all, congratulations, and share with us, how you feel after this victory.
Thank you. I'm pretty happy about winning. Yeah, yesterday was kind of a tough game, so I'm glad to bounce back.
Yeah, it's very important to strike back after a tough round. And let's go immediately into your game, because it was quite an eventful one, starting from the opening. You can share with us, how far did the preparation go? Have you anticipated Vaishali's opening choice?
Yeah, she actually surprised me on move 1, because she's usually an e4 player. We've played quite a few games in the last year, and she's always gone e4, so that was my expectation. But yeah, d4, and I picked up this Nimzo recently, so I was hoping maybe I could surprise her back a little bit. But yeah, in the end, after this knight f takes d2, I kind of forgot my lines, so I was
we were also shocked here a bit for a moment, because we had similar position in the Levon's game against Yes, and he took with the queen. We were also expecting it, and she takes with the f knight. I mean, what did you think?
Yeah, a lot of bogos this round. But yeah, I mean, I kind of felt I misplayed it a little, but it got kind of interesting when she allowed a4 later on.
Yeah, that was what we wanted also to ask you, because usually, especially after this move, yeah, bishop e7, you're pointing out you want to play a4. Have you expected b3 or b4 from her, and why do you think that she allowed you?
Yeah, I expected b3, and then I think white just kind of has a pretty nice space advantage. But the point of allowing a4 is that it takes some time for my queen side to fully develop. So she gets in this e4, f4 pretty quickly, which I underestimated. Yeah, knight a6 here takes. Oh wait, sorry, knight c5 now takes. Yeah, initially I had wanted some queen takes e5, but it just doesn't work because of knight f3, and if queen h5, knight e2, I didn't really like the look of.
Knight e2?
Yeah.
And the queen is almost trapped.
Yes. So I thought d should also be fine. And then yeah, I was surprised by this rook takes f6.
At which moment have you anticipated this sacrifice of the rook? Because, I mean, she could have also taken on e5 move before she played rook a1, and you seem to reply very quickly with the knight c5.
Yeah, I mean, well, knight c5 is kind of the only move in the position for black at that point. But this rook takes f6 was pretty surprising. So, yeah, of course I'd looked at this, and I felt it should be good for black, because white never really gets an attack rolling. Yeah, the problem is white can never really get a knight to f5, because I'll always have some knight b3, knight d4 as well. And yeah, if white just can't stick a minor piece on that score, then black's king is totally fine. And in the meantime, yeah, I'll just be pushing on the queen side. So the only thing I think black has to look out for is some d6 tricks, and the knight will get it into d5, and then it can get a little dangerous.
Just maybe a short question, because what we have discussed at the broadcast, and Arturs was suggesting an idea to play something like rook e1, bring the queen to h5, and then try to trade the bishops, because that's ultimately the square that, as you're mentioning, knight wants to get to, and once the bishops are off the board, somehow knight can get to the f5, or you simply saw that it's too much time and too much work on.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't look so closely, but my feeling was that it should be fine for black. And white's the one who has to be kind of more precise here.
Anyway, she went for the knight f3. And yeah, you can continue.
Yeah. But, king h7, I thought during the game was maybe a little imprecise with what happened. So knight h4, played rook a6, rook f1. Yeah, the reason why king h7 is a little imprecise is because I ultimately want this rook a6, queen e7, knight b3 sequence, right? So king h7 kind of loses the tempo. And yeah, in some lines, white will want a quick d6, knight d5, and that's why the tempo is kind of crucial. And sometimes my king wants to be on g7 instead too. But anyway, it turned out okay. I played queen e7. I think the main calculation here was on d6. Yeah, I wanted like rook takes, knight d5, queen d8, queen f2. Yeah, now I could play like probably just knight d3 or something, and the endgame should be good for black. Ooh, actually Bar doesn't like it. Okay, let me think. Okay, this was what I had intended, but I guess the engine hates it.
For some reason, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but I felt like the endgame should be good for black because I'm picking up b2. Maybe the computer wants to keep the exchange instead of taking on f6 afterwards. But I had felt then that like if white's knight's on f6, and it gets a little dangerous.
But yeah, coming back to the current position. So
Anyway, d6 was just always on my radar. She went for this knight b5, knight b3. I think I played.
we're a bit surprised with the knight b5 because it looked like she wants to create some kind of attack, but she goes to the queen side.
Yes. Well, I think this was kind of interesting because I played knight b3 and then I was worried about d6 here. So yeah, if c takes, knight c3. Yeah, if like bishop e6 or something, then knight d5, and you take back with the e pawn. And yeah, I think white's doing okay here. So I didn't like this. After d6, I was probably gonna try to, yeah, rook takes d6. And yeah, again, my
Queen
king is very safe. Yeah, queen takes. And I have this d4 square. So yeah, I thought black was doing well here. But I thought this was kind of what she wanted, and then she played, yeah, king h1. And then I kind of start infiltrating on the dark squares.
Yeah, you were so in control here. That's amazing.
Yeah, and she was getting low on time. I mean, I think it's very tricky for white to play.
Many threats in the position, so she had to step away with the queen.
Yeah, I played knight d4. I just want to avoid like any more d6, knight c3 stuff. Queen rook d1 first, yeah, and then queen h5. Yeah, and then I had a long think here because, yeah, she wants knight f5 takes, queen takes. And yeah, it was getting kind of difficult to calculate. I mean, I originally wanted rook b6, but yeah, I guess knight f5 takes. Yeah, the point is if king g7 or king h8, then there's rook f1.
You cannot take on b2, f6.
Yeah, and if I take on c4, then, I mean, the whole point is that my queen should be on the dark squares to protect h6. So when I go like, yeah, if she goes like queen g4, king h8, queen h5, I ideally wouldn't want like some queen a3 here.
Yeah, you need some queen somewhere.
Yeah, otherwise I have to play f5, and then I feel like that's unnecessary. So, but I think she kind of, yeah, it was a little tricky, but got kind of misplayed to knight f5. Oh, I was also evaluating like knight f5, queen g5, but then queen e2 was annoying.
Sorry, queen is 3?
Yeah, like
Knight
queen
f5?
g5, queen e2 maybe, and white's still kind of holding on. And my queen is like a little bit out of place. So, yeah, so I took.
Yeah, that was the mission of the bishop, just to take that knight.
Yeah, I just had to make sure there's no like tricks. I mean, white has some resources with, yeah, like I said, like maybe some c5 at some point, and then d6, or like some perpetual I have to look out for.
Yeah, you have to watch out. So she took. Step away, some checks.
Yeah.
And queen e7. This position we saw you decided to repeat.
Yeah, I actually missed queen h3, so I was like, oh, I guess I have to go for rook b6 now. Yeah, originally I was hesitant, but as what happened in the game, I think I had like some king g. I was worried about giving up f6, but actually giving up f6 is just totally fine, I realized. Once my queen side rook gets active, it's kind of over.
So rook b6, you're targeting b2, and she's aiming for f6.
Yeah, so I can just take here, king g8.
And finally, you realize you can't give up on f6.
Yeah, I mean, here my queen and rook are just so active, and she kind of runs out of steam on the attack.
There is not a single threat right now, yeah, in position. So she has to defend, and queen g5, offering a trade.
Yeah, and I picked up a3, and then it's kind of over.
Yeah. kind of not a single move, and yeah, this position it was, I think, move 43. Yeah, almost immediately after the time control, she resigned. Well, very important, especially to strike back after a loss. But tell us how difficult was it, emotionally and mentally? Because yesterday, I believe you had some advantage in the opening, and you even had the chance to repeat, the position against Alexandra, and it didn't go your way. And today, you managed to strike.
Yeah, yesterday was just a bad game. Yeah, I think I kind of got like a dream position out of the opening, but I just ended up misplaying it. So I was pretty upset after the game, but I think I kind of tend to be, after losses in general, kind of just mad at myself. But it's important to just sort of pick yourself back up, new day, next game. It was good that I won. Otherwise, I guess I would I'd be more upset.
But also, ultimately, in this format that we have, playing 2 draws is bringing less points than if you, for example, lose and win another game.
Yeah.
So it was important to come back. And now you have 4 extra points, getting up also in the leaderboard. Does it boost your confidence for tomorrow? It will be round 3.
Yeah, I mean, I always feel more confident playing after a win than any other result. So, yeah, feeling good for tomorrow.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Carissa, for your time, and best of luck tomorrow. We're really excited for your game.
Thank you.
Thank you. For now, dear viewers, let's take a look at the remaining 3 games in the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters and Generations Challenge. As earlier mentioned, we have 3 games happen, 2 draws between Aydin Suleimanli and Jose Martinez, as well as Marco Materia and Tong Xiao. And as we just had Carissa Yip in the studio, the 4-time US Women's Champion, beating Vaishali Ramesh Babu, and the game where Vaishali wanted to create an attack. She sacrificed her exchange, but didn't manage to do it. We still have 3 more games ongoing. In the top left corner, it's Liem Lea, 3 times Biel Chess Festival champion, who is trying to get the 2nd victory in a row against Matthias Blübaum. The big question, will he be able to do it? In the middle top board, it's Levon Aronian against Yegis. But let's go immediately to the game of Liem Lea. And I have a surprise. Arturs is here.
I'm back. Yeah.
We have some castle.
Yeah,
we made the castle.
As usual, we have a castle here, and it was a great interview. So, yeah, some of the games still continue. We have 3 more games to go, potentially 3 decisive games, so quite a lot of deciders today. And I just wanted to start maybe with the game of Liem Lea against Matthias Blübaum and try to assess how good are his chances to convert us to a victory, or maybe from the other perspective, does Matthias Blübaum have realistic chances to survive this game?
Yeah, those are all valid questions. And first thing that we see that it's the knight against the bishop and the pair of rooks endgame. And as we were mentioning all the time, this pawn on g6 is at the same time a weakness, but also it's stopping all kind of rook d6 opportunities with a rook. You cannot really push it forward. You also probably going to lose it soon. How do you proceed here as white or as a black, to hold it?
Yeah, tough question, because knight f4 is incoming. You're about to hit the pawn on g6 with white. I would like to step back maybe a couple of moves ago. I think this was the last time when we checked it. This
move
91.
40,
move 40, yeah. Tried to play knight c3, won a pawn on a4. Black played bishop a5, and not knight c3, because I think that if you would play knight c3, black would happily, as happy you can be in this position, play bishop takes on c3, play b5 to slow down white's ideas to play c4 and b5. And most likely white is still winning this, but why should you risk it when you are in a dominating position? That's why here the Vietnamese grandmaster played knight f2, trying to get with the knight on d3, knight e1, repeat the position, knight c3. Now he was all right with the trade. Blübaum decided not to do it because, again, I think that this position takes here. Visually, it looks just lost, to be honest. Yeah, g5, rook f6, and it feels like black's queen side is going to fall apart.
You're just going to pick up the pawns on the queen side. The g-pawn you can easily stop even with the king. So, yeah, super tough position and super tough choice here. So, as we can see, b5 was played, defending, and knight e2.
Going after the pawn on g6, potentially also eyeballing for the square on c5. And that's why here Bluebaum immediately played bishop d2, attacking the rook on h6, rook h1, and this is the current position we have on the board.
Now, big question for Matthias, how to proceed, but again, we can agree, the pressure is enormous. Liem is building up a big attacking opportunities right now, but we have also another game which might decide in the next moments. It's Václav Finek against Alexandra Kostyniuk. We have checked this game before they went into the next time control. But what is going on? Václav has extra pawn in the position, but Alexandra's pawns are also too many pawn islands, too weak. And bishop g4, offering a bishop trade.
Should be technically winning because white has the extra pawn. The second one is also here on h7. And on top of that, if you win a pawn on h7, there's also g6 ideas. Many moves, by the way, have been played. Before, do we go back? We want to check them?
I think we just focus on what
All
we
right.
see right now because, you know, too many moves have been played and it's Alexandra's last chances probably to keep the game going.
How? The only idea I can think of for black is somehow to use the strength of the d pawn, but might be easier said than done. Perhaps something like d4. Can I do this? If I'm going to put it now on the analysis screen, let's say, otherwise, I mean, white simply is going to collect the pawn on h7, play g6. So at least I'm going to now shuffle the pieces a bit, let's say d4. And the white could maybe take on c8, simplify the position a bit. If you take on c8, I can collect this pawn. You take it here. Rook c3 is threatening. I play king f3, king e4. By the way, same centralizing the king as Lim last game. You go here, king e4, take on d3, rook b8. You got to eliminate this pawn. And at least if white has nothing better, you always go for this, which should be a technical victory.
Yeah, pretty set position for the former women's world champion right now. Do you think she is realizing already how bad it is, or is she still having some chances in the position?
I think she's been suffering the entire game pretty much after this missed move, d takes on e5, knight e4. Definitely that's the position she did not want to do. She forgot about it, then she was suffering the entire game. And maybe I could go to this one moment before where she decided to sacrifice a pawn. Like it was move 30, I think, right here. This was the position. Black is obviously in a big trouble because white has just played g4, g5, rook h3, go after the attack on the pawn on h7, potentially anchor the knight on d5. And this is the moment when Kostyniuk played b5, which is very understandable, but I have been in this situation so many times, and you are always unsure. I mean, what to do, because from one hand, like I'm talking from the black's perspective, if you are going to sit passively, do nothing, you're essentially risking that your opponent will slowly outplay you and you just did nothing. So you play b5, you try to organize some activity, seek some counterplay, but maybe because of your activity, your position becomes even worse. So it's a dilemma that has
And you also
no
give up
good
a
answer.
pawn. You also give up the material, which is very important in the endgame.
And this was the thing that Alexandra tried. Okay, knight e6, knight f8, nothing really worked. And around here, yeah, this was a really great move by the Czech player. He just decided, okay, that's it. I got the pawn. I don't need to do anything more. Let me simplify the position. And from here, he just started to play on both flanks at the same time, go for the attack. Kostyniuk was seeking some counterplay, but the Czech grandmaster never really looked back, and it was all about converting the advantage, and ultimately we are here. By the way, d4 was just played by Kostanyuk.
Yeah, the last move that she made, d4. So she's allowing the bishop trade, but she wants also to have the pawn one move forward. But doesn't it look so much easier to trade the pieces? And she wants, of course, to trade the rooks in the position.
I don't know what else she can do really here. Her position is lost. Bishop takes on c8 was immediately played by black. Of course, rook c to c8, keep the pawn on d4 alive. The only chance for her is the pawn on d4. And I think king f3 is a pretty simple move here. Perhaps you can play rook h7. Perhaps you can do that. Black plays rook c3, you take on c3, d takes on c3, and perhaps you can play g6. But why would you do that?
Why do you want this adventure? See if you can play pretty much solid move, king f3.
I mean, it's winning anyway.
It's winning.
Yeah, it's winning, but I think I would just, without thinking, just play king f3, king e4. I'm pretty sure that Václav here is going to spend like 1 minute, look at the opportunities, decide that rook h7, g6 is a bit too complicated, and just play king f3 and slowly win it.
Liem against Matthias Blübaum, there have been some updates because Liem just pushed the d5. He's breaking the position of German Grandmaster, the candidate tournament player in this year.
Yeah, it seems to be the right moment to do this because now Matthias defended the pawn on a4 with b5, and after c takes on d5, rook takes on d5, knight e4, the pawn on b5 is dropping, and if the pawn on b5 is dropping, most likely also the pawn on a4 is dropping. Black doesn't have really any counterplay. Maybe this g5. Okay, rook h7. He's ready to give up the pawn on g6 so that he can at least try to harass the white king.
But also time for Matthias. It's 8 minutes, 48 seconds right now. Of course, with the increment already. So for every move, the player is getting 30 seconds. But for Liem, it's a plenty of time. 22 minutes right now at this position. And it's just an absolutely incredible position to play. I mean, your hand plays a position itself, and you take the pawn on c6. Now your rook is entering on d6. Just such a beautiful position to play.
Let's just call it what it is. White is winning. I think White is technically winning here, and Matthias knows this by now. And it's quite possible that in his mind he has replayed his missed moment before. And I think this was the possibility when he had a chance to play c6. And again, I'm going to pull back it on the screen. We already talked about this a couple of times, and I'm pretty sure that Matthias, if he would be asked where was the mistake, I think he would go back right here to this moment after rook g1, where White was planning to do some kind of a pressure here. And this very unfortunate king g7, I think this was the start of Black's troubles. King g7, king f6, two innocent looking moves, but White was able immediately to play e4, e5, knight e3, and Black was never able to carry out c5. If instead he had played here c5, we might have had a completely different outcome.
Yeah, we might have had a completely different pawn structure in this position, and Black would definitely would not allow these beautiful pawns in this position. But we have some updates, moves incoming. So we had rook h7, now trade happened, and knight d4, the last move.
By the way, I find it also quite interesting, Angelika, that he didn't take the pawn on g6 with a check, which I'm sure also was winning. But knight e4 is a beautiful centralizing move. King b7 walks away from the check. If you would play king b6, rook g6 definitely would follow. Rook h4 is the kind of counterplay that Liem has to make sure he never falls for, but he just plays knight b5. I love it. Look at this. Rook h4 will be met by king d5 and knight d6. So there's no check on d8 that's going to harm White.
Arturs, can you imagine it? I mean, Liem struggled so much in the first 2 days, chess 960, then first portion of the triathlon, the rapid one. And then he comes back. He comes back to round 1. He is crushing Jose Martinez yesterday. Today he's coming with another preparation and managing, squeezing such a big advantage. And we might see him winning 2 games in a row, and he'll be even closer to the leaders.
I think Matthias might just resign even here. Like, okay, when he was playing the rapid tournament against, for example, against Aronian, there was this one moment when he was playing for quite a while in a lost position. But here, I think that you got to realize that your opponent, I don't think he's going to let it slip with 10, 22 minutes. Also, the pawn on g6 now is dropping. Bishop c7 was played by Matthias. I think he's really hoping for rook h4, rook d8, some kind of a counterplay, but a simple rook g6 looks very good here.
Yeah, just take the pawn. You can take the pawn and just enjoy your life. You're going to have a passer on the e-file, extra pawn on the queen side as well. And I would say that also a4 pawn will be hanging very soon.
Yeah, there's many winning moves. Rook g4 is a safe move just to avoid any checks. Very concretely, I have a feeling that this is also winning. Most likely taking on c7, giving some check here. Probably also. Oh wait, there might be a trick. Knight takes on c7, a rook h4 check. So you can't play king d5 because of rook d8.
Okay, so some tricks in the position.
Some tricks, yeah.
While we were standing in this game, there has been update of Václav Finek against Alexander Kostyuk. A few moves have been played. Okay, let's see what is the move of Liem. He plays knight d6.
A very safe move. Bishop takes on d6. Is going to be rook takes on d6. Why doesn't really need a pawn on g6? It's all about the pawn on e5. Very, very cool move. I really love it. And I don't think that Black can do anything right now. Yeah, bishop d6, rook d6, rook h4 is going to be king d5, e6, c7 is incoming. You walk away with a king, just take on g6, then play king d5.
Yeah, very tough position right now for the German Grandmaster. He's trying to find a move. Also, the clock is ticking. Even though he has an increment, still, it's 7 minutes, 53 seconds right now for Matthias.
Yeah, maybe let's stay here for like 1 minute. I have a feeling the game is about to wrap up. The body language of Matthias tells it all. Like he knows he's beat. It's all about acceptance. Like,
yeah, he has to accept that this has happened. But you know, I have a feeling he cannot accept. You know, he played the same opening. He was defending against Anish Giri at the Candidates Tournament 2026. But here he comes, the next classical tournament that he is playing, Grandmaster Triathlon at the Biel Chess Festival. He's facing Liem, Vietnamese Grandmaster, the current coach of the US women's team at the Olympiad in Samarkand. And he might lose this out of this opening?
I'm not really sure if the opening was to blame. King c6, okay. So he tries to keep on the game. Yeah, maybe we just move on to. I thought actually he might resign here, but no, he's going to play a couple of moves. But no, I don't think the opening was to blame, to be honest. It was the unfortunate decision when he made to be a bit passive. He should have went for c5. I'm sure he saw c5. He was not entirely sure about it, but one misstep, he was in trouble, and then things were really difficult after that.
And they're playing out some moves, so some checks have been played. King goes back to d7. It's a top left corner. It's the game we've just seen. There have been some moves played in the bottom left corner. Václav Finek against Alexander Kostyuk. Václav is pushing his pawns and giving a check to king on e6. So I suggest to go to that game, as the game of Levon Aronian against Yezor Dogmush is still a bit more calm.
And what happened here is that not king d3 was played, but king g4 instead, which is okay. It's also good. One interesting moment here. Okay, there's a lot of moves incoming. I'm just going to show you this moment for some fun. So in this moment, there was d4, takes on c8, takes on c8, king g4, king e6. Oh no, wait, actually I think it was a problem with the transmission. Because I saw black playing h6 and rook takes on h6. Okay, they fixed it. Yeah, rook h7.
Rook takes h7, yeah.
Yeah, they fixed it. King d5, and this is the current position.
Yeah, it is right now a position. King is coming forward. Alexandra is trying to activate her king. She wants to make this pawn on d4 count. She wants to push it. maybe that's the only chance that she has in this endgame to try to push the d-pawn as far as possible. But king f5 is being played by Václav.
I slightly don't like the way he played it out. I mean, it's obviously winning, and if it's winning, then it's winning. But I would have thought that the other line with the king f3, king e4 was very clear. And now at least Alexandra has something to fight for. There's the d-pawn rolling forward. You play something like king c4 and d3, and of course it's going to be losing because the rook is going to step away. White's going to play rook d6 at the moment. In my eyes, it's a little more complicated, but if it's winning, then it's winning.
Yeah, it is. So, I mean, as you were saying, Vishanant was saying, if it works somehow, if it wins somehow, then it wins. You don't have to complicate things. And yeah, king f5 was played. But, I mean, well, we had a few moves incoming in the game of Levon Aronian against Erdogmush. Let's move in there to update our viewers at what is happening, because Yes currently has 6 minutes on the clock, and he is thinking in this position.
All right. So apparently what we did not see, that there was some repetition of the moves, and Levon deviated right here, but it feels like also the Armenian Grandmaster missed something before. Obviously he had to deviate because he's up a pawn, he's trying to win this, but there were some mistakes, and we can maybe try to figure out what they were. And the last time we left it was right here, king d2, f4, king c3, looks pretty human.
And they shake hands. It's a draw.
It's a draw.
They agreed on a draw.
All right.
Okay.
Then it's a draw, but there was apparently a missed opportunity right here. I just wanted to show you on the screen. Let me maybe check with an engine. White was winning. So according to an engine, he should have accepted the pawn on f4, which gives White a pretty large winning advantage. He played king c3, take on g3, king e7, king b4. He tried to get the pawn on b3, but apparently this position was not winning for White because Black was able to set up some kind of a fortress. The bishop on b1 is useless. The b pawn apparently doesn't go nowhere. The knight dominates the bishop. And about here, they start to repeat the position, and finally Levon realized, okay, whatever chances I had, they're gone.
What a missed opportunity for Armenian Grandmaster Levon Aronian in this battle against Yezer Dogmush. And Yes was always so low on the clock for him, as we can say the second time that he saved the game. Okay, yesterday he was definitely also pushing, but we have still 2 more games ongoing. I suggest to go the game Liem against Matthias Bluebaum, because we haven't seen a few moves that recently just been played. It's so difficult to choose, which game to follow, because both of them are exploding move by move. And here we have knight e3, and the pawn on g6 is gone. So what it means that Liem is up 2 pawns with completely winning endgame.
Now it's somehow Matthias keeps the game going, and there's no immediate victory for White. White is preparing to play knight e5. There comes a rook h4 check. It's just going to be a slower win, but White is winning. Rook g4, of course, trying to simplify the position. And this also means that the game is going to continue for a while. I think that there's going to be a trade. The bishop is going to walk
and resignation.
Away. That was a really bad prediction.
When you predicted that he will resign, he kept on going, and now he resigned exactly at this moment. Liem scoring a second victory in the row at the Grandmaster Triathlon tournament, and he now is getting closer and closer to Levon Aronian, who is in the lead of the tournament, but Liem is super close. I mean, scoring 8 points in the last 2 rounds. This is absolutely incredible. And this is what we remember him from the previous editions, that he was dominating in the classical portions.
Has he actually not caught up with Aronian? I have a feeling, because if I'm not terribly mistaken, I think it was 2.5 points behind. So he scored 4 points and Aronian scored 1.5 for a draw. And yeah, I think so, if my calculations are correct. Both of them are right now the leaders. It's quite unbelievable, especially after the incredible performance by Aronian in the Rapid tournament, where he finished 9 points out of 10. You would have thought that you would have thought that definitely Limley is so far behind, but now he scored 2 classical victories in a row, and boom, he's back in business.
Absolutely incredible. And that's why we love the format of the Grandmaster Triathlon. You just win 2 games in the classical, and you are already in the lead of the tournament. Absolutely remarkable performance from Vietnamese Grandmaster. But of course, we have still 3 more classical games to go, so anything can change. And we have 1 more game ongoing right now. It's Václav Finek against Alexandra Kosniuk, who is still trying to fight against the Czech international master. And she is struggling. We can see also from body language, I think she doesn't feel like being in this chair. She doesn't want to play, but she understands she has to try, keep going in this game, and finds every chance possible.
She looks pretty bored, doesn't she?
Just a bit.
Like, come on, I know I'm lost. Where's the winning technique? And yet the clock is ticking.
But for Václav, it's enjoyment. Every second, he's enjoying his position. He's enjoying this, squeezing the victory out. Such a legend, Grandmaster Alexandra Kosniuk, the former women's world champion, the chess queen, also, as we know her. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's an amazing moment for Václav, but of course, he has to keep on going, because look at the clock situation. 5 minutes in this position.
He shouldn't have done this. All right. So what it is. I think that this, if we go back to this moment, Bishop G4, D4, Bishop C8, King C8, just play King F3. Very, very clear victory to me. Instead, here Václav decided to complicate things. So he thought it's a faster win. Well, apparently not, because Alexandra was able to organize some counterplay because of the D pawn. And right now he's thinking, where's the clear win? Because suddenly there's some tricks. Maybe there's Rook D6 here. Takes. And if you play King takes on D6, of course, White's going to collect the pawn on D4. But let's say, what if Black plays something like Rook B8?
We have the move, by the way, on the board.
All right.
He played Rook D6.
He did do it.
He goes for it.
He does go for the same continuation. Okay, so the threat is to either advance those pawns or play King F6, King F7, D7, and pray it's winning. Engine says it is winning. But let's say I play Rook B8. What do you do?
To me, it looks like you have either to play King F6 or D7. These 2 moves.
Probably D7, yeah.
D7, yeah, it's more forcing.
Yeah. And if you play King D6, I'm just going to collect the pawn. If you play Rook D8, I'm going to play B7.
Yeah, and then you cannot stop both of the pawns.
King C4, walk away, D3, and if I am totally running out of ideas...
No, you can always take the pawn. Yeah. Okay, you can also play King F6 and pick up that pawn, give up this Rook for the pawn on D3.
Anything wins.
You can do anything, yeah.
All right, anything wins.
So this is the current position. And, well, Alexandra here is trying to find the way to still keep the game going, but it is so difficult in such position where there is B6 pawn, there is D6 pawn. If you take D6, the D4 is falling. Unfortunately, there is no way even to, to find an opportunity for her to hold on. Or is there, Arturs? Is there anything?
I don't think so. I think that this game is about to wrap up as we are watching it, and it's also going to have pretty big implications for the overall rankings, because Finek is going to extend his lead, because right now he is the tournament leader by 1 point ahead of, actually even more, I think. Ahead of Tong and Materia, but now there's going to be 4 points rewarded for his win. He really played a great game, slow game, capitalized on the mistakes of his very experienced opponent, and then it was just one-man show, really.
Yeah, absolutely amazing performance by Václav Finek. I mean, first of all, he was doing so well in the Chess 960 tournament. Then he was in the lead after the rapid portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. And okay, yesterday it was a bit of a slow, I mean, of course, important to score every point there is. So it was important, of course, to hold the draw. And that's what we have in today. it's absolutely incredible what he managed to get out of this opening. So yeah.
We're watching the final moves. Very often you can also tell by the body language of the players. I mean, especially by Alexandra. Typically at this moment you are recollecting the critical moments of the phase, or maybe she's thinking about today's football, I don't know.
Or what she's going to eat.
What time today is the football, by the way?
I believe it was 9 p.m.
9
We're
p.m.
going to have Argentina versus England.
There's the resignation, by the way. We're talking about the football. The game just wrapped up. Alexander Kosteniuk resigns, and Václav Finek scored a very, very important victory to solidify his lead in the Generation Challengers tournament. And also, with this game, all of the games, both in the Masters and Challengers, are officially complete in the second round.
What an insane day that we've had here, and that's a perfect moment for us to recall what are the results in the Master and Generations Challenge tournament. In the Master, we had a draw between Yezer Dogmush and Levon Aronian, and it was Levon who had a chance to get an advantage in the endgame. But Liem, absolutely stunning performance, getting the second victory in the row in the classical portion, and he's getting up to the leaderboard. As well as Aydin Suleimanli had another chance to win today against Jose Martinez, but unfortunately the game finished in a draw. What about Generations Challenge, Arturs?
So we see two decisive results. Finek just defeated Kosteniuk, and Carissa Yip played potentially the one of the most best games of the day, defeating the World Championship challenger Vaishali with the black color after Vaishali decided to sacrifice an exchange. Marco Materia against Xiao Tong was a pretty exciting game, but ultimately the players shared points.
And what does it mean for our overall standings? Let's pull them up and see who is right now the leaders in the Masters and the Challengers. And here we have Levon Aronian still leading with 12 points, but it's Liem who just after winning 2 games in a row catches up with him with 12 points. Again, if he wins the next game and Levon Aronian doesn't win, then it's going to mean that he will be the first one to lead. But 3 points behind them is Aydin Suleimanli with 9 points. Yezer Dogmush is still trying to catch up 6 points. Matthias Blubaum together with Jose Martinez on the last ranks with 5.5 points.
Yeah, in the Generation Challengers, it's all about Václav Finek, but the viewers, it was a pretty exciting day. So I think we're slowly concluding things here. Probably most of the team again are going to watch football in the evening. I mean, I think that yesterday was quite a big disappointment for some of the team members. I even heard this in today's technical meeting here between our members, how France was unable to score a victory yesterday against Spain, but it is what it is. But we have more action, more chess, more fun, more hotness tomorrow coming.
Absolutely. We just had 2 rounds of the classical portion, so 3 more to go, and tomorrow will be round 3 at the same time, at the same place, 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And here are the pairings for tomorrow. We will see Jose Martinez trying to take on Levon Aronian with the black pieces. Matthias Blubaum will face Aydin Suleimanli. He'll try to come back after this very painful loss. And Yezer Dogmush will face the Liem who is on the streak. I would be so scared to face Liem right now.
I would be scared to face all of them, to be honest. But speaking about the challengers, the tournament leader Finek is going to take on Xiao Tong. Very, very important matchup for the tournament rankings. Carissa Yip, after her great victory today, she's going to have white color and try to take on one of the potential tournament favorites, Marco Materia, for Alexander Kosteniuk and Vaishali. This is maybe their last chance to try to get closer to the tournament leaders.
I'm already so excited for tomorrow's matchups because we're going to see even more excitement here at the Biel Chess Festival. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time, Grandmaster Triathlon is keep on rolling, as well as other events of the Biel Chess Festival. Dear viewers, enjoy your evening, enjoy football if you're watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.